I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know. Fighting the unknown. Siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer 2024 Split. I'm your host, G-Cast. The Roomkeeper. Joining me today is my boy, Duncan, as we get ready to head in for our Solos Day 3. Don't go anywhere, because today is going to be a very, very exciting day. And, man, these games are going to be killer, Duncan.
They are indeed. They are going to be very exciting. It is, of course, the full day for the bi-weekly finals, so it's the last chance for these players to get their points in, and get qualified for their bi-weekly finals. A few players, you know, they didn't make it last week. They didn't make it the week before. You know, are they going to be coming back in? As it's going to be a bit of a feels bad, man, if they don't, certainly. But first, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Twitch drops are going to be coming in. It is not the bi-weekly finals just yet. So you got a little bit of time to make sure that you've got your accounts linked, but make sure that you do get it done. Make sure to get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account so that you can get your hands on these goodies, especially in advance of the bi-weekly finals, as you get those extra exclusive drops. This weekend it is going to be this banner, this backdrop for your card as you load into Gamer on your own or with your friends. But back to what I was saying before, few players they gotta lock in. They gotta get in. Frostivus, unfortunately, he's had a bit of a rough go of it, but I believe in the boy. I've talked to him. I look forward to seeing him pop off today. Also, if I remember correctly, Wang Liang didn't make it to the previous bi-weekly finals. Is he playing this week, or is Kai Bao? Kai Bao
playing. Yeah. You know, it's really interesting because Wang Liang kind of came back in. Speaking of, you know, somebody asked about schedule earlier. Here's your schedule for this week and following forward. Of course, we do start bi-weekly 4 next week, but again, you don't want to miss this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, we are going to be having those bi-weekly finals, like Duncan said, and you want to make sure you get in and get those special drops. And then you can see, as we head into November, you'll see our grand finals and then our Chinese mainland qualifier for Worlds. We will take a look at the standings right now. Here are your bottom 6. These are the players who have got a lot of work to put in today if they want to qualify. You can see we were just talking about Kai Bao coming in and replacing Wang Liang for Wolves this week, and Kai Bao not off to a great start either. He is going to have an insanely explosive day if he wants to climb the ranks to qualify to even have a chance to go into that bi-weekly final. And even if he does, he will be at the bottom of the pack, so he's still going to have a lot of work to do once he gets to that bi-weekly final. We were talking a little bit about Frostivus, and we'll come back to that in a second as we continue to take a look at the scores. Chu Zhang having a good day. Mike, 23-point day. You know, for any other player, I would call this a good day, right? Like, I think if you are able to put 2 20-point days up on the board, you basically guaranteed to qualify for the regular bi-weekly. But for Mike, this is pretty slow, honestly. So hopefully he comes in here. It's going to be his day 2 and have a really good day. You can take a look. Your top 4 players here have already played both of their days. Spider here having a really explosive week, a 25-point day, and then a 33.6. Wufang in a really consistent spot, 27.2 and 28.2 within 1 point of each other. Arano also in the same space, 22.1 and a 22.7. As you take a look, we can see our map rotation for today, and of course it's going to be Praedoria, Holoroth, Morris Isle. But really important of note, we're going to be starting with midnight on game 1, and game 6 is going to be nighttime. So we're going to be starting the day with Fireflies and ending the day with Fireflies. And this is really important to strategy, right, Duncan? Because you really need to plan around these Firefly maps. And as you take a look, you can see the players here. But again, Frostivus up top here, you know, you touched on Frostivus a little bit. And I think Frostivus as a player, he definitely has the skill, right? We've seen it happen. We saw him pop off at Worlds last year. He did really well. I think he can make it into these bi-weekly finals. I think what he's really struggling with right now is kind of cementing his own play style now that he's in the NBPL. I think when he came in, Frostivus played Frostivus's game, right? And it set a lot of these players on unease, and they were not really able to adapt right off the rip. I think now they have started to adapt, and Frostivus I think is trying to adapt too hard to other players' playstyle rather than just playing the NARAKA Frostivus is used to playing. When I look at him now compared to when we looked at him in Worlds before, it feels like he's playing like other players like Spider or Mike and trying to adapt to their playstyles. But I really think his play style that he brought in Worlds and is used to, I think he just needs to bring that back and focus on playing his game, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there can be a lot of factors coming in. You know, as you said, that he's being forced to play a different game than one he wants to play. Things like that can certainly be a factor. On top of that, mental is just inherently one of the most important things. And it just Wang Liang. Wait, what?
Oh well, they've brought him in to play
confusion?
today.
Okay.
So I mean, you can change your player out. So it seems they were not happy with Kaibao's performance in day one. And I mean, Kaibao is at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's kind of understandable that, if Kaibao comes in and has a 6-point day, you might want to lean on your other solos player, right, Duncan?
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, that certainly is a possibility. However, it's rare that we've seen that happen before. It could in fact be the case that perhaps Kaibao was unwell today or was actually not able to play. But we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out later if we can. But back to what we were talking about, Frostivus, he certainly has the skill. He certainly has the ability to perform in this environment. It is just, I think it just comes down to mental and, hey, it's something that afflicts all gamers, casual or hardcore. Burnout is a factor, right? And when you get burnt out, or if you've just been like, even if you're not like overdoing it, people can get burnt out. It happens. And burnout, mental, it's hard to overcome, and a lot of players suffer from this. And but I mean, thing is, one of the things that separates the best players from the players who are almost there is the fact that they can overcome these challenges in these competitive environments. But speaking of competitive environments, we're going to be heading into our first game's character selection phase, and to start it off, we're seeing double Liam, double Kylin. I wasn't surprised about the Kylin, but Liam.
So, this is something I've been debating about all season. Liam has been the #1 phase 1 pick. He's been banned out almost every single game this season after round 1 select, and I disagree with it. He has made maybe 3 NVPs the entire season. I don't understand the logic, but clearly there is something that these players are deciding that Liam is just like the priority pick, even though he's not winning games for them.
See, Liam is the kind of character that, I mean, he's a good consistency pick. He's not crazy broken. He doesn't have, I mean, he certainly does have pop-off potential, but it's not the same as some of these other characters. And I think he's certainly a good pick, but he I don't know. I don't know about Perdoria. Perdoria, he's all right, but Perdoria, you would typically want to see things like Kylin, Hardy, and Matari typically being the priority picks. Whereas to see Liam get double picked instantly at the very beginning is definitely rather odd. I mean, the nerfs that he received making his ult less oppressive, let's just say, has certainly made it a lot harder to do overly well with him. He's still good. I mean, his combo breaker is the best combo breaker in the game, as it allows you to completely negate the damage from parries, not just the first part of it, completely negate all of it. And on top of that, you get to keep your weapon. So it's a solid pick, and I think it's a good consistency pick. Because at the end of the day, as the rules have changed for Nbpl, for solos, we have a lot more importance being put on kills, as only the first place placement player is going to receive any kill multiplier for those kills that they get in the game. So considering that securing that isn't always necessarily possible, you want to be going for kills early on, or you want to be trying to get at least one, maybe two, and Liam is certainly good for 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. See, I think I agree with you a lot on this. I've been saying all week, I think Liam is easily a top 3 character. I just don't agree with him being your must-have first-round pick. Like, if you're in that first-round pick, that's your priority pick. That is, this is my one opportunity to play this character above every other character. And given the fact that Liam just isn't securing those MVPs, I don't think he's the pick you take in that round. I do think he is either second or third-round pick, but for a lot of these players, this has just been the way it has been all season. It has been Liam first, nothing else. I personally think Hadi and Kylin are the better first round secures, but we're going to go ahead and jump into game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look where many of these players are spawning on the south side of the map here. We're going to see probably these players, after taking these early fights, start to shift towards that center side of the map, but you're going to see TE all the way to the north side of the map, completely separated from everybody else. So it's going to take him a minute to find some fights. Hopefully he's able to put together some good gear before we see that zone 1 completely collapse. What's he doing, Big Dog?
He's going for that red soul jade.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
he's going to
looking for the Volpine.
He's going to let himself die to Storm to get that soul jade. I'm telling you now. Watch him die to the Storm in the kill feed. Watch. It's my prediction.
As we head over, we're going to start a fight off here between SS1's Pace, Funless Phoenix's Verse. Verse off to a really good start with the Honk Sword here. Going to get the grapple extension into some huge damage off the blue, into pistol shot, followed up. Verse on absolute fire right now. Pace going to switch to the fan here, trying to break away from this fight, but Verse sticking to him really hard. He will find the fan R&B. Verse going to mistime the parry, though, and Pace going to get a huge opening into the parry as well. There's nothing. No, Verse with the F will manage to stay alive, but he's on the fist, and there we go. SS1 Pace turns it around.
The slap. He almost had him. He almost turned it around. But what a comeback from Pace there. What a nice fight. And thing is, Liam, he's good for a couple kills. He's also, another thing that I felt like I forgot to mention was that he's a very good comfort pick, as he's been picked up for a very, very long time, and a lot of people have been playing him. But back to the action. We're right on in again with T225 up against GG Shah. TT25 managing to get that uppercut combo with the Matariev into an armor swap as well. GG Shah in a bad spot now, manages to get his ultimate off cooldown, and now looking to re-aggress. Oh, it's going back and forth. The stealth. TT25 gets his ultimate as well and turns it back around. Those purple nunnies doing a lot of damage. You know, purple weapons this early on is extremely dangerous when you're playing with white armor and no jades. It becomes extremely hard to survive in those kind of situations. But we'll get the action doesn't stop. I love solos. I haven't casted solos in so long. I love it. I love it. You know, I mean, I love trios as well. But solos will always hold a special place in my heart, as I am a solos player first and foremost. But it looks as though these two players, as they're going back and forth, playing a little bit of footsies. Bowder waiting in the wings, Xshin biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to jump into this fight, find the third-party situation. Wang Liang does go for the RMB into the LMB follow-up, gets the cancel into the light attack. The combo break comes out from Shan Yuan. Wang Liang's not expecting the 0.9 release, and he's expecting the second one. The known mix-up isn't going to work twice, but Xshin comes in and steals the kill. Thank the Lord for Wang Liang, though, as he does manage to pick up that Soul Bloom. Xshin now in a bit of a bad spot. He doesn't have F up. He doesn't have ultimate. There he is. The parry comes through. And the second parry into the Soul Bloom pickup. Chu Zheng eating a lot of damage. Wang Liang gonna chase him down. The untrue. The frame trap catches him on the dodge, and Chu Zheng goes down.
Oh my goodness, what a turnaround for Wang Liang there. Balda's Action coming in to pick up the elimination, and then he turns it onto both of them with the back-to-back parry eliminations. Well, as we cut over to OUG's Mike, who's going to be trading blows here with SS1's Pace, but Pace going to slip away into the tunnels. Mike not going to bother to give chase here, as he still wants to get some looting done. Purple Hang Sword in the back pocket, though, really good this early on. We were just talking about how good those early purple weapons are, but no, Pace is actually going to come back after finding the reset here into Mike. Mike, though, not having having any of it. Going to get a huge lead out of the gate here onto Paste. Will find the Honksword back in. Hesitates a little bit, though. Going to use the bubble to try to recover control of neutral. Paste, though, into the armor swap is going to get a full reset, essentially. Paste coming back around with the fan. Going to get a couple clean hits here. Mike, though, returning the favor. Again, that purple Honksword putting in a ton of work for him here in terms of the damage. Paste with the RB and the fan into the jumping RB down onto Mike. Mike going to be about the same HP, but again, that purple Honksword counts for so much more. Every time it connects onto Paste, Paste is slowly falling behind as Alliance's Frostivus shows up for the potential third party. Paste is going to take a lot of damage here. Not a lot of places to go, but Frostivus secures the elimination and is now in the 1v1 with Mike. Frostivus investing the F2 here just to break away. Mike going to use that scale rush to give chase here as Frostivus just looks to slip away here. Mike from above actually connects with the vertical off of the Honksword with the scale rush rechase here. Frostivus just continuing to try to break ankles here rather than try to face down the purple Honksword, but Mike has got his number. The F2's back up off online. Frostivus will get away from more of that damage, but Mike is hungry for the elimination and will continue the chase down. Grapples coming in tight here. Frostivus gets parried by Mike. Mike goes in huge. There's the re-grapple. I don't think there's anything Frosty can do, and Mike picks up his third elimination of the game and is off to an absolute tear.
He is indeed. He's out for blood today. Hey, Mike, I mean, even Spider as well, in the past, bi-weekly has not been too happy with their own performance, I would imagine, considering that they weren't able to hold on to the crown for these bi-weeklies. For the longest time, they went somewhat uncontested in their bi-weekly wins. And all of a sudden, they started to change, and they are certainly... There's a little bit of a wake-up call. They you know, hey, who knows? Could be just a bad day. Could be a couple bad days. It could be mental. Could be burnout. Who knows? At the end of the day, but they are certainly on the ball today. Mike with 3 kills on the zipping, no less. Character that, although is extremely hard to take down, doesn't really have all that many. Many aggressive tools, let's say. However, speaking of aggressive tools, Zhuan Yuan popping that ultimate, looking for the TOD combo onto this Kylan, but not able to find it, forces out that combo break, and now being aggressed on by DRG's Fong. Fong catches him jumping with the Pulse Sword. Never jump against Pulse Sword, my guy. You're going to eat a lot of damage if you get clipped by that LMB into RMB, but it looks as though Fong is going to get griefed here by Chu Zheng jumping in. He wants to get into the realm of Yang. He does not care that there is a player on his way out with very low HP. Chu Zheng trying to secure this Yang pass, going in for the dashes. Does find the Yang pass. Can he survive, though? I'm not sure how much time there is left to wait. This is a very dangerous situation. Chu Zheng, 1 HP situation, goes up into the sky, and then he's, oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe I should have committed this one. He's on the way out. Fong decides, maybe I can get this kill. Maybe goes for the cannon shot, but unfortunately not able to find the connection, and is instead going to be going into the realm of Yang. And now we have the fights taking place. OUG's Mike up against Paste. The grudge match. Mike goes for the parry, doesn't manage to find it, gets clipped by the purple focus on the way out. Mike sending that 0.9 release onto Paste, taking a lot of his health off Paste, choosing to save his ultimate for NARAKA 2, finally using it now. Gonna be going it for this release, catches Mike off of that parry attempt, doesn't find it. Paste so it goes for the reactivation, interestingly, as opposed to looking to go for the combo, and gets a little bit of heal, but it's not going to be enough. You're not going to be out healing that zipping.
Yeah, absolutely crazy there. Mike coming out on top again as we head over to Wolves. Wang Lan going to be popping that ult here on Hottie, looking to get that V2 off onto DRG's Fong. Fong holding the space, though, waiting for him to come around. Fong will get caught out here. They're going to see that fire tick put on, even though we're going to see the freeze come in. He's going to reapply as well. Wants to keep that fire tick damage going through, not give him any break here. The re-grapple into the Hong Sword combo. Fong on the back foot, feeling forced to pop the ultimate here. He's got 1 HP in a dream. Misses the freeze here. Wang Lan needs 1 hit. There it is, the R&B connection as Wolves. Wang Lan comes out on top inside your second realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. absolutely huge for Wang Liang here. Going to be his third elimination this game, meaning he's going to be right behind Mike, who's currently sitting at 4. Wolves swapping over to Wang Liang, looking to already put more points on the board in game 1 than we saw from his counterpart last week, Kai Bao, who only put a 6-point day up on the board. Wang Liang already matching half of that in his first game of the day.
Indeed, and only in the first 10 minutes of that first game as well. And looky here, we've got the repeat, the run back. Pace and Mike going at it yet again. Pace with those blue fist plays, trying to do as much as he can up against Mike's golden staff, popping that ultimate. Doesn't manage to find the reactivation confirmation there. The third party is going to be coming through as well. Juan Yuan jumping in with that pulse sword hit. Pace with a beautiful parry, grabs that golden staff and is immediately on the retreat. Going to be trying to get it out of there, but has to turn it back around as he doesn't have the ability to disengage. And now Juan Yuan is going to be jumping in with that pulse sword R&B, catching him on the side, unable to avoid the damage. Unfortunately, Pace is now fully eliminated from the lobby as well. Mike catches Juan Yuan on a bit of a movement error. Juan Yuan turns it back around with a staff RMB, not expecting it. Mike going back and forth, contemplating the armor swap. No need. He's still got quite a lot of health to work with, and White Tiger's prowess as well. Interestingly, going for the White Tiger's prowess instead of the Vermilion Bird's Might on the first Realm of Yang. Now, I think that this probably simply because he is playing zipping and he's going to be doubling up on that healing and going to be essentially unkillable with all of this sustain. Now we've got a lot of players jumping in to this party. Gate crashes looking to find their opportunity to steal away some kills. Juan Yuan, he is not looking good for him. He got poisoned. T225 is going to be able to pick up the kill there. Mike trying to finish it off but not able to find it. Now T225 getting picked up by DRG's Fong. Mike grabbing that soul bloom, denying it from Fong. Fong now in a unwinnable situation, using his last dash to try and disengage, going over towards X Shin, catches him in his sights, going to be trying to chase him down with these grapples. Fong constantly trying desperately, running the F1. Interesting. F1 Justina.
We've seen a lot of that lately in solos, believe it or not. It's been serving a lot of these players really well. Fong, though, in a bit of a pickle here with 1 minute and 40 seconds left remaining for Yang depletion. It kills him here. Wolves, Wang Liang nearby here, too, with the V2. If he connects onto this, I don't think there's anything Fong can do here. Yeah, but no, Verse gonna steal the elimination away from Wang Liang. Wang Liang, only 17 seconds here left remaining on this Vermilion. He needs to make something happen. There he goes. He's gonna go down, so he's still gonna be in the game here, but luckily he didn't wait it out and end up getting eliminated there. So Verse picks up another elimination here and will go to 3. Gonna tie it up with Wang Liang as well. Mike sitting on 5, doing what OUG Mike does. This is the Mike we're used to seeing. Speaking of Mike, almost bumping into one of those jellyfishes there. He thinks better of it, jump cancels that grapple because those jellyfish hurt. They do about twice as much damage as the regular mushrooms, if I'm not mistaken, and it ticks down really fast. Though we are getting ready to set up for our second set of Yangs here. It looks like TE Star with ticket in hand, waiting to head on in. Mike just doing a little bit of grubbing here, needs to get some extra items in the back pocket before he comes over. He is going to try to contest Chu Zhang here, get himself a ticket and find his way into that realm of Yang if at all possible. Chu Zhang just playing ring around the rosy here, still holding on to those fist blades, which, you know, nerfed this patch pretty heavily here. That's why we've seen them fall out of favor. They used to be the go-to weapon at the beginning of the game, and we see much less of them now.
No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, even though they have been nerfed, although they have had their power reduced somewhat, it is still the case that this weapon, simply because of the way that it has been designed and the tools that it has at its disposal, it is most likely almost always going to be a very prevalent weapon pickup. As, you know, the ability to hold focus, dodge for up to 4 times, and then immediately release or look to cancel, making it extremely hard to read what your opponent is going to be doing, is just so unbelievably good. It's so useful, and is likely going to be a very staple weapon moving forward in the future for Naraka. Oh, the textbook, very nice to see. I love doing that. It's a lot of fun. I'll explain it in a bit. But Wang Liang, he's on the sky, doing a pretty good job of it as well. Wang Liang on literally a sliver of that orange HP, just barely avoiding any more damage, able to stall it out for a while. But the problem is now that he no longer has his ultimate verse, now in full advantage state, trying to take advantage of this. But it's, oh no! Has it gone terribly wrong? Verse, you saved your ult too long, buddy! You gotta use it! And Wang Liang turns it around.
Oh,
good
my goodness.
Lord.
TE Star on the receiving end of the ult here from Chu Zheng that Verse should have used. And Star here with no ult in the back pocket here. Unfortunately, Chu Zheng out of ult as well. Now looking to find the entrant. We're going to see the F being invested by Star. This is going to come down to whoever takes control of neutral next. Star, if he gets it, just has it a huge intro in. But no, the ballpoint essence comes in for Star. Star, oh my goodness, all he needs is the cannon shot. There it is. He was not expecting that to come out. Oh my goodness, you love to see it. This is typically, we typically see the Volpine Essence make it to like that first set of Yang and then get popped inside that Yang for that player to be able to survive and keep the game alive there. But Star here takes it all the way to our second Yang here, and it pays off in spades for him, because without that, I'm pretty sure he dies to that combo there from those fist blades, Duncan.
Indeed. That was, I mean, the thing is, though, I'm not really sure whether or not he does it deliberately, because here's the thing. If you go for this Red Soul Jade, you go into the first realm of Yang, you risk losing it. And although first realm of Yang is extremely useful to win in, you get that Vermilion Buzzbite, you get whatever you like, you get that early gold weapon. If you save it for the secondary realm of Yang, you could actually be getting more value out of it, and at the sacrifice of not really looking to get kills early on for the first Yang, avoiding the first realm of Yang depletion situation and looking to dominate the secondary one. I'm not sure if he does this on purpose, but food for thought. Regardless, we're heading on over to Chu Zheng and Verse, scrapping it out. Verse on those golden dual halberds, going to be doing a lot of damage. Catches Chu Zheng in the air off of that jump. LMB constantly chipping him down with this fire take on that flame breath for the cannon. Verse going for the overhold in the neutral. Finds the parry onto Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng forced to use that combo break to try and stay alive. But the ballista's in play. Action. Look at him. He's as close to his monitor as he can be. He's looking, he's trying to find those shots. He finds them both as well. Verse takes a lot of damage, finds the dash here. Verse now immediately forced to use this ultimate to make sure that he doesn't go down. But can he find that Soul Bloom? Is he going to look for it? Does he know that it went down just outside of the zone? He's looking for it. He's trying to find it. He needs it. Yang depletion is taking him down. He needs to find this Soul Bloom. Can he spot it out? It's next to the river, mate. You can find it, I believe. No, it looks as though he's going to be giving up that. Oh, is he? I don't know at this point. He's going back and forth. He's trying to make the decision whether or not he wants to go on in, but he does have this fight up against him right in his face. Action looking to get aggressive with these purple fist blades. Verse now having to downgrade to that blue armor and no ultimate available. Is going to be a hard fought fight for him going forwards. Action just playing the neutral, biding time, waiting, playing extremely defensive, waiting for his F to come back off cooldown, and there it is. He finds it, forces out that combo break again from Verse. Is he going to be looking to try and push this forwards, or is he going to just try and stall this out? Perhaps he's aware of the fact that Verse has that Yang depletion. He knows that all he has to do is stall it out, but instead Verse is trying to push forwards, forcing out this ultimate from Action, uses both of these blinks, and now the dash is going to come through. Action doesn't want to give it up, though. He's grappling past, he's grappling after him. The overhold Mike's going to be coming in. Action does find the kill, but does he find the Soul Bloom? He does indeed. Mike now getting juggled up against the rock. He's trying to loot up from the body. He knows that he's not in all that much danger of death as he is on that zipping Ying. But thankfully for Action, he is going to be able to find that Soul Bloom and cleanse that Yang depletion.
Yeah, we're off to an absolute tear in game number 1 here. We still have 8 minutes and 40 seconds left remaining in the match. 4 players left alive. Exactly. Mike here with 5 eliminations. Baoda's Action with 3. Wolves Wang Liang with 4. TE Star with 1. They're going to be your last 4 players here in game number 1. And this has been an absolutely insane game already. The levels of aggressions coming out from these players is exactly what you would expect here for a Firefly map. The fights do not stop. Wang Liang here in a really good position. He's got that he's got that legendary pole sword and legendary staff here, and we saw him use that hot swap combo inside the realm of Yang to completely flip the script and come out on top against insurmountable odds there. As soon as he caught the juggle there and his opponent was unable to get that ultimate out, it was all she wrote once he went into that weapon swap. Having both a legendary pole sword and legendary staff is very dangerous for the other players in this lobby. Baoda's Action here with the legendary armor, holding on to those purple fist blades here. Like you said, having that ability, especially in Final Circle, right, to be able to utilize those dodges and just get crazy reads out really good. We saw it in the fight there with Verse, where he was able to keep Verse at bay for really long just because Verse could not really pressure into that fight. We saw Verse trying to use the extended LMB there on the dual Hallies just to get clanks so that he could guarantee getting in close before he gives the neutral up there, but it's really hard to work around those fist blades that way. Star coming in as we see here. A lot of these players looking to try to guarantee the Spirit Well here for themselves, because this is going to be an extra legendary armor in the back pocket that nobody can pick up. Mike trying to be the one who claims it here. Of course, Mike being our favorite player here who loves to have that extra armor in the back pocket, but all these players trying to push him out of the circle. It's going to be a tall order given that he's playing zipping here and he's got that fan. He's going to be able to create a lot of space here and sustain for quite a long time. TE Star going to get an uppercut combo there as Wolves also starting to take a lot of damage coming in from those fist blades there on Baoda's Action. Mike very close to securing himself this Spirit Well. Star not giving it up without a fight though. Star gonna come in with some big damage, but Mike gonna use that F just to kind of tank all the way through it. Massive parry coming in from Star. Mike a little bit on the back foot now as he's getting it from every direction. Mike here down to half HP. He does have ult, but the player is gonna turn their attention to the Spirit Well. Mike gonna come in and just pop the ultimate there, look to hold the space yet again. He's not willing to give this one up as he comes in with these dual halberds, creating a lot of damage and space onto all of these players. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Mike gonna be the one who secures the Spirit Well. Now he's back to full health because of the ultimate. He's got his ult back online because of the Spirit Well as well, and he's got that extra armor chilling in the back pocket here. Mike now coming in onto Wang Liang as we're getting ready to see that last late game Bane's Breath come through, and Wang Liang gonna take a ton of damage here, forced to burn the ultimate yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Wolves airborne here looking for the reset, and Mike trying to aggress here, wants to get as much damage out. Wang Liang gonna move around the edge of the Bane Breath, trying to create as much space. Oh my goodness, Baoda's actually going to come in there with the tackle as well. Wolves able to get most of a reset. Unfortunately, with no ultimate, he is still going to be very vulnerable to the rest of the lobby. He's got to try to create some distance. That's why we see him swapping to the dagger here, looking to get those scale rushes, keep that movement going as much as possible. Mike on the grapple here does not want to give the chase up though, and we're just going to see Wang Liang look to continue to try to break the ankles of everybody in this lobby.
We are indeed. He's managed to make it over to this rock formation, and he's going to be able to utilize this extremely well to just constantly stay on his toes, constantly kite this out. I believe that this fight is just going to end up going to endgame, as none of these overkit necessarily, except for perhaps Mike, as he does have that buff available. Now, I wanted to quickly circle back to that Yang fight where I mentioned that I exclaimed that, oh, it was very nice to see on the fan parry, and that I would then explain it later on. So what happened was, when you hold the horizontal focus on fan, horizontal being, it has a horizontal hitbox, not a vertical one. Therefore, if you crouch as you see the opponent that you're fighting against holding the fan horizontal focus attack, you can crouch and simply just remain crouched and wait. As long as the fan player doesn't cancel out of it and look to try and tag you with a light attack, for example, you're going to be able to just sit there, sit underneath that horizontal focus and be completely safe if he does release it and then immediately just parry. If you see him release the focus attack, you can just parry straight up. It will make you stand up, and you will then essentially just get a free parry onto this fan blue focus. It's just one of the most textbook punishes that you can go for against somebody who is holding horizontal focus on fan quite a lot. However, typically we don't see it very often in pro play, as a lot of these players are very well aware of this interaction, and will very, very rarely throw out the fan horizontal focus if they catch their opponent, or if they see them crouching in front of them repeatedly, because they know that they're going to be ready for it. They know that they're going to be looking for it. But very nice little tip for you. If you see someone spamming LMB focus on fan, that's the trick for you. But you know who's going to have to pull a trick out of a hat right now? Wang Liang. He's in a very bad spot. Absolutely no resources left in the back pocket. He has nothing at his disposal. Going into this Hardy ultimate, he's going to have he can't heal. So all he can do is look to try and aggress on these players, and that's exactly what he's doing, putting a lot of pressure onto Mike now, forcing out that ultimate, looking to try and catch him again. Doesn't manage to find the fire tick again. Unfortunately, he's going to have to look for the disengage, but Mike is turning his attention over to this fight between Xshin and Star. Xshin having taken a lot of damage from this engagement, and now Star going to be focused down by Mike a little bit, forced to have his ultimate taken out. Now Star goes for the Tiger Grab, doesn't manage to find it. The stealth making it extremely difficult for him to catch Xshin on these teleports. Does find the jump attack and does confirm the kill going into the zone. But Star, he's extremely low and he is going to be taken down.
Oh, look at this, though. Wang Liang comes in. This is absolutely huge for him. Mike doesn't have ult. The F is about to come back on cooldown, but Wang Liang not having heals here, being able to come and get that Soul Bloom, get the elimination as well. To tie it up with Mike means whoever gets the next elimination here will be walking away your MVP. Wang Liang going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. Question is can he come out on the top against Mike, one of the top players, if not the top player here in all of the NBPL? He's looking for that opening, but Mike is going to be too smart with the F. He comes in. No! Oh my goodness, the tick just too much there. Mike able to use that F just to armor through those attacks in the end, take control of that neutral again, and clean things up. It's going to be OUG's Mike who comes out on top in game number 1 with 6 eliminations and a first place finish, I do believe, for a game score of about 10.4.
What a game from Mike. He's coming in. He's sending a message on the zipping Ying as well. You know, we've seen Zipping be an absolute menace. You know, in the past, she's been extremely annoying to deal with, as we all know. We all. You guys remember? I don't think anyone can forget. Look. If you were playing when Zipping came out, you know what I'm talking about. You remember.
Chat knows my vivid hatred for Zipping. That said, I gotta give Mike something here. This is something I haven't picked out, and I just realized in this game that I think Mike was doing here. I think Mike is picking up the zipping specifically as a counter to Liam. We saw him do it multiple times where he uses the activation on the F and the activation on the ultimate to actually completely avoid the ults being thrown out by Liam and just completely basically negate Liam's ult. We saw every Liam struggle into their fights with Mike in this particular game because of that, and it's really intelligent. I don't think anybody else has really kind of picked up on this ability to use zipping to overcome that Liam ultimate, and Mike just doing it like it's second nature. But speaking of doing things like they're second nature, Answer for Treasure is always second nature because it's always right here on the show. Who won game number 1 today? We literally just talked about him. If you can't,
this is the trend, though. This is the trend.
This is a freebie. Yeah.
First question's always a freebie. You know, it's always a freebie, and then it just gets much harder, much more evil as the day goes on. But yeah, no. Who won game 1 today? A, Mike. Hint, hint. B, Star. C, Verse, or D, Bowder Xshin. But yeah, A. Thing is, what you were talking about, Rune, is a very important note when it comes to Liam and the changes that have been made to him, the buffs, the nerfs, and it's something that I have talked about quite a lot on stream and just in general when discussing this you know, Liam was the kind of character that when he was released, right? When he was released in solos, he initially only had 2 charges on his ultimate, 2 of those auric swords, as they're called. And now, the problem with him initially was that, I mean, everyone saw, you know, this character, and then as time went on, people started playing him a little bit more, and then he got buffed. And before the buff, I said verbatim, you know, actually, before I continue that thought, taking a look at the scoreboard right now, Mike, you were exactly right, Rune. 10.2 points for Mike off the first game. That's ugly right there. Wolves Wang Liang are coming in with 7. Unfortunate, I don't want to bring it up, but I also kind of feel like I should. That's more points than Kai Bao got in 6 games the other day. That's a feels bad for Kai Bao. It is what it is. Wolves Wang Liang coming in clutch to save it for Wolves. Bowder Xshin in 3rd, Verse in 4th. Both 4.5 and 4 points respectively. TE Star on 3.5, 225 on 2.5. Fang and Zhuan Yuan on 1.5 each. And then the rest with 1 point. And only one person that got a 0 in that game. But hey, Paste, my boy, he needs to step it up a little bit. You know, my guy, wasn't Pace the winner of the last bi-weekly final?
Yes, he was the winner of the last bi-weekly final. Again, you know, you and me were talking about some of the players this week before we got things kicked off. And again, Pace absolutely dominated the last bi-weekly final. But unfortunately, he's coming to this week. He's been much quieter, right? So he's a player to keep. I think he's a player to keep our eyes out on. But when it comes to like players who have consistently been doing well, we got to talk about Zhang Yuan, who didn't have a great game 1 here. But look at his day 1, 26 points on the board. That's a massive day. That's more points than Mike put on the board in his day 1 in those same lobbies with Mike. Now, Mike here, obviously, really explosive game here for his game 1, a 10.2, huge game for him coming in, killing it with this first game. He still has 5 games left to put points up on the board. The question is will he be able to climb all the way to the tippity top and be where Mike likes to be heading into those bi-weekly finals at the very beginning? But first, we're going to take a look at the replays here from game number 1, brought to you by Thunderbolt.
Indeed. And while we're going to be looking at this, I'm going to quickly continue that thought that I was going through. But what a parry coming out from Wang Liang. This engagement, very nice. This little... So I have a little bit of a gripe with this. This is a bit silly, you know. He goes RMB, hold dodge LMB into ACCA into another LMB uppercut. And now this, although a lot of you at home are going to think that this is a laggy combo, it was just silly, it should be possible, and realistically I don't think it should be possible. However, it is technically a frame trap. It catches you if you try and do the wrong option selection when getting hit after that RMB. But it is what it is. He does manage to catch him. He catches him slipping, and then right here he catches, oh my goodness, he catches this guy slipping. You got ult, bro. Hey, you save it for next game, Lamelo. God damn. But he does him dirty with that one, absolutely. You know, hey, the greed is bad. You know, greed is bad. No, greed is not good. Greed is bad. Use your ultimate, use your cooldowns, and you're going to have a much better time in general. But we're taking a look at the zipping, and we're going to be going back to that thought after we take a look at the MVP stats for OUG's Mike. Here on the zipping, what did he have at his disposal, Rune? What have we got? 30,000 damage!
Yeah, absolutely insane. 28,000 damage coming from the melee weapons. Over almost 12,000 coming in off of that Hong Sword. He's got Burst Arrow, Poison Splash, Rupture Gale, Benthic, Slow Shot, and another Rupture Gale in the back pocket here. And, you know, this has been a huge trend in solos right now, where everybody moving to that cannon being so important, being able to get that splash damage, and most importantly, that burn tick. When they combined Rupture Gale with that burn Soul Jade, it was an absolutely massive change to the overall meta because of how important that burn tick really is when it comes to the anti-healing that has been added to burn earlier this year. It makes it so much harder for players to come out on top, especially once you get to end circle. that anti-healing combined with the zone tick is absolutely devastating. We actually saw earlier last week, somebody put up 28,000 damage with cannon alone. They basically spent the entire game with just everything cannon. They had all of the soul jades. They had assembled essentially the infinity stones of cannon and had 3 cannons in the back pocket, and they just kept hitting players. Even in final circle, there's a player in their face. I believe it was Mike that was in their face fighting them, and they see somebody low in zone tick zone. They just turn around and meteor them and then go back to fighting Mike. Push Mike away, cannon shot him. Mike comes in, push Mike away, cannon shot, and they come out on top. This is a meta that's, you know, being pulled over from trios. Cannon has always been an extremely important weapon in trios, and now we're seeing it trickle on over to solos as well, just because of how important that burn tick is, and it being combined with that Rupture Gale Soul Jade, freeing up an extra slot in your back pocket, because realistically all you need is Rupture Gale and the burn Soul Jade to really get a lot of value out of those cannons, Duncan.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I was on that Canoon hype train very early myself. You know, as soon as they combined those jades, I knew things were gonna be getting. But it's very cool. I like that they combined the jades, and the jade rework overhaul was one of the best changes they ever made to the game. And good job. I feel like a lot of people enjoyed it. There are a lot of changes were made that were very, very good. However, obviously, as things are, you know, nothing is perfect, and there are still a few adjustments that I feel could be made. Potentially, you know, Rupture Gale Flame Breath could have its rarity increased to legendary, or perhaps make it so that it's harder to level it up. Because initially, when you first get that jade, you only have the Rupture Gale. It doesn't give you the Flame Breath off the bat, and you have to hit eight cannonballs. 8! And now, although that does seem like a decent amount, at the end of the day, it's really not. You know, it's like you just hit a few cannon shots. You know, especially in trios, for example. You know, in trios, you throw a cannonball into a team, you hit all 3 of them. You just gotta
3.
That's 3 cannon shots. You know, it's not that hard. But
all you have to do in solos realistically is find a good third party and sit on the edge of that fight with the cannon.
Exactly.
And you're gonna level it up very quickly. I personally think one of the things they could do is change it so that I think 8's fine for solos. I think for trios, realistically, double the number, take it to 16, and it balances the jade a lot better. But you know, speaking of jades, we talked about fist blades earlier in game number 1 as well. And fist blades, like you said, I think is always going to kind of be a cornerstone weapon now. And it typically what the meta has kind of been is we see a lot of players early on in the match lean onto those fist blades, right? Because when you talk about weapons and their kit for kit, no soul jades, fist blade just kind of still top dog right now, realistically. Yeah. But once you start to get those soul jades to back up some of those other weapons, you start picking up those legendary weapons from heading into the realm of Yang. You can't just back pocket the legendary weapon and not use it. That extra damage can't be ignored. You need to take all of that money that you've been rolling, especially from winning those fights in Yang. You need to go roll soul jades and look for those soul jades of destiny, as we call them, those soul jades that win you games. You know, Rupture Gale being one of those soul jades, right? So typically you see people kind of start on the fist blades and then it shift once you start to get to that mid to late game and you start to find some of those soul jades that you really need to kind of get your engine online, if you will.
Yeah, no, absolutely. However, I would like to note Fist Blades RMB 0.9 does pretty much blue Fist Blades 0.9 RMB does pretty much the same damage as a golden longsword RMB 0.9. So let's talk about that one. Take that to the drawing board. Let's adjust that perhaps a little bit. But okay, back to what I was saying. I want to get this point out. Liam, originally I said this character is pretty good. He's solid, he's balanced. However, the in comparison to other characters, he's not that good, so he's not going to get played. And therefore, NARAKA will likely buff this character. But the problem is the only way they could necessarily buff this character so that he's good is going to make him overpowered. And that's exactly what happened. I said they're going to give him an extra charge on his ult, and he's going to be broken. And that's exactly what happened. He became the most one of the most obnoxious characters for a very long time, and he became extremely, extremely popular in this solo meta in NBPL and across the board in ranked everywhere. Every server, everyone was playing him. And then, you know, they think, okay, how do we nerf this character? They tried nerfing him in multiple different ways, making it so that he couldn't he had longer end frames on his ult activation. He couldn't do as much with his swords in terms of comboing, stuff like that. None of it worked. And the reason why is because he had 3 available. And now if you think about it in this way, a character has multiple tools. And a lot of good characters have multiple tools that they can use to negate tools from other characters. So Liam, he has essentially 5 gold focuses, or he used to have 5 gold focus frames, where he had his combo break. No, 6 in fact. His ult activation, his 3 auric swords in ultimate, and then once his ult expired, he had combo break again. So 6 gold focus states that meant that almost no character was able to stand up to him, as they couldn't match that number. And so they took it down to 2, and now what do we have here? 4 5-ish gold focus states that you can do with Liam. And now because of that, so you mentioned zipping earlier, being able to essentially tank through Liam and make it essentially negate his ultimate pressure. And that's exactly right. You know, her ability to play the initial neutral extremely well and extend it with that healing means that she can get 2 Fs or so off before she needs to actually, or before the Liam is going to use ultimate. So she can use 1 F to initially start the fight, forces out the combo breaker, has another F from when Liam uses the ultimate and looks to use the auric sword, and then has the ult activation, which is also gold frames, which is going to protect her from the second auric sword. And then during this entire time, as long as she's playing the chip battle, she's going to be able to take Liam's health lower and lower and lower, whilst maintaining her health at a high threshold, meaning that it becomes very difficult for Liam to actually take down a zipping, as he doesn't have any inbuilt fire damage on his kit, making it hard for him to cut down that healing. So he's gonna need a fire jade if he can find one, or he needs to just completely, just absolutely dumpster the zipping and just read him like an absolute book, and then win through like hard initial neutral fight. But other than that, it's gonna be very difficult. But that's the point I wanted to make. It's an in-depth sort of look at characters and their gold focus states and their power spikes within neutral, which I think is definitely a very interesting conversation. But one to be had another day. I've talked about this while they've been choosing their characters, and what do we have here, Rude?
I mean, the most notable thing here is we're going to have a bunch of hotties in this lobby. We're going to end up having a triple hottie lobby because of the way the bands worked out. But Wang Liang here, going back-to-back hottie here, he's going to immediately out of the gate end up using his double hero selection, meaning he has to play a different hero every single game after this, as we are heading into Holoroth, and it looks like it's going to be the classic. We're going to have a lot of people coming in. We're going to have 3 people here looking to contest podium, everybody else spawning around Plumed Castle and looking to head straight in to Plumed Castle. It's kind of the same story that we get out of Celestra, right? A ton of people over on Morsaya will spawn directly around Celestra. They'll start with those fights. As they win fights, everybody will migrate into Celestra because of all of the terrain that's there. You have so much accessibility to scale rush, to create movement. So if something goes wrong with one of your fights in Celestra, you are much more likely to be able to break away, break the ankles of those players, and find an actual reset. So that's why we typically see that happening with these sort of spawns, where everybody spawns around the central location, takes those early fights, and then works their way into those central locations. And we're going to start things off here with OUG's Mike and FunPlus Phoenix's Verse spawning in the same area. Mike not getting the best of drops off of that, though, but he's going to come down below, start to find some gear for himself. Verse down below with the blue armor, blue fist blades already. Going to drop down onto Mike here. Mike going to lose most of his armor in that initial drop down here. Tons of damage coming in from the fist blades. Mike at a disadvantage here. It's fist blade v fist blade, but Mike will find an armor swap. The parry immediately makes that armor swap pretty meaningless for him here, as we're going to see Verse continue the chase here. Mike caught a little on terrain here. That's not something you're used to seeing. Mike with another armor swap, though. The RNG gods come through as he opens a little pack there, finds one immediately, and we're going to see Verse looking to have to take the armor away again, but it's going to be Mike who finds control of the neutral this time and rips the armor straight off of Verse. Verse into an armor swap, though, on to the white, and Mike going to break away, and Verse decides, you know what? It's not worth it. And Mike with another blue armor down below. Verse going to go down. Will he see the blue armor? No, he gets a huge parry, though. Turns it back on Mike again, but Mike has the armor in the back pocket. Mike always knows where the armor is, especially when he opens it. Verse is going to have to break away yet again.
Oh my goodness, it's just armor swap galore right here. An extravaganza, a bit of a clown fiesta, if you will. Mike now, he's out in the open. No armor swaps for you, big dog. Verse catches him on the opener and catches him in the second neutral engagement as well. Mike now in a bad spot. We're gonna be seeing the okay, bye-bye. We're gonna be seeing the Batari ultimate from Verse coming in with that teleport into the fist blades, kick to the face, taking down OUG's Mike in the initial engagement here off the rip. A bit of a contrast from the previous game, unfortunately for Mike, not able to stand up to him there, but he's going to have plenty of time to recover going forwards in this game. However, we've got a fight going on between Paste and Shah. Shah catching Paste on the exit of that F ability with that LMB into the uppercut. Very nicely done, very nicely timed, and catches a kill for himself very early on. But looky here, speaking of Clown Fiesta, what is going on? Xuan Yuan eats a ballista shot from T225. Gonna be trying to get that armor out the box, but there's no armor. It's just a golden fan. Does find this wisp onto Fong here. Ooh, oh, it's dangerous. Oh, it's spooky. What is going on here? Fong gets hit again by the, oh my god, the wisp into the fan. 2-1-1 combo catches him with the RMB at the end after the focus. And Xuan Yuan's getting away with murder here. He's getting out of there. He's grappling away. He's very happy with himself. He's seemingly emotionless, but on the inside, he's just jumping for joy right now. Golden fan off the rip. Oh, that's what you want.
Tumulch, the only character who could do that from that position as well, needing the ultimate there, the Wisp to block those direct shots as well, because Wang Liang hits him directly, the Wisp actually eating those back-to-back shots there on the edge of the wall for him. And now Wang Liang over here trying to trade things with DRG's Fong. Fong realizing there's not a whole lot left in the box. He's going to take what he can and go ahead and get out of here. Wolves going to come through and grab a couple of resources, pop the bell so he knows where he head to, but we're going to pop on over Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse and GG Shah get ready to trade blows here just inside Plume Castle, and Verse with his fist blades. No! The constant uppercut dash into Shah. Shah's going to take so much damage because of that, but he does find the armor swap into the white. Verse looking for the TP here, going to break away from it, going to look for the reset before he goes back in, but Shah going to be able to pick that blue armor back up, so they're both going to return to the same state of armor and HP. If he doesn't get scale rush onto, canceling the pot here, Shah going to be on the back foot, but going to find a huge intro there with the fist blades and does it back onto Verse. He says, Verse, you did it to me, now I'm going to do it to you. Now Verse trying to use that F to get some extra damage in. Shah really low here. The ultimate going to be invested, but Verse gets sent flying here, and this might just save Shah. Verse has got to find it. Oh, there we go. Shah with the perfect tap touch to get away from the greatsword. To double charge there. Shah still looking to live here. No, my goodness, the Liam ult's going to be enough here. Going to send Verse flying yet again. Verse, no charges left on the ultimate here. There we go. The Liam ult yet again. The third party, though, might save Verse's life for just a second. Shah wants the elimination before he gets eliminated. Verse is going to go down. Shah doesn't fight it, and Shah goes down to give 2 to TE Star.
Goodness, we dropped down and the whole crew is here. It's a party down there below the rocks, and I don't know if you want to be at that party. Looks a bit sus G, and we see 2 players going down here. That was very, very close. I think that it was. Oh, I don't know. It was a very tense situation. Verse could have cancelled his ultimate there to try and get the reset on that F2 cooldown. But in those kind of situations, it's very, very hard to manage to do everything and execute everything perfectly. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get that kill for himself, I don't believe, and he does go down. In the meantime, let's take a look at these kills on the board. We've got 3 players with 2 kills: Juan Yuan, Star, and T225. And we've got GG Shah on the 1 elimination. Oh, no, wait. No, yes, GG Shah on the 1 elimination as well. And we're going to be preparing to go into this realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. OUG's Mike definitely going to be looking to go in there. As we all well know, Hardy is one of those characters that just loves the realm of Yang, as he's extremely annoying to deal with in the realm of Yang, as you got that combo break and you've got the ability to just fly high in the sky, have a good time, and make sure that the person you're fighting against doesn't have a good time. But you know who's having a good time right now? Juan Yuan. He's got his golden fan. He's ready to go into the realm of Yang. And Tamulk, I think, is actually a really good pick in this game, as we've got a lot of Hardys in the lobby. And hey, if you're a Tamulk connoisseur, as I know there are certainly a few of you out there, you know that there is a little bit of tech that you can do against Hardy. If you place your ultimate correctly, you can catch him as he goes up in the sky when he activates his ultimate, and essentially you just stagger him out of it immediately with the sand wall, and you just throw sand in his eye, and he just doesn't have a good time. But we're going into this fight. Juan Yuan, split second decision making, not able to find that uppercut off of that fan wind push. Juan Yuan using that combo break does find the ultimate activation into the wisp as well. Paste. Woo! Oh, it's dangerous. He tries to go for the grapple LMB to push him into the side of the wall, but not able to find it. Now, grabbing these wisps from the wall. Interestingly, we do have the V3 coming out from Juan Yuan. I forgot to mention it earlier. Typically, we see a lot of V1 coming out from Tamulk these days, as having that combo break available whenever you do want it is very, very good. You need to be a true connoisseur of the Sandman to make V3 work these days, as stepping your toe into the sand wall can be dangerous, as it prevents you from having that combo break available. Well, we're back to neutral, and Juan Yuan's eating a lot of damage, eating that fan RB, not fan RB, that dual blades RB is coming in, and it's coming in again! Pace does not care! He is off the perkies, he's emotionless, he's just sending them back to back. And look what he's got here. He's going to be getting ugly with these golden fist plates moving forward in this game. Good lord, gold fist plates, Justina, that is going to be spooky, ladies and gentlemen. But no, what else is spooky, Rune? X-Shin situation that he's currently in is not looking too good for him.
Yeah, Exjin here. He still has ult in the back pocket here, though. So if things get hairy, he can opt to go for that. But DRG's Fong with ult as well. As a Hottie player, you have to be very careful about how you pop ult into this Kylin, because Kylin can catch you up out of the air if they're able to jump up high enough or land the grapple on you. There it is. He's going to be forced to go into this. And we're going to see Fong trying to get the musket shots instead. Exjin able to get at least one heal off here. And Fong may have waited just a little too long to come in here and try to catch him out with the ultimate. He thought he was going to be able to do it off of the musket shots, though. We are going to cut back over. It's going to be Juan Yuan versus OUG's Mike here. Juan Yuan needs to pick up this elimination. Mike and him in a very similar situation. It looks like Mike not able to come out on top inside that realm of Yang. Sandwall going to come through as well. Mike trying to come in here with the V2, going to get some damage out onto Juan Yuan. Tries to go for the aerial wisp. Very hard to catch there. Mike will get an armor swap. He is going to be demeched here, though. Juan Yuan keeping it going here. Doesn't look like he gets the re-wisp from the edge of the wall. Wolves Wang Liang waiting, looking for that third-party opportunity. Juan Yuan trying to find those musket shots onto Mike as well. Wang Liang looking to come in here very shortly. Mike going to get some huge damage there onto Juan Yuan. Going to pop the F2 as Juan Yuan looks for that uppercut combo. Wang Liang holding the scale rush. The patience of Wang Liang right now. He's finally going to come in, but he's not going to find anything into this mix-up, as we see Juan Yuan continue to get pressure onto by Mike here. Wolves turns onto Wang Liang as well. Both of them going to try to catch the elimination here. Mike's going to get a breather he desperately needs, but he needs to make sure he comes in and secures this soul bloom if Wang Liang's able to pick up this elimination onto Juan Yuan. Juan Yuan trying to keep the game alive. He's going up with the wisp here. He's able to get topside. Wang Liang misses the hit. He's just trying to keep it up. Oh my goodness, can he get away? Juan Yuan, 1 HP in a dream here. Everybody in the lobby wants a piece. Oh my goodness, Wang misses his Zhang Yuan into the armor swap. He's still here, ladies and gentlemen, against all odds. In the corner as well. It looks like he's broken the ankles.
Oh.
No, Mike comes in from behind, catches him out in the corner. No place for him to go. Mike gets the elimination. Mike gets the soul bloom and keeps his game alive.
That's so sad. I feel bad a lot of the time, but I also don't, because Tamog can be a real menace to deal with at times. But it's always kind of sad to see a Tamog just getting absolutely lobbied. You know, it is what it is. Wang Liang is going to be next on the menu as well. Frostiver's going to be jumping in, catching him, using that ultimate just to make sure that he takes him down. Picks up his second elimination of the game. Hey, very nice. Frostivus winning his Realm of Yang and picking up a secondary kill outside of the Realm of Yang, holding onto a golden pulsar for himself. Very nice to see our boy Frosty doing well in this second game. We need to see you qual this week, big dog. Let's see it. Come on, you got this, I believe. But back to the fight at hand. OUG's Mike up against this Justina, the spooky Justina with the golden fist blades. I told you, Rune, it was gonna be scary. And Paste is he's nightmare fuel right now. Golden fist blades Justina V2 is not what you want to be going up against. And he takes down Mike. Mike, off the back of a banger first game, 10.2 points, is not able to replicate that going forward into this second game. But now, secondary Realm of Yang is coming along, is coming in. The chicken goes caca in the sky, and you know it's ready to fight. It's ready to go. Paste, he's heading right on over to, I believe, a shop close by. The Realm of Yang wasn't there, but we're going to be getting a replay of KLA's T225 up against OUG's Mike. And I believe Mike actually lost this Realm of Yang, but let's see how it happened. OUG Mike with a beautiful hold dodge around that R&B focus from the longsword. Very optimal. I like to see it. T225 gets the parry into another parry. Getting that. Oh, the combo. Oh, the carousel into the wall. And there it is. Mike doesn't even get to use his ultimate. Very optimal coming out from T225 there. You get the parry. Don't do the parry thing.
Yeah, earlier I thought it was
Frostivus
who came out on top of Mike, but it was T225 who actually comes out on top there. Paste over here, going to be going head-to-head here versus TE Star, trying to take the Realm of Yang here. And Paste, again, an absolute nightmare, like you said right now. He's got those legendary fist blades on the Justina. It's just not a place you want to be. Star will break in, and it's going to be T225 heading back to the Realm of Yang for the second time here. He's got that legendary staff here in the back pocket because of his win in his first Realm of Yang against OUG's Mike Star, and them trading arrow shots there. You see both their arrows actually connected mid-air there, so nobody gonna get any damage off of that. T225 trying to hold the space, but he will eat the scale rush here because he overcommits to that just a little bit. T225 now on the back foot, the purple armor completely shredded. He's gonna eat the horizontal as well. Not a good space. T225 forced to burn the ultimate already. Star looking to clutch things out here. T225 needs to find some good hits here. He's able to find one. He needs to get a little bit more if he wants to stay alive here. Comes around the corner looking for the pot, but T225 is going to get caught out here by Star with the blade down as well. T225 not in a good space. He's going to get one more charge off of the ultimate. Does it? No, it's not going to be enough. There we go. Liam going to come in there with the blade and secure it out. T225 going to have to head out. Luckily, it is at Yang 2, so he's going to have 5 minutes to find himself that Soul Bloom to get back in it, but we're cutting over to JDG's Chu Zhang versus DRG's Fong inside the Realm of Yang here. Will Kylan be able to come out on top? And this time, Chu Zhang going to run out of ultimate here quite shortly. There it is. Fong on the bottom here trying to get a reset. Fong able to get a pot off. Chu Zhang tries to pressure in and then backs off. That decision could cost him. It means that Fong's going to be one pot up ahead of him here. Fong, though, going to come in off the scale rush, catch a little bit of damage there. Chu Zhang with the nunnies, just trying to capitalize on that space, looking for those clanks, and then trying to take control of the neutral there. But no, he walks into the Cav Bloom. There's nothing he can do, and DRG's Fong comes out on top.
Good googly mooglies, the cavalry bloom coming out of nowhere. One of those Jades of Destiny. This, it's the lawnmower. He's just out on the sit-on mower, got a beer in hand, just having a good time, cutting the grass, the sun in the sky, sunscreen on, is the music playing in the background, just cavalry blooming around the place. Very nice. I'm happy for him. He's having a good time right now. And look who else has golden fist blades. Got some more golden fist blades in the mix. TE Stars also got his hands on some of these his nightmare fuel weapons. T225, as you said before, he is going to be he's going to be afflicted by that Yang depletion, but he does have 5 minutes now, as it has been changed for the secondary realm of Yang. The Yang depletion lasts for 5 minutes as opposed to 4, I believe it was before. It definitely is a very nice change that they made. Gives you the time that if you want to take the immediate fight initially, you can, and then you have enough time to get a full reset if you don't die, and if you don't get a soul bloom, you can get a full reset and potentially get a second ult off within that time. Or what you can do is also simply wait out the timer on the buffs of the players who did win the Realm of Yang and look to try and take a fight once they've expired. Looks as though Alliance Frostivus is doing some optimal bush gaming right now, recognizing that this is the Yang depletion situation timing, that people are going to be out and about with that Yang depletion, desperately looking for some soul blooms and getting extremely aggressive in this moment in time. And speaking of, Verse is the subject of that aggression at the moment. T225 lurking around, TE Star, DRG Fong, GG Shah, SS1 Pace, Action, for everyone is here. Everyone. Wait, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it, God damn it. The camera moved. I can't count anymore. There's a lot of people here, that's all you're going to know, all lurking around this tower. Verse, thankfully, though, he did have a dagger in the back pocket and the tower to work with. Now, if you're ever in a bit of a dire spot in your solos or even in team modes, and you need to try and run away, you need to try and kite away from players who are chasing you, staying on these towers is an extremely good place to kite around, as it's very, very hard to lock you down. However, once it gets to a point where there are a lot of players around the tower chasing you, the avenues of escape become fewer and fewer and harder to find. So I believe that that's why Verse opted to disengage and try and find somewhere else to kite around. But it looks as though he might be getting spotted out here. Fong just went into the room that he was hiding in. But we're moving back on over to the tower. SS1 Pace and TE Star scrapping it out here. The golden fist blade wielders of the lobby. Star swapping over to the blue fan, using it for the scale rush. Optimal. Unfortunately, Verse, he wasn't able to hide long enough. He wasn't able to stay inconspicuous and does get spotted out and does get taken down in the meantime. Unfortunately for T225, he wasn't the one who took him down. Neither was he the one who grabbed that soul bloom. It seems he does take down Chu Zheng out of nowhere, but again, not able to get the soul bloom, and now he's 1 HP. He's got 1 second left. The storm's going to be doing damage, and it doesn't even matter. The cleave comes through from DRG's Fong and takes him down.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for T225 there, man. He put in so much work there and just wasn't able to get his hand on the soul bloom. Yeah, 4 kills, absolutely huge for him. Still going to be a good game for T225, though, as he does get eliminated in 7th here. He's going to get himself at least, 4 or 5 points up on the board, and that's massive. That's a good consistency game for a player like T225, especially considering he's already up in 8th. He's basically already in that qualifier range. You need about 30 to 35 points to guarantee that you qualify, and he's sitting right there on the edge of it. I think T225 is going to be pretty happy with how this game plays out. But we are over to DRG's Fong here. We are down to 6 players left remaining in the lobby. We're going to have Zone 4 starting to collapse onto Zone 5 here in the next 45 seconds as our first late game Bane's Breath does come through here. You know, a lot of arguments back and forth about whether these Bane's Breath add anything to our sort of gameplay here for Immortal War. But I think we've seen both sides of it, right? We have seen these Bane's Breath absolutely end people's games, but we've also seen people in pro play utilize them to absolutely save their games. We had a player, I do believe it was Chu Zheng one game. He was down, he had like 4 kills under his belt, and then he's just getting picked off by the entire lobby. He's able to surf that Bane, get away from it, get a full reset, and then he comes back and he drops like a 7-kill game and first place because of it. If the Bane wasn't there, there's just no way that happens. It's rare, but it does happen where the Bane can actually work out in the favor of players. And you do have decisions to make around it as well, right? You have that Bane coming in at the start of Zone 4 and the start of Zone 5. you can't really, like, you can commit to a fight, but you have to know committing to that fight that Bane may be dropping on your head. So you've got to play around that, and you either need to kill somebody very, very quickly, or you need to accept, hey, I can't overcommit to this, I need to back away. But speaking of committing, Star commits to the Spirit Well here. He's going to have an extra legendary armor in the back pocket here to fall back onto that nobody else can pick up. It also means he gets that White Tiger's Prowess and the reset, and he's got some extra goodies here. So Star needs to play around this area, and it looks like that well smack dab in the middle of where the next zone's going to go. So he's going to have that gold armor to fall back onto for quite a minute, Duncan.
He is indeed, and yeah, that reference to Moonbane was a reference to a conversation that you and I had alongside Darby and Moxie when we were over in China in my hotel room. We're having a talk about Moonbane and about the whether or not it was necessarily a good or a bad thing in general. Now, I do think that's as not all that much action is taking place, we can probably bring that up and have that conversation. So I was of the opinion that in general, Moonbane, it can be a catalyst for action, but typically, as we've seen a lot in the past, it is also somewhat of the opposite. You know, it prevents action from taking place a lot of the time, as unless someone gets directly griefed by the Moonbane, they're not necessarily like exactly what's just happening right now. Fong is eating Moonbane hits, and now he's become the target, which sucks for Fong. You know, this really sucks for him. It's not fun. And look, GG Shah getting a bit greedy. Okay, joke's on you, bro. You're not getting Fong, bro. You're going down. And now Fong's eating another Moonbane hit. But he's on the other side, and X-Shin doesn't want to run through it. He's going to try, but he might be in a bit of a dangerous position. You know, and this is it's just a feels bad. If Fong had got unlucky there, and he'd been the one that got taken down, and GG Shah hadn't gotten hit by that Moonbane, it was pure RNG in that situation as to whether or not it was going to come down and actually just ruin his game. But
I think he plays it really well, though, honestly. Because
he does. He gets the ult off.
Yeah, he gets forced into the Bane, actually, because he goes really low. He had already kind of become the target of the lobby, but knowing you're playing Kai Lin and you have that ultimate where you can't die during the duration of it, you can actually risk going into the Bane and utilize it to your advantage, and that's exactly what happens. He and the other player both get hit out, but because he's in that ultimate, it leaves him in such a good place, and he's immediately just able to turn that ultimate around, turn it into a kill, and look, he's turned the entire game around for himself. He picks up his 4th elimination. He's able to move to the other side of the Bane where the other players are not willing to risk it and get a reset off of it. This is one of those rare occasions where the Bane can actually be utilized to good advantage. Here we go. This is the exact moment we're talking about here. Star here trying to come in, goes really low.
Does Star die?
Wait, does he actually? Oh, he does die on top of it as well. Oh my goodness. And this is the risk you take. Star takes the risk to go in. Star, it does not pay off for him. It's not always that we see it. Typically what we do see is, like you talked about, it ends up being a catalyst for not fights, right? Because the players know that they do have to play around those Banes coming in. But when you get moments like this, I enjoy seeing these moments, right? Because there's a lot of risk reward. Fong goes in, takes the big risk to go into the Bane. It pays off for him. But likewise, we get to see the flip side of that, where Star goes in and none of the risk pays off for him.
Yeah,
so exactly. It is the duality of man. It's the duality of Naraka. Sometimes you risk it all, and sometimes you come out on top. Other times you get sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, so let's say for DRG's Fong, if he had because he got hit by the Moonbane, and that's what made him a target initially, and he gets engaged on and forced to go into the Moonbane further. Now, if GG Star and I can't remember who else it was, if GG Shah and Star had simply just played a little bit safer, you know, they know that he's forced into the Moonbane. They know he's kind of screwed and that he's forced to use his ultimate. They could have simply just waited a little bit longer, not opted to go in, and held him within the Moonbane in a situation where he couldn't really do anything. And they greeded. This was more, I feel like, up to a bit of a mistake and an unnecessary risk on their part, which resulted in them going down. As Fong, obviously, he was able to go into that and know he can survive as long as he uses ultimate. Once that expires, he's going to be put in a situation where his ult is down and he's going to get lobbied. And the initial thing that forced him into that situation wasn't necessarily something that was up to a mistake from him. Perhaps he stepped a foot at the edge of the moonbane and got clipped. Yeah,
well, it was Fong who sent him into the Bane. Fong actually ripped his armor off before he ever stepped foot in the Bane. He went into the Bane to avoid being chased by the rest of the lobby there. He actually doesn't pop ult until Shaw comes in as well. So I think if Shaw doesn't force him there because he's surfing the Bane and set himself to the other side of the lobby, he just gets a free reset. So I think Shaw took the risk. And it didn't pay off for him there because otherwise he just gets to walk to the other side, reset.
Because Fong was the one who initially was getting chased. Shaw was the one chasing him. Fong was the one who got hit by the moonbane and then got chased into the moonbane by Shaw. No. Shaw took an aggressive line, and then it didn't pay off because he got hit by the moonbane, which was greedy. I agree with that.
Well, somebody forced Fong into the Bane first, is what I'm saying. Like, he actually didn't get hit with the Bane originally. He was half armor when he stepped into the Bane. He was already being chased, and then Shaw further chased. But we are on end zone here. We can talk about Bane all day, but right now Fong is in a good position. Paced here, taking quite a bit of damage there from that Hong Sword. We'll find a little bit of a reset behind that tree, actually. Players missing an opportunity to go in aggressive, but you've got to be very careful. Hong down here with that Hang Sword, with that legendary Soul Jade in a really good position because it's all closing vertical. And once they come off that wall, if he can stay on the bottom here, he's in such a phenomenal place. He can evict them from the top of the wall as well. Fong really going to put in work here with that Soul Jade. There's not a lot players can do either if they come up or down into it. Oh, no. It is a bad day for them. Look at this, and it's closing perfectly on him. Fong just in such a great place to capitalize. He's going to catch out Paste here. He gets a free elimination on that one as well, and now Action can't really do anything. The ult coming through from Fong going to give him the opportunity to stay alive. He's just got to catch on to Action, keep the heals from coming through. He's able to avoid all of that ultimate as well, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It will come down to a two-way tie in the end, but I do believe DRG's Fong, with the elimination he packs away here, is going to come out on top.
He is indeed. Fong bringing it in from the depths there. It was looking a bit spicy for him, but that whole Moonbane situation, he does come out on top, and he ends up dominating the lobby, partially because of just the positioning that he chooses to take. And then the Aurora Burst doing so much work for him. The terrain able to secure that spot right at the top of that small cliff. As we saw, Frostibus getting caught at the bottom of it. Unfortunately, not able to get up the cliff. The buttery rocks, not able to get up there. Unfortunately, being held down there at the bottom. He did heal a little bit. Perhaps he could have made it up. But unfortunately, the Aurora Burst was waiting for him, so he likely would have gone down regardless. But this another thing to note. Look at this sportsmanship. They're all just hanging out, having a good time, chatting, smiles on their faces, pats on the back. That's what I love to see in NARAKA, something that we don't see in all that many esports either. You know, a lot of esports is a lot of beef, you know, just players shouting at each other from across the stage. Coaches getting involved as well. But in NARAKA, nah, we're all vibing, we're all chilling. There's a lot of respect between players, which I really, really like.
Yeah, I mean, the camaraderie between the players here, it's something very special about NARAKA at the end of the day. These guys have a lot of respect for each other, and they're all friends outside of the competition. In game, all bets are off. Out of game, we're all going to be good buddies here. And a quick question for you guys. What hero did KLA's T225 using game number 2? Is it A, Takeda, B, Akos, C, Hadi, or D, Uashan? Make sure you go ahead and lock your answers in for a chance to walk away with one of those Summer Split random gift boxes. You don't want to miss out on all of those goodies. But man, what a game this was. You know, this was a perfect opportunity. I love when we start to talk about something, you know, we start talking about the Moonbanes, and then immediately the game just shifts in that direction for us. So we have the perfect opportunity to talk about it. Yeah, exactly, right? And this was a really interesting situation because we see the duality of those Moonbanes coming through, right? The Moonbane legitimately saves the game for Fong here. Fong is able to walk away with the MVP because of it, because of the way he plays it, because of the way everybody else plays it. And then you have TE Star, who goes in to greet it And unfortunately, his greed gets the best of him here. He cuts across that Moonbane. He gets caught out by one, goes to stand up, gets caught out by double again, and then just immediately goes down. And sometimes that's the way it plays. It's a high risk, high reward. Shaw has the same thing happen, right? He sees our boy Fong break away. Fong hasn't used the ultimate yet, and he's like, nah, I'm not letting you get away for free. That is not happening. You're not going to cut to the other side of this Moonbane and just take a free reset and have your ult for endgame. And he immediately regrets that decision as he walks into a Bane with Fong. Both of them get hits. Fong stands back up, pops the ult. Both of them reposition, get hit by the same Bane again, and then Fong just turns around, hits him with the ultimate, cleans up the elimination, and because of that, we're going to see Fong here taking the lead here with 5 eliminations. He gets 2 ranking points as well. Unfortunately, no multiplier because he does tie for first place with Balda's action there, so he will only be walking away with a game score of 7, but still a very respectable game for DRG's Fong. KLA's T2-5, another good game. Yes, he does go out with 4 eliminations, and he goes out in 7th place, but he takes 2nd place overall. Again, this, like I said, very good, very consistent game for him. SS1's paced here will pick up 3 eliminations, and he will also get those 1.5 ranking points to tie things up with KLA's 2225 for a game score of 4.5. And TE Star, who found himself being ended there by the Moonbane, still puts up 4 points. Very good consistency game for him. As we go to take a look at the leaderboard here, Wang Liang will drop back down 1 position. Still a big wall for him to climb. Paced climbing 2 positions, though, moving up into 15th, getting closer and closer to being able to qualify alliances. Frostivus here, still a pretty big wall to climb here. He needs to find himself a really good game, but he plays very well this game as well. As we cut back here, Baoda's action climbing up now, making it into those qualifying ranges at that 23.5, just barely skirting into the top 12. He needs to continue to play consistent today if he wants to maintain that qualifying position. TE Star with a 7.5 for his first 2 games today, 27.3. Pretty happy with where he is. KLA's T2-5 climbing another position as well. As we cut back, we're going to see DRG's Fong moving up into that 4th place position over Jail's AIS here with a total of 40 points on the board so far. Still 4 games left to go.
Indeed. And something I did want to talk about is that something that I talked to Raven and Frostivus about was that it's because of the rule changes. It's a mental adjustment that needs to be made where you have to look at a 2-kill game, a 3-kill game as a good game. 5 points, a 5-point game is a good game now because of the rule changes. It's the time of when getting a 10-point game was a bit more normal and a bit more regular is over at this point, as now, because of the rule changes, is only the first place player in the lobby, the one who lasts until the very, very end, the last man standing, is going to be getting those multiplier points. It just becomes, you can't really expect to be getting all that many, and it's a mental adjustment in that you have to be okay with getting those points or getting that many points, as if you've been playing for a long time, mentally speaking, if you see that you've got 5 points in the game, it's going to be, 5 points doesn't feel like much. You don't feel so good about it. But then in reality, that's actually a really, really solid game. That's a solid game for you. And as we see the total scoreboards, Spider currently sitting at the very top with 55. That's kind of a crazy scoreline for him. And, but players in 5th, 6th, they're currently sitting on a 30 to 40, that sort of thing. And if you think about it, each series is 6 games. So if you were to get, let's say you get five points in every single game. 5 points every single game, 6 games, that's what, 30 points? And then that's only 1 series. Well, it's wait, is my maths right? No, I can't remember. My God, never do maths on stream, chat.
Never do maths on stream. But we're going to take a look here. DRG's Fong with the 7th MVP of the season, 15,000 damage, 5 eliminations. Most of that damage coming in from the Hong Sword. That Aurora Burst the Sap Soul Jade, Varge's Grip, Cavalry Bloom, and Alchemy. I mean, Aurora Burst really, in the end, absolutely clutching it out for him there. He's on the side of the wall in the perfect position. He's literally gatekeeping every player below him and every player above him for free. And when he connects, not only does it do a ton of damage coming off that legendary Honk Sword, but it also casts that silence onto him as well and leaves him in a bad position for those final zone moments. So it really comes in clutch, locks that game down, and guarantees it for him there. So really, congratulations DRG's Fong, because that was a well-fought game. Things could have went very poorly for him, but speaking of things going poorly, unfortunately, we are going to take a short break before we come back and lock in for game number 3, which promises to be a banger, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, don't do maths on cast. However, that anxiety of having done the mental maths has subsided. 6 times 5 is 30, and if you get 6 5-point games in one series, and then get another 6 5-point games in the next series, that's 60 points. That's more than Spider has right now. 5 points per game. That's very, very solid. But hey, it's a competitive environment. It's NBPL solos. It's not easy to be getting 5 points per game. And as we've seen, the players lurking on the lower end of the leaderboard have certainly been, struggling to find their footing. But it's not like they can't do it. It sometimes is just like, it's mental, it's character pick, it's map, it's, we are playing Battle Royale. There is an element of RNG in what you get early on in the, you choose a square on the map, there's still a decent amount of space within that square that you can drop. You get a good spawn within a square and a bad spawn within a square, perhaps. So there is always an element of that, but it is what it is. It's the game we play. And speaking of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, we're going to be going into our third game very shortly, and we're going to be heading on over to Morris Isle Daytime, the OG map, the original map that we all know and love. And I'm thinking, I was just thinking about what we're going to be seeing in terms of character picks. I think, well, considering the performance that we saw come out from Mike on that zipping, would it be odd to assume that perhaps we'll see a couple zippings on this Daytime Morris game?
It'll be interesting. I think zipping definitely could serve well on Morsile here, especially if Liam continues to be that priority pick that players are looking to lock in, and they play around the Liam the same way Mike did in our game number 1. Realistically, though, I think zipping typically more favored on those Holoroth maps, right? I think there's still a little bit of favoritism there from back in the day where it was like, oh, we're going Holoroth, well, we're locking in 16 zippings for some of these players that have been around for a hot minute.
You say that, however, I think that's almost it might be more of a Morris angle, as not only has zipping been popular on Holoroth, but ever since the addition of Hardy is now a lot more popular. And Hardy, with his V2, chat, if you remember, has built-in fire damage, meaning that it inherently counters zipping's healing, making it harder for her to get things done in those engagements at times. So perhaps it's a Morris angle. However, another character that is pretty popular on Morris Isle is also Tessa. Tessa being a character that we've seen come in and out of the solo meta, but as we expected, Liam is going to be getting picked up here off the rip. Frostivus and Action are going to be picking it up. Mike, are we seeing the zipping? Surely not double pick zipping. Yeah, no, we're seeing the Kylin.
No.
Also, another thing, zipping, although it's, I mean, you said, we talked about how it's relatively good into Liam. It is also relatively good into Kylin now that I think about it, considering that Kylin, although he can just loop and juggle people with his ultimate and be an absolute menace with his ult, zipping, if she's able to use her healing and use her ultimate so that it's consistently ticking during that time, no fire damage, it's going to be pretty difficult for the Kylin to actually burst down zipping during that ultimate situation. And then as soon as she gets up, she also has that extra dodge, the extra bit of stamina with her F ability. So I think perhaps zipping might be getting slept on a tiny bit, but we are in fact not going to be seeing any zipping getting picked up here in this Morris Isle game. In fact, we're going to be seeing double Justina coming out from T2D5 and Shah. And then Fong and Star are going to be picking up the Mataris. We have a couple Kylins, a couple Hardys, and we do see one Tessa there. I'm not sure if I think it was only the one Tessa. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure.
We've got one Tessa on the board, and we have 3 Mataris coming in. And this is, I like Matari onto this particular map. To be fair, a lot of people, before Matari's rework, this was the map everybody was playing Matari on anyway. But she just brings a lot of pressure into solos. I think she's a good pick all around. The Tessa is something I've really not been fond of this season. We haven't seen too many people pick up Tessa, and Tessa's performance has been really poor in every single game that she's been picked up in. She used to be an absolute menace, right? Having those 2 ult activations, them being at 50%. Of course, those have been nerfed now. You've got to be at the 65% to get that ult activation
60.
out.
60.
Is it 60? I thought it was 65.
60.
I apologize. Yeah. But still, you know, her being nerfed twice where it's been updated because it went to like 55 and then it went to 60 now. It does make it a little harder for her to get those ult activations out. And then on top of that, players have adjusted to being able to play around Tessa's ult. The timing to be able to actually iframe dodge out of it is so generous. It is very easy for players of this skill level just to be able to avoid it, and even if they do get caught out, most of the time it just ends up being a nuisance. You see players either very easily able to get down and break away from it, or send themselves vertical so that when they do get charmed, they spend most of that time airborne where they're just not able to be comboed out onto. So the Tessa's really just not getting a lot of that ultimate in general.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Tessa is the kind of character that it's hard to get that ult activation onto a player, especially of this caliber, as it is pretty easy to dodge. You know, if you're throwing it out in neutral without anything to secure it, it's very difficult to land. However, you can always, if you manage to win the initial neutral engagement and you catch the combo, during that combo, instead of finishing it off with the typical combo ender, you can throw your Tessa ultimate out and get that confirmation through the combo, essentially. One of the best ways to get that. Another thing, though, that I would like to know is that when we're looking at character picks, right? Character picks, they're not always just because I want to play this character, or it caters to certain play styles and game plans within the game, similarly to how trios functions. Trio compositions have objectives, so do solo characters. Now, Tessa being, if we're talking about Tessa works very well in the third party, similarly to how well she does in trios with Viper Wu-Chen, and it works very well. And you can look to try and play the third party game, so to speak, as Tessa in these this solo game. In these solo games, and have quite a lot of success with it. We've seen it not do well in the past, as you said, but I do believe we've seen it do relatively well at times as well. Unfortunately, Alliance Frostivus is not doing very well in this initial fight, going up against Fistblades with a longsword. It's not where you want to be, and he does get taken down off the rip. We're going to be moving over to SS1 Paste, Chuzeng, and Xshin, all waiting to fight.
Yeah, you talk about the objectives of playing Tessa as well. I think this is the appropriate match to pick it up in as we cut over to Baoda's Xshin here and Chuzeng trading blows. Xshin here with the Hong Sword. And this is one of those other favored weapons as well, is going to be those dual Hallies, right? Just because of the range on it, sometimes it can be very hard to read the exact range of the RMB there on those Hallies. So you can create a lot of space and players really have to work to play around that spacing or they can get caught out pretty easy. But this Hong Sword right now, absolutely tearing through Chuzeng with the armor swap into the white as SS1's pace continues to keep the pressure going here. Chuzeng up the wall as he continues to be grappled onto here, and Pace plenty of these grapples. He can keep this chase up all day. Chuzeng gonna get grappled out here. Unfortunately for him, Pace in there with the dash through, gonna get quite a bit of damage onto him. Chuzeng though gonna find another armor swap again. Chuzeng here, he just knows where all these armors are down, playing like he's OUG's Mike right now with the consistent armor swap back to back here. Xshin and of course Verse keeping the pressure up though, and now we're gonna see another player show up as well. Now it's 3 players. Xshin getting grappled onto here and gonna take a little bit of damage. This might be what Chuzeng needs to find his way back into this game here as these players start to trade blows onto each other. Chuzeng looking less and less juicy. Verse deciding he's gonna break away from this. He doesn't want to continue to commit resources to this chase. Now that we see Chuzeng back to full HP, full armor, we're gonna see a no ult zone being popped over here by OUG's Mike. Kaylee's T225 Mike gonna get cut in half here by the big pole sword swing from T225. T225 trying to stop Fang from getting outside of the no ult zone. T225 gonna come up as well. Needs to be careful down on that white armor. He's looking at pretty juicy. Shaw gonna come in. T225 gonna turn that away at the last second, so Shaw does not get the parry off, but T225 still gonna be taking a lot of damage here as both Fong and Shaw continue to keep the pressure up. T225 down below finds an armor swap, will start to get a reset going for himself here as Fong turns his attention to GG Shaw.
Indeed, it's NARAKA armor swap point right now. So we're seeing armor swaps back and forth on all of these players. GG Shah in that ultimate does find the freeze onto T25, but unfortunately lands on his head and it simply isn't able to capitalize off of the freeze. Now does freeze up both of these players, but is immediately forced to try and grapple away and look for the exit. No armor swap in here, unfortunately for you, my friend. And GG Shah is going to be taken down. DRG's Fong now turning his attention over to T25. He's got that martial Hexa Harmony Spear Jade that just goes brrrr. Sends a message over to T225, but T225, he is not afraid. He's still aggressing. He catches him on the terrain. Unfortunately, the terrain, though, does in fact prevent him from getting the full combo. Fong, now on that Matari, excuse me, is going to be dashing up to the top of this structure. I'm not sure what you'd really call this. It's like a, I don't really know, but a tower of sorts. And does manage to break line of sight and break the aggression of T225, who was forced to go and grab himself that blue armor, heal it up. But DRG's Fong, having now accumulated quite a lot of his ultimate charge, is going to be looking to get back in there, get oogly, and try and catch this fight onto T225. But T225, he's ready for it. He's got that big damage combo coming out from that longsword into the swap with the pulse sword catching him, but it's not going to matter. DRG's Fong has that ultimate off cooldown. He has it ready to go. And as you can see, hey, ultimate for you, it's pretty hard for you to win. And DRG's Fong sends a message, taking 3 kills for himself off of this early part of the game. A very good start for this player. But speaking of Frostivus, who unfortunately did not have the best start at the beginning of this game, now managed to recover, found himself a blue armor and some blue fist blades, but he's up against the mirror matchup. X-Shin also pretty much exactly the same loadout. He is taking quite a bit of damage, forced to use that ultimate, having lost his armor. Now found a moment to heal it back on up. But are we going to be seeing the full disengage? X-Shin not interested in chasing it down. The Realm of Yang is going to be spawning in soon. He's turning his sights over to that rune. Realm of Yang is the name of the game.
Yes, sir.
It is.
Especially in these lobbies, you really need to be able to scale into the late game, and taking that first Yang is so important for these players to really be able to scale up and start to find those eliminations in the mid game, especially these Matari players as well. Having that extra weapon, that extra damage behind being able to connect onto people with your ultimate is so huge for so many of these players. Wolves Wang Liang, speaking of which, in a really good place. He's scaled pretty well here with that purple armor, purple pole sword here as well, looking ahead into the Realm of Yang here on Kai Lin. We're going to take a look back at the replay between an early fight between Wang Liang and TE Star here. Star coming in there trying to find that uppercut into the weapon swap, but Wolves going to use that F to take control of it. Massive parry into the Dragon's Rush Nezha's Might. There's basically nothing Star can do to get away from that, and Wolves cleans up that early elimination. Because of that, he finds himself some purple armor. He gets that purple pole sword as well. Sets him up for success as we head into these first Yangs. We've got DRG's Fong trading blows with Paste here. Fong in a little bit of a bad situation here, given how well his early game went, and Pace now trying to give a chase here. Fong, though, wants to turn it and play aggressive. I think this is smart. You need to be really aggressive here with that Matari ultimate. There we go. The teleport again.
No way.
And this is something I say all the time. I don't think using Matari F and ultimate defensively is ever a good idea. I think if you're in that situation, you have such ability to take control of the neutral. You need to just be aggressive. Yes, you're low. Yes, the risk is very high, but I think you have a better chance of surviving by either turning the attention onto another player, or in that situation, just taking the fight and winning it outright. As we head over to a Realm of Yang, it's Frostivus versus Wolves Wang Liang.
Indeed it is. Let's see it. Frostivus taking a lot of damage off the rip. Wang Liang taking the initiative and using his ultimate first, using it early. Frostivus responding in kind, now trying to play Ring Around the Rosie on this pillar. Tap dodge rolling around. Unfortunately, Wang Liang does catch him doing a chunk of damage, and he's not able to finish the heal around the pillar. Wang Liang is going to find the elimination onto Frostivus, and Frost is going to be afflicted with that Yang depletion, and we're going to have to see if he can recover moving forwards. But here in the other Realm of Yang that we have going on, TE Star up against Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng with the Brandoro goes to the ground with the jump RMB. TE Star finding that entry with the scale rush. He's chasing him down. Chu Zheng has no armor now. Star just sending out all of these hits left and right. It's so hard to disengage. It's so hard to find a way to not get hit in this situation. Star now using that ultimate as well, having trying to push the aggression here, push the issue. Chu Zheng is in a bad spot. He's taken quite a lot of damage, not very much orange armor left on this hardy ultimate, and Star makes it look easy with the fist blades. Just, oh my goodness. Fist blades, if I don't know, it's such a cool weapon. It is pretty damn strong, but you can. The cool thing about it is that you can just do Build-A-Bear combos. You just like I'm gonna press crouching LMB now and an RMB and a jump LMB and whatever. You just throw whatever in there, and usually it works. And it just looks so cool at the same time. Looks so cool.
It's very interesting. Fist Blades kind of break some of the core mechanics just a little bit with being able to tap dodge and maintain that blue charge state, but it does mix things up. It makes it quite interesting as well. I think it has one of the best scale rushes in the game as well. There you see, because of that scale rush, he's actually able to demech the hottie and then just follow it up with a jumping super fast scale rush yet again to get the elimination out of it. And you love to see that kind of change up, because some of the weapons have gotten pretty stale over time. time, and we see them kind of being edged out by their counterparts. Like, you almost always see Fan over Dagger now. Nobody's running Dagger unless they have Dagger specific Soul Jades, right? So it's a nice change of pace to see those come in and really find their own space. And again, I like the fact that they're a very strong early game weapon, and then once you find some Jades and stuff, you kind of start to gravitate towards other weapons, you know, unless you find a legendary pair of Fist Blades, in which case you're rocking the legendary pair of Fist Blades. But still, I think overall a nice change for the game. Speaking of a nice change of pace, though, JDG's Xu Zhang here giving chase to GG Sha. Sha trying to keep things alive for himself here. No eliminations, just doesn't want to take this fight as we pass over to TE Star now. And OUG's Mike Star there with that Vermilion Birds. Mike wants to make the most of it, wants to find another elimination for himself. He's decided he's not going to chase Mike. He's going to head back towards where all these other players are going to be gathering. I'm going to see that second set of Yangs getting ready to come through here as Zone 2 collapses all the way down onto Zone 3. Zhan Yuan at tree side here, Verse down below, DRG's Fong also down below here. Verse going to come in here onto Fong with those Fist Blades we were just talking about, able to get a couple of pieces in, but Verse needs to take some time to get a reset as Fong will find that full reset for themselves as well. Wolves, Wang Liang going to pick up the bounty onto Zhan Yuan as this fight goes on, and Fong being very careful here. He does have that ultimate as Matari. Without your ultimate, you are fairly vulnerable, and he sees that no ult zone, decides he doesn't want to stick around and risk taking that fight without his ultimate. Zhan Yuan, on the other hand, more than happy to go ahead and take this fight. He knows that he doesn't have that prolonged ultimate. It's just he needs to throw it out. So if he's able to get it out and then they go and pop the no ult zone, they're not going to find a lot of value out of it. Unfortunately, we do see Verse tap dodging through that there, so he's not going to find the connection on the ultimate, which is what we were talking about there with that Tesla. It's a very forgiving window for you to be able to avoid that. But now Verse not going to be able to avoid too much there. He does get away from that Cav Bloom, which does end up saving him, so he doesn't get demeched here. Frostive is going to show up to the party as well, as he needs to get himself that Soul Bloom to keep the game alive here. We see that next set of Yangs getting ready to come through. Frosty on the inside here, gonna catch Verse out and Fong, but keeps the pressure here going on to Verse. Verse with the F2 gets caught out inside. Now Fong gonna be caught out there. That Tessa ult will be coming through as everybody comes in and says, I'm gonna take my piece and get on out of here. Verse, though, is gonna take a lot of damage. No place to go. So much damage coming through. It's gonna go to Zhan Yuan, but will Frostivus be able to get the Bloom? Yes, he does. Frostivus doesn't get the kill, but he keeps his game alive here. Needs to be careful, though, as the ult coming in from the Kai Lin on Mike here, putting in a lot of work. Mike, though, a little low on the HP, needs to back away. Frostive is going to find the reset. Wang Liang going to come around the corner and end the game here for Zhan Yuan as he picks up his third elimination of the game. Mike heading on over, decides he wants to head into the realm of Yang here. He's going to pick up that ticket. The player's going to be hard-pressed to keep him from taking it, given how long the Yang's been up. Xu Zhang on the inside here of Celestra, being forced to pop this ultimate just to look for the reset. We're going to see musket shots coming through left, right, and center. Xu Zhang trying to get a little bit of damage out, find some value out of the ultimate asides from the reset, but those musket shots tearing through him. He's forced to break completely away and head to the zone here just to look for a reset. Sha Star going to keep pace, but unfortunately for Sha, he will go down to that Yang depletion, and Xu Zhang, he will go down to the Yang depletion as Sha picks up the elimination, and we head to the realm of Yang.
Indeed we do. We got the combo coming out from Wang Liang, catching Mike slipping. Was that a quick slap? A cheeky slap coming out from Wang Liang there. I saw that, buddy, you cheeky boy. He goes for the slap, doesn't manage to find the connection. Unfortunately, we're both in ultimate at the moment. Mike actually has a few seconds. He's going to have a few seconds of advantage on this ultimate, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to mean anything if he's taking all of this damage, going back and forth, cleaving? But Mike is using up a lot of his health bar to do this damage. He's just going crazy with it. But here we are now on a sliver of HP. Wang Liang did lose quite a lot. Mike sending those focuses, trying to send those lights out with the fist blades. And oh, he reads the parry. He reads the focus, and Wang Liang exclaims and upset clearly about that situation. Mike claiming this realm of Yang, claiming that golden armor, that white tiger's prowess, and that golden pole sword, or as a great sword in disguise, as I like to call it. But it's going to stay a pole sword. It's going to stay hidden away for the moment. One day it'll happen. One day it'll come out. But Wolves, Wang Liang, unfortunately, in a bit of a bad spot now, with 5 minutes on the clock with this Yang depletion. Him and Mike just go past each other Wang Liang has no interest in going for the fight onto Mike, as not only is he a fellow Kailin, but he is also a Kailin with golden armor and White Tiger's prowess, and is going to be an extremely hard target to take down. Even though he doesn't know who he is, as these players aren't able to actually tell who is who unless they fully get eliminated by a player. So he doesn't know it's Mike, he doesn't know who it is, but he certainly doesn't really want to be taking that fight against him unless he's absolutely forced to do so. He's sort of he's contemplating the idea, I believe. He's just sort of following Mike around at a distance, deciding whether or not he wants to engage. Or perhaps he's just waiting to see if Mike spots out a player and he's just following closely behind to see if he can find a third party and potentially snipe away a Soul Bloom. But they're sort of walking in tandem at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see about that situation as to whether or not Wang Liang is able to claim himself a Soul Bloom. For the moment, though, Xshin rotating around in the south side of the safe zone, looking for a player himself, as he too has a Yang depletion. Back over to Wang Liang. They've found the Matari and Justina, and it looks as though Justina and Matari are going to be the targets for Wang Liang and Mike here, as they don't want to fight each other, quite frankly. It seems so. Here's the thing: it looks sus G as hell. However, it is simply just it's just the way of the game. In solos, if you are the odd one out, you are most likely going to get focused down regardless of whether or not it's necessarily the most optimal character to take down. As it's very hard to it's very easy to see when someone is on their own, if it's the only Kylan and the only Liam, only Taka, whatever, it's hard to stay alive if you're the only one, as one of the finesses that a lot of players use when in solos in these environments is that, quite frankly, you're on default skins, so you can't tell people apart. And the only way that you really can is by what loot they have on, like what armor they have, what weapon they're holding in their hands at the time. And one of the finesses that a lot of players do is that they swap weapons and sort of costume change to prevent themselves from getting focused if there are other characters same characters in the lobby in the area. But if there's only one of you, it can be very hard to stay alive. Unfortunately, it looks as though Frostivus was eliminated, was taken down in that engagement. The poor Liam. There were no other Liams in the lobby to help him out. He does get taken down. But looky here, Xshin, the other Liam, the now lone Liam in the lobby, is immediately getting focused. This trend is evident. We see it happen all the time. Wang Liang now getting desperate in his ultimate, trying to find the kill onto Xshin, trying to get that Soul Bloom, not able to do so just yet, and now forced to take this reset. Fortunately, he does have advanced heal, so he might be able to reset rather quickly. However, he's gonna have to get those running shoes on and start chasing after some of these players as he is running out of time.
Yeah, he needs to come back in and apply that pressure onto Xshin, knowing that Xshin doesn't have the ult here. This is the perfect target for him to come onto. Even if he's not able to secure the elimination, he needs to stick around this fight as closely as possible and guarantee that Xshin does get eliminated so he can get his hand on that Soul Bloom. He tried to pick up the one from Frostivus there, unfortunately was not able to find it. Xshin is going to go extremely low. Wolves right here needs to find it. The Scale Rush comes in. He needs to pick up the elimination. There's the elimination. Wang Liang able to get the Soul Bloom. Unfortunately, he goes way too low in the cannon shot from T225. Going to send him back to the lobby as well. It's very unfortunate. Wolves was off to a tear here with 3 eliminations, and he needs another big game if he wants to continue to climb the leaderboard here, so he has a chance to qualify for that bi-weekly. He's got a lot of work to put in, given the position he's left into because of Kai Bao's poor performance in his day 1 here. OUG's Mike gonna break away here, more than happy to head to the other side of the Bane and buy himself quite a bit of respite, as well as a shop right here on the edge. He does have 43,000 Darktide coins. This is the time to go ahead and spend it, right? You need to come in and
Absolutely.
make some decisions. Go ahead and use that. We've seen pretty recently a trend of pro players making it to end game with like 60,000 Darktide coins that they have no place to spend it. So Mike making really strong decisions here. He waits for that fight to break out. He tries to go in. He tries to capitalize on a kill. He doesn't get it. What's the immediate next decision? Okay, hey, we're heading into late game here. There's not going to be many opportunities left to shop. I need to go spend these Darktide coins and turn them into an advantage for myself in the late game. And this is some of that macro play that some of these other players in the league do struggle with. And you see that those players who do struggle with those sort of very quick decision-making skills typically are those players who are middle to bottom of the pack. So Mike, always there, always knows what the proper decision is, and he wastes no time making them whatsoever. Speaking of which, Mike, yet again, setting himself up for success here, trying to come in, trying to secure that extra set of legendary armor for himself here inside the Spirit Well, not to mention
what a parry
as well. Yeah, the parry from Shaw there comes in, is going to force Mike out here as all of these players continue to fight over the Spirit Well. And, you know, we talk about those changes coming through from Mortal War that have changed things up pretty drastically. Spirit Well really being one of those things. It adds an extra buff into the late game. It adds that extra set of armor you can fall back onto. Nobody else can come in and pick up those resources. This is typically where, if players are going to be low in resources in the game, you start to see that coming through. So having those extra resources to fall back onto that you don't have to hold in your back pocket can be absolutely game-changing, Duncan.
Absolutely. You know, having all of these resources ready to go when you're going into this endgame is exactly what you want. You definitely don't want to be going into endgame with just only a few little healing berries and armor pounders. You know, we saw that in game number 1 for Wang Liang when he was on that Hardy. He'd been forced into engagements and he'd been forced to use all of his resources. And by the end, he was in a really bad spot where he had no heals whatsoever. Fortunately, though, because of the way that it played out, he was able to survive and secure second place. However, it was looking very bad for him at a time there, and it's just not the spot that you want to be in this environment. But speaking of not being the spot you want to be in, T225 is in a bit of a bad spot here, getting focused down by a lot of these players. Does eat a lot of damage there from DRG's Feng, who's now re-aggressing, finding him within the house. T25 goes for the dash, doesn't manage to connect it on that V1 as well. Interestingly, is he going to be able to get the Soul Bloom? No, he is not. And the Mortal Defiance coming out for T25 though, still alive, still kicking. And GG Shah has no interest in going for T225. He's going for the Matari. I have to say, I feel like this is it makes more sense to kill the guy who's just had his Mortal Defiance procced than to try and go for a Matari who's just going to dash away. But, decisions were made, and it looks as though T225 is going to be getting a full reset here. Now, DRG's Fong, with that White Tiger's prowess, he seems very happy with the situation. Going to be using that tuna. Perhaps not the best spot to be doing it, my friend. Yeah, let's move on over and find a different spot. He's grappling over that. Can he jump R&B? Okay, you gonna... No, he's not going to bother. He'd no need. He's got White Tiger's prowess. Why does he need tuna? Although, I will say that if you do have White Tiger's prowess and tuna, the combination of these two, I'm pretty sure they stack. So you just end up being extremely hard to kill as you're constantly healing. But yeah, no, he's not opting to go for it. He's just vibing, no need, chilling. He's trying to aggress onto these Justinas, who seem to be trying to fend off the aggression from the Matari and the Kailin. They don't want to be singled out because they know that they very well will be singled out. They will be torn apart by this Matari and by this Kailin. Also, in this situation, Kailin becomes a pretty solid target to focus down in this situation, as when it gets to that heal off situation, he's not going to go down to that zone tick. He's not going to die to the storm damage when he has his ultimate active, at least for a few seconds. Mike catching DRG's Fong and the T225 within this blue focus. He wanted to go for T225. He's going for him now. The ultimate does get forced out from the Justina. T225 dashing through the Matari, not able to find the freeze just yet. Does find the stagger though. T225 does find the stagger now onto Mike. with the freeze, dashing through. A little bit of damage comes through, and now he's dashing away. He's looking for the heal. He's looking for the reset. Fong's not going to let him do it. The dash through into the nunchucks combo. The Dragon Roar is coming out. He's trying to find him. He's chasing him down. No more dashes for T25, unfortunately. Now sitting inside that F. It's not going to heal him, though. It's only F2. Only the combo break. Mike now coming online with that ultimate is going to be pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, does not find the kill. He does get the Soul Bloom, though. DRG's Fong going to find the kill with that musket shot. And now GG Shah is going to get focused down. Mike gets frozen. Takes a lot of damage from this fan RMB. And now he's on the retreat. He's going to look to try and find a reset. Is he going to be allowed to do so, Rune? Because that is the question right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're smart, you definitely don't let the Skyline make it to the end of the lobby, and you definitely don't when you get Justina froze out here, but Mike's still holding alive here, a little bit of grief coming, but Fong going to clean up that elimination very quickly. Fong goes to 7 eliminations, and now it's a 1v1 versus Shaw, and he opens it up with a massive parry. Shaw with the freeze, but he's going to have his weapons stripped away very quickly here by Fong. Fong still holding on here to the ultimate. There it is. Shaw, no place to go, unfortunately for him. Fong, an 8 elimination game with a first place finish here, is going to come through with a ton of points on the board. What a huge MVP for DRG's Fong.
Absolutely. Fong absolutely gaming right now. Very happy for himself. Is that the second one? No. Wait. Is that his... Wait, who was MVP in game 2? It was Fong, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Fong who came out.
It was 2 MVPs in a row.
Back-to-back for him, yes, sir. And with an 8-kill game, we haven't seen a game above 7 kills in quite a while here. You know, you were talking about earlier that a 5-point game is a pretty substantial game. This is going to be an extremely substantial game for DRG's Fong, and this is something I've been talking about all season when it comes to DRG's Fong. Have you noticed the difference in his playstyle that has been happening here? Ever since we made the change to our new format in terms of scoring, where you have to get that 30-point threshold, what has Fong been doing? He's been looking to grief other players, and that has cost him so many games. Over the last couple of weeks, DRG's Fong has started to shift back to just playing Fong's game, just playing the type of NARAKA that Fong wants to play rather than focusing on what other players are doing. And he's been finding huge success because of that. And I love to see it because I've talked about it for a while. I said, if Fong just comes in and plays his game instead of worrying about what everybody else is doing, he does extremely well. So clearly, I think his coach has been listening to me on broadcast and be like, you know what, we're gonna take a cue from the Runekeeper over here, and you're gonna go and you're gonna play your NARAKA. And because of that, he's doing so well, and I love to see it. But speaking of doing well, make sure you guys are paying attention to doing well on these Answer for Treasures, because you don't want to miss out on your opportunity to get yourself one of these Summer Split random gift boxes. How many players chose Kylan Zhang in game number 3? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? Go ahead and lock your answers in. I will give you a little bit of hint. Only one single hero was locked in 3 times, and the winning player was playing them. So that's your hint here for your third question of the day.
I like that hint. Not giving too much away there. Keeping it close to the vest. And yeah, make sure to get your answers into the chat. And don't be that guy who puts his answer in and then wanders off to go get a snack or go to the loo. You know, stick around. Make sure that if it is you that wins, if it is you that comes away with the prize, that you are there to claim it, my friend. Don't be that guy. However, back to NARAKA talk. What a game from Fong, truly.
Yeah.
You know, he was absolutely tearing through the lobby. And speaking of, here it is, 8 eliminations, 9.6 kill points, as he did secure that first place. He gets that multiplier, getting himself an extra 1.6, going up to 12.6, combining those ranking points as well. A very, very good game, and a huge contrast from the second place as well. T225 got 3 kills, and he ended on 4.5. You know, that's pretty. That's a big difference. Difference.
This is the thing. When you clean up 8 eliminations from the lobby, that's more than half the players that are in the lobby, right? It is an astronomical amount in terms of solos. And again, a 12.6 is insane when you think about the fact that you need to be around 30 to 35 points to guarantee that you qualify. 12.6 points in one game is insanity. It is a huge game for DRG's Fong, and he already was towards the top of the leaderboard. This game is going to skyrocket him and send him even further on up. We also see Frostovitz moving ever closer to qualifying. He just needs to put some more points up on the board, and he will get there this week. T225, not quite where he wants to be. He does drop one position here down into 7th place, 32.2, but he is above that crucial 30-point threshold to guarantee his qualification. So he will most likely be heading on into those bi-weekly finals. And here you go, DRG's Fong going to be moving another position forward into that 3rd place with a 52.6. And he still has 3 games left to play today. If he's able to put even 6 points on the board, he will tie WBG Spider. If he puts a 6.1 up in the next 3 games, he will be moving into that crucial 1st place position heading into the bi-weekly final later this week.
Indeed. And the thing is, yeah, it's although this is simply qualification for those bi-weekly finals, it does a percentage of those points do get carried forward into the finals with you. And now with the new rule set, you know, with the match point rule set, having those extra few points can quite frankly mean the difference between you taking the whole tournament early or not. You know, it can really be very, very important for you. So getting as many points as possible is always going to be on your mind. You know, qualifying is obviously the primary objective. However, getting as many points as possible is always going to be the secondary most important thing. But taking a look at these fights, at these replays, Mike, this was spicy. You know, that parry, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this parry was a little bit, this focus was somewhat telegraphed. You know, in that kind of, with that spacing, Mike was at the space where if he had released it, I'm not sure if he would have actually gotten clipped by the focus attack. And most likely, he would have been able to hold dodge in and go for that parry. Or he could have hold dodge back, waited to see if he actually did release it, and then looked to parry on reaction. In that situation, it was much more in Wang Liang's favor to look for an overhold situation and try and play reactive as to what Mike might do in that engagement. But here we are taking a look at the MVP, Mr. Fong himself, 27,500 damage coming out from him with 8 kills. And wait, what is that? 22 damage with melee weapons, 22,222. A very nice number to look at there. Spear 8.5 thousand, nunchucks 8,000, dual blades 4.3. Feeling very happy with that tuna as well in the back pocket, alongside that White Tiger's prowess that he was able to secure for himself, staying very healthy and very, very topped up on that health pool. But a little replay on those faces right there, just Fong looking very happy, very, very chuffed with himself. But yeah.
Fong's a very interesting player, right? You know, we talk about the history of DRG's Fong. You know, we called him the Dagger Demon for so long. This is a player that would he would have legendary weapons in the back pocket and be crutching a white dagger for the longest time. And again, we go back to talking about him just needing to play his game and not kind of crutch daggers and stuff in the past, him making those changes and improving. And then he turned into this player who just looked to grief other players out. I vividly remember there being a game where Mike squirreled away sets of purple armor, and it was Fong who would fight him away from it, come back in, squirrel the armor away from Mike, put Mike in positions like he would fall back, and Mike would be like, cool, I've got an armor right here, and come back and be like, where's my armor, bro? And then just immediately turn and look at Fong and not be able to find it. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break before we come back and lock in for game number 4. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to see if Fong can do it and come back with the back-to-back-to-back MVP. You're not going to want to miss out. We'll see you guys soon.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Season. Of course, we are on our bi-weekly 3. I'm your host, Jackass, the RuneKeeper. Joining me is my boy, Duncan, the Beard Bros, if you will, bringing it back in here as we're going to take a look over. Don't forget, you got to make sure you have your Twitch account linked so you can get these awesome drops. And make sure, if you miss anything this week, miss today or tomorrow, you don't want to miss our Saturday and Sunday shows because we're going to our bi-weekly 3 season finals. So that means you're going to get that awesome Dragon's Grave background, and you don't want to miss out on those. Those are one-time drops. If you miss them, they're never going to come back ever again. So get yourself some goodies. Make sure you come in and cheer on your favorite competitors here during our bi-weekly finals. But first, we've got to head back in and head into game number 4 because we've got to figure out who qualifies for our bi-weeklies, Duncan.
Indeed we do, and there are quite a few players lurking just below the threshold of that 12th place spot. Few of those being, you know, I think Wang Liang still hasn't managed to make it up there yet. Frostivus hasn't. Paste hasn't, interestingly enough, considering that he was the champion, the victor of our previous bi-weekly solos. Not last week necessarily, but the week before. And yeah, to see him lurking down in the depths is quite the contrast. You know, it's quite the contrast to what we're expecting of him moving forwards off the back of that win in the previous bi-weekly. However, it is what it is, as you must say. You know, you got to have that mentality as to not get tilted and not allow yourself to just spiral downwards, as that will be the death of you. It will mean that you likely won't be able to recover. So staying positive is definitely the way to go, and what one should strive for. Shah having a little bit of a joke with his coach there, smile on his face. He's not in the hot seat, so he definitely can be all smiley and happy. However, Wang Liang looking very locked in, I'm not sure what's going on there on the side, but he's looking to get back into the game. He's looking to get aggressive. My guy sits very low in his chair. Not gonna lie, I mean, everyone sits differently. You know, there's a little bit higher up in the chair, Mr. Paste. He's looking very locked in. Oh my goodness, Paste. I can imagine if this guy gets angry, he would be very scary to go up against, in and out of game. But let's see if he can make it work in game, as he certainly needs to get the ball rolling, so to speak, if he's gonna have a chance of making it to this bi-weekly final. But another thing to say is that we're going to be going over to Perdoria daytime morning dew. So that means that there are no fireflies out in the world, out in the plains. Not going to be able to find any fireflies. However, those firefly cages, the rage charge stations, are still going to be in play. And in fact, there is a secret firefly in Perdoria that not many people know about. I think I might, in fact, be one of the only people who really knows about it, as I'm the Firefly Connoisseur. Nice to meet you.
Well, you gotta get them Tarka ults going. You know what I'm saying, Duncan?
Yeah, exactly. The Tarka player. Exactly. You gotta get them. You need it. It needs to be done. But there is a little. I'll let you guys all in on it. There is a small little area to the west of Imperium, not the one with the triple layered building, the one to the south of that. There's a cave or a room that's underneath that area that you have to break one of those breakable trees to get into. You break the tree and you send it in the direction of the breakable wall. There's a firefly in there. And it sometimes spawns even on daytime maps. However, it's not a guaranteed spawn. So it is sometimes there, however, it's not always there. But that is one of the only fireflies that is actually on the map when it is daytime. But taking a look at these character picks, well, what are you thinking, Rune, going into this game?
I mean, it's the meta's kind of been solved at this point. It's pretty much exactly what you expect to see. You've got the Hottie ban, the Kylan ban, the Liam ban coming through as well. We are going to say Zhang Yuan here on the Temi. You know, we talked about Tumulch in game number 1. This is a character, just given the way that his kit plays out, right, that I don't think is ever going to not find a viable space in the meta, right? Do I think he is going to be a top tier, like must pick dominant character? No, but I think he's always going to find success. You're always going to see MVP games happening with him. His ability to deny area, his ability to reset the whiffs off of the V3, just his ability to create spacing, as long as you know how to play him, you're not like aggressively diving into like a fight of 4 or 5 people happening all at once on Temi, unless you're diving in to just like secure a kill by throwing your ult out, locking them down real quick and then picking it up. I think Temi always going to be just a viable pick. No surprises here to see him on the F1v3 as well. And it's Zhang Yuan. It's going to be his second time picking him here today. A lot of the MVPs that he has found has also been on Temi as well. So no surprise to see him taking the double pick here. Star also going to be on their double pick as well. Going to be playing Matari for the second time today. I don't think there's any big surprises across the board here in terms of ability. Verse going to be taking the F2 over the F1 there on the Justina, but pretty standard. I think you see kind of equally the F1 and F2 when it comes to those Justina picks coming through. We had seen some Liams, believe it or not, actually running V2. Mike was one of those Liams who did run V2 last week, but not seeing it here today. Everybody kind of sticking with that F1 V1 there for those Liams coming in. Going to be very interesting. I want to see if Mike can climb the wall this game, right? I want to see if we can get that Liam MVP, because we have seen so very few of them in solos for this season, Duncan.
Yeah, true. And just a quick note on the V2 for Liam. It had its time in the limelight. You know, it was there for a little while. The spheres that you throw out, it was pretty solid and was actually starting to get picked up, but then I believe it did receive nerfs. However, I'm not sure if they are in fact playing on the patch that it has been nerfed, I don't think. Because if they were, then that would mean that Valda had been buffed in that patch. So I don't think they're on it. However, one of the reasons why I think originally, even before when it was actually considered pretty good, was the fact that the reason why they weren't playing it was that although it is good, it's not that good in competitive play compared to ranked, as it doesn't function as well as V1 does in multi-way fights. Now, when you throw out the sphere, if you catch somebody with it, then great. You're going to be able to do a considerable amount of damage to them, potentially just infinite loot them with the double sphere. However, if you miss the sphere, if you miss one of them, you are in for a bad time, as it's once you throw it out, it's gone. Whereas with V1, you throw it out, it puts that dome, that sort of circle on the ground that you can then play around even once you've missed the initial activation or the initial confirmation of it. So V1 does function much better in a multi-way fight situation, which is very commonplace within NBPL solos. But back to the fighting, back to the action. Wolves, Wang Liang up against Verse, unfortunately getting overheld here, having lost most of his armor, finding an armor swap, and then managing to break away, but not for very long, as Verse was quick on the chase down. Now Verse up against Paste. Paste with the unarmed swap gets the cheeky slap onto him, and Verse now in a bit of a bad spot. No F available, not for another 4 seconds and counting. Paste trying to make something happen before this comes back off cooldown. Verse, though, he is going to be getting his ultimate up very soon, and there it is. Gets the grapple combo, though. No need to ult, no need for F. Gets the scale rush opener, and there it is. Verse with 2 quick eliminations off the rip.
Yeah, absolutely huge there for Verse. Man, talk about an HP and a dream here. Mike clearly being able to find an armor swap there, now trying to get a little bit of a reset, as both Bao Da and our boy DRG's Fong trying to close in onto Mike here. Mike, not off to a great start in this particular game here. Fong with a huge armor and weapon advantage here on to Mike Action. Up top, going to walk into the R&B there from those dual halberds, though. Fong coming in here. Oh, my goodness, going to get some big damage there onto Mike. Mike going to use the F to negate some of it and break away here. Going up top side. Does not want to stay into that particular fight, but does want to keep the pressure up here on to Action, not allowing Action to get the heal through here. The ult going to come through as well. The parry comes through, the F yet again, but not quite enough. Mike with the ultimate going to save himself a little bit, but now he is in a bad position, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. It's going to be invested here. He's going to catch Fong out with it, but Mike needs to look to break away from this fight. Unless he's got an armor to swap in here, things could spell disaster for him. There it is. He's got half a white armor to swap into. I believe this was an armor he swapped out of earlier to get into a full white one, but it's going to be immediately stripped away. Fong coming in here on the Akos will catch the V. The F coming in from Mike in the very last second to save him into yet another armor swap. Mike has got him in the back pocket, ladies and gentlemen. Smoke him if you got him, he says, but he's going to be caught out by the V2 yet again here. Huge damage as well as pistol shots coming in. Mike really low here. The F not on back for another 4 seconds. Being pushed into the corner. The F going to come up very shortly. He needs to make something happen. A parry coming in from Burst. The attention turned away for just a second, but Fong not going to let it go away. Mike forced to burn the F yet again, though. Trying to come in and find the armor swap, and he finds another one. There's a blue sin right there as well. Mike finds yet another armor swap, but Fong keeps the pressure up. Mike keeping it alive. 1 HP in a dream, just trying to keep it going. The RNG god smile on Mike yet again as he keeps going here, but Fong look for it. The freeze comes through, but it catches Fong, not Mike.
Oh
Mike
my goodness.
will finally go down to Fong with the horizontal. The terrain not playing into Mike's favor. So unfortunate. That was absolutely crazy. Mike keeps the dream alive for so long.
That was clutch. If anything ever has been clutch, that was it. Mike with those armor swaps, making it all the way over to the floating pile that had only just spawned in, by the way. He must have known that it was coming up, and he went on over right there, opened up both of the gold troves, and luckily was able to grab that white armor and then into the blue armor after having that one shredded by the dual halberds RMB. Very nicely done by Mike. Unfortunately, not able to disengage or get any kills off of that either. But it is what it is. He put up a fight. Mike's not going down without a fight. You know Mike. We all know Mike. This guy is an absolute oogler. But
I was going to say, you got to appreciate him keeping it oogly.
Absolutely. Paste, Wang Liang going up against each other, fighting around this floating pile. Another floating pile situation here. Paste losing some of his armor. Wang Liang has lost some of his health and a little bit of his armor too, so they are somewhat equal in terms of effective health. However, Neither is looking to disengage just yet. Pace does get the full reset, but as I say that, Pace, why you gonna do me like that, bro? I just said neither of you are gonna look to disengage, and you just immediately run away. Okay, bro, he's out of there. He's not up for it. He's not looking for it. He's not looking for the smoke. However, Verse certainly is. My guy is on 5 eliminations already. We've been in the game for all of 2 minutes, and this man has already gotten 5 kills, coming in and sniping away this kill onto Zhuan Yuan. He is off to an absolutely massive start this game. Verse, he's not playing around right now on this Justina V1, no less. But heading on over, yet again, this fight between Paste and Wang Liang is still going down. Paste has yet to regenerate enough rage to get his ultimate online. However, Wang Liang certainly does have his ult, but unfortunately, due to the terrain, he goes for that TOD combo, but not able to find it. His Auric Sword gets griefed by that little platform. He's still on the chase, though. He still has 1 left to go. He sends it out, mitigates the damage from that R&B focus. Paste sends out the F2, catches him in the sky, doesn't get the full focus release though. The combo break comes out from Wang Liang. Now Wang Liang forced to take a step back and look to heal up his armor, as he knows very well that Pace is going to be looking for this re-aggression. However, unfortunately, looks as though he has no grapples to his name. So chasing down Wang Liang in this situation is going to be very, very difficult. And I don't think it's going to happen, as Wang Liang has immediately dipped, just got run for the hills, headed on over to this Yang where Mike was waiting. But unfortunately, since Mike is waiting there, he's not going to be looking to contest him, as he has no ultimate either, and there wasn't all that much time left. However, Mike certainly is going to be getting contested, and Verse is going to be that person, the man with 5 kills on the board already. Is he going to keep it rolling, Rune, or is he going to fall flat against Mike?
We're going to find out. The grapples, as the fight goes to Airborne, looking for those pistol shots, not quite going to fight him. Mike on the disadvantage here, though, with the blue armor, blue weapon, versus with a purple hang sword and that purple armor in the back pocket. 5 eliminations. He is on a roll. Mike, though, off of being eliminated there, off of so many armor swaps, actually comes in fairly decently geared, given the fact that he was eliminated where he was just before this Yang, though. We'll find that F activation coming in there now. And we're going to see Verse come in. The staff putting in a little bit of work here for Mike, but Verse still very ahead, trying to use that cannon, that meta we were talking about during game 1 there, trying to get that damage off. We'll find some more of that damage onto Mike every single time. Going to go for the clank yet again. Goes for the overhold, but Mike knows it's coming. Tries to go for the punish, not quite able to find it though. The hot swap into pistol just for some chip damage. Verse doing a really good job of just keeping the chip going. He is able to find some big damage in there, but goes into the R&B there off the staff, forced to use the F there, and Mike now knows he doesn't have the F. Immediately tries to go for the massive weapon swap. We'll find it again. Verse needs to be careful here if he needs to pop the ultimate before it goes down. There it is, the ult gonna come out. Very close to Mike just being able to completely flip the fight. Oh my goodness, now he gets griefed out. He lands on Mike's head. The Goomba stomp keeps him from being able to capitalize, but he will find it. This time he doesn't. He waits too long. Verse griefs himself not once but twice in this fight off of this ultimate. He gets both freezes, but he doesn't get anything from either of them. If he loses this fight, he only has himself to blame, but no! Mike walks into the overhold and Verse against the odds, turns it back around.
Oh my god. I've said it so many times. Stop doing 2-1-1, please. For the love of all that is good, 2-1-1 is not worth it unless you can literally do it with your eyes closed. It is never worth it. Mike has him. He has him he has the win in his grasp, and he throws it away because he goes for the 2-1-1. He would have killed him if he'd simply done the standing LMB RMB CLMB combo. He would have been dead and he would have won that Realm of Yang. But instead, he went for the 2-1-1 combo, as for some reason, the majority of solo players have this compulsion to do this, and just drops it. He drops it and then loses the Yang in the end. Fortunately, Verse did drop his aggression as well. He doesn't get the freeze punish. But still, all of that could have been mitigated by simply just doing the more consistent combo. And the thing is, 2-1-1 with nunchucks is 100% worth doing if you can, because it does quite a lot more damage. However, staff 2-on-1, unless you're able to get the mid-dodge RMB light attack follow-up after the RMB focus, actually doesn't do more damage than the standing light attack combo. It doesn't. It just doesn't do as much damage. And considering the consistency of the standing light attack combo, I feel like it's just far more worthwhile. Although, unfortunately, Mike looks pretty tilted. That's very rough to have gone down in the realm of Yang due to a mistake like that, and then to get eliminated from a ballista hit. Frostivus pulling out the cheeky tricks, catches the ballista shot onto Mike, and you can see Mike. He just didn't even bother getting up. He just lay there and accepted his fate because it was, quite frankly, an unwinnable situation, especially off the back of that early game situation where he was so unbelievably low, managed to clutch both of those armor swaps and then still dies. But hey, it is what it is. Verse, he's still gaming. Look at this guy. He's a machine right now. 6 eliminations, 45 seconds left on the Vermilion Burzmite, so he's not too bothered about going down here. He does put up a fight, but there's no use in extending the inevitable here. He'd rather go down, use the buff, and come back stronger and fully healed. Zhuan Yuan, though, not one of those players with that Vermilion Burzmite. If he does go down here, he will be down for good, and it looks as though that may be an eventuality at this point, as he is currently surrounded on all sides by these players. Xshin, 23 seconds and counting left on the Yang depletion. He needs to find this elimination right now, otherwise he's going to be going down to that Yang depletion. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a tilter if he does. The grapple whiff, not like this. The grapple doesn't go through. Does he find him? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and no, he's going down. Oh, that's so much pain. I felt that in my soul. Good Lord.
Oh my goodness.
No.
And against the odds, Zhang Yuan here keeps the game alive,
And he
by the
lives
way.
too.
Yeah,
Oh
I love
my
it. I absolutely love it. In the previous fight, we watched 3 people go down, by the way. Zhang Yuan catches a 4-man wisp in that previous fight where we see Gigi Shah die, as well as a bunch of those other players. Right here on this front side, you can see the bodies laying right there. That 4-man wisp costing 2 players their entire game there. As we head over, though, now, it's going to be Fun Plus Phoenix versus JDG's Xu Zhang, looking to head into this realm of Yang. And I do believe Xu Zhang here with the ticket into the Yang is just chilling on the other side of the wall. Verse trying to come in and grief this out a little bit, but I do believe it's open already. If he wants to head inside, Xu Zhang can just go ahead and head right into that realm of Yang. But he's looking to just grief this out onto Verse. Verse could be forced to back away here. He's got those dual blades there with the hook skins here. Really great skin as we head to the realm of Yang. It's going to be S's one's Pace versus DRG's Fong going head to head here. Pace going to go airborne here. Fong, of course, the back-to-back MVP from the last 2 games. It also looks like Alliance and JDG going to be heading into your other realm of Yang. A huge scale rush there coming off the top rope there with the pole sword. Going to initiate the fight onto Pace. Pace going to turn around with the dual blades, though. He's going to miss the parry, though, so Fong going to take quite a bit of damage there. Now going into that ult form, looking to go ahead and take the aggression here on to Pace. Pace going to ult back here, looking for that opportunity to go in. He's going to get the read. Fong misreads, tries to go in, and now Pace going to capitalize huge on this. Oh my goodness, and into the V follow-up. Fong just going to take it all there. Misses the V as well. This is an absolute disaster for DRG's Fong. Tries to go in for the F2. Doesn't find the connection, and Pace almost all the way back to full health. Fong, 1 HP in a dream, just looking to go in, but the double scale rush doing a ton of damage here. He's looking to set up the third. Decides he's going to go for the pot, but Pace is going to get off first. He is able to get the pot off. Gets the clank around the corner, go. Looks for the scale rush, but the uppercut off of the dual blades, and that's going to clean it up. As this one, Pace takes your realm of Yang.
That was so beautifully played. Chat, take notes. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen. SS1 Pace
was huge.
That was beautifully played. He read him like a book. Very, very nicely done. And that's the ACOS mirror. The ACOS mirror is one of the most telling in terms of whether or not you truly understand the matchup. And what a demonstration from Pace there to show just how versed he is on that matchup. But looky here, Frostivus off the back of that ballista kill onto Mike He goes into the realm of Yang, and here it is. Thank you, production. Thank you very much for that one. Frostivus winning out this realm of Yang, taking down Chu Zheng with that Kylin pick. Oh my goodness, what are you gonna do, Chu Zheng? You got the man with the sword. It's just... I mean, whoa, wait, whoa, okay, Frost, whoa. Okay, the teleports, it's all good though. He's still invulnerable. I'm still immune to your damage, big dog. He's not too bothered about it. He takes him down in the end. And then after the realm of Yang, finds himself a Tumulk, a Zhuan Yuan on the Tumulk, and eliminates him fully as well. Frostivus up to 4 eliminations. Very nice to see from him. But back to DRG's Fong. The 2 players with Yang depletion right now, scrapping it out. Fong trying to chase down Chu Zheng, having used his ultimate, just barely missing at that tiger grab with the last second on his ultimate, not able to find the confirmation, and now he's on the defensive. Can he get away here? Get the full reset. He gets somewhat of a reset. Chu Zheng looking to aggress, goes for the musket shot, misses both, unfortunately. Grappling, finds the F2 opener. Is he going for a ride? Gets the 2-on-1 into the double jump LMB. Very nice. Does get caught by the F2 though. Looks for the jump to try and mitigate it. Not able to find it, unfortunately. Fong now with the scale rush into the soft true uppercut. Doesn't find it. Chu Zheng's ready for it. Now trying to re-aggress on the chase. Having avoided some of that damage, has slight health advantage. These grapples though going wide, he's catching them, but it's not gonna allow him to fully chase him down yet. And now we're getting the full reset yet again. Chu Zheng going for the scale rush, doesn't find it. The F2 comes through, but it clanks essentially against the F2. Chu Zheng canceling that parry attack, going for the 2-on-1 combo, gets the double jump LMB into the trap. It procs. Fong gets knocked back. The blue focus release, the 0.9 gets avoided, gets iframed by Chu Zheng. He sends out the grapple, doesn't opt to go for the grapple aim assist though, doesn't get his grapple grief this time, and manages to chase him down and to take him out. Chu Zheng with that poison splash, you better get in the zone soon, buddy. And there it is, he's back in and he's safe, taking himself up to 2 eliminations. Very nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely huge here for Chu Zheng. We are down to 7 players left remaining live as Zone 3 gets ready to collapse on to Zone 4. We cut over to SS1's Paste here, the legendary armor and a set of legendary nunchucks here as we see 2225 pressing over as well. A little bit of a slowdown here as we are getting ready to head into Zone 4, which means we are going to see that first late game Bane's Breath come through, so the players not wanting to heavily overcommit here. But if you notice, it is all the bottom of the pack right now who are left alive in this lobby. Frostivus with the 4 eliminations. This could be the game he needs to make it into that qualification. He's not been able to qualify for a bi-weekly all season. He has constantly been right where he is right now, just on the cusp of it. So he desperately wants to make it happen for himself here, and he is having a really good game here for it. If he can make it to these final circles, he might be able to make that qualification happen. SS1's Pace, though, currently holding on to a strong position in the lobby there with those purple nunnies, legendary nunnies and that legendary armor. Unfortunately for Pace, though, only 1 elimination under his belt, and he is so far down, he would need this game and 2 more really explosive games, I do believe, to qualify at this point. And it's sad to see because he was your last champion for your bi-weekly. T225 back up on the ballista here. The F2 trading blows with the ballista shot there. Pace playing that out really well. Pace showing why he was the bi-weekly champion there. That is such a fun interaction to see. You love to see it coming through. T225, unfortunately, we say the Ballista's already good for 1. T225, buddy, Ballista already got 1 this game. Shaw here, going to be on the receiving end of the F2 yet again. And Pace just keeps it moving with those nunnies, doing so much damage here to Shaw. He does miss the grapple aggression onto the LMB there, though. Shaw forced to burn the ultimate, though. Going to go airborne. Going to cancel the ultimate out here on the edge. Wants to hold on to as much of that ult charge as possible. And it does look like he's able to get most of a reset here. He's trying to get that last shield pot off. He does get it off, but it's going to take a little bit of clank damage there. The advanced heal, though, going to put in work for him, though, because he eats that clank and a little bit of damage before the advanced heal has time to proc. So he's going to get that full reset back in that Soul Jade doing a lot of work for him there as he's able to maintain 50% of the ult charge. Wolves Wang Liang just chilling down below, does not want to be on the receiving end of the ballista, and GG Sha now trying to try his luck up here on the ballista's got to be careful about how many of those repair kits you spend if you're not able to land those hits. He does catch one directly onto Chu Zhang, and it does so much damage there. Chu Zhang now going to be aggressed onto by the rest of the lobby. Wang Liang, everybody coming in, and Sha just waits for him to come in, says bring me that delivery. Chu Zhang going to find a white armor swap though, keeping his game alive here. Not the best of positions to be in, trying to get a pot off here. Will back away, but immediately gonna have that armor shredded away here. Sha coming in, he's gonna immediately pop back into the purple armor, decides he wants to get that upgrade going back up. A little bit of risky business here though, because that purple armor, no armor around it right now, but Chu Zhang able to get down below, get into the zone, find himself a place to get the reset. Frosty's so low here, he's in the ult as everybody turning on to him. Frostivus trying to hold on for dear life here. Pace though with the F2, no place to go, and Pace sends him back out of the lobby unfortunately, but now Pace on the receiving end of Verse, no place to go. The freeze comes through. Good night SS1's Pace. You might send Frostivus back to the lobby, but Verse is sending you to join him.
This is why you don't commit to a fight. Frostivus getting forced onto by Pace and by these other players, putting him in a very, very rough spot, forced to use his ult, and then just Pace goes down with him. And both of these players who are currently trying to get into that top 12 spot are now eliminated from the lobby and just lose their chances at potentially getting that first place finish to get the extra points from that multiplier. That is very sad to see indeed, as now we're down to 4 players versus on 7 eliminations. Wang Liang unfortunately on 0, T225 on 1, and GG Sha on 4. We've got the double Hardy and then the Justina Liam. As we can see, Wang Liang and Verse not interested in fighting each other, as the other 2 Hardys in the lobby certainly are the more optimal target to go for here, as they can be extremely hard to deal with going into these heal-off situations, as they do have that fire damage connected with their kit, with their ultimate, and they're able to apply it very effectively and very efficiently, making it much easier for them to pick up kills going into that end game situation, and not only pick up kills but also survive, as they're able to fly high in the sky and stay out of harm's way. However, Verse also on the Justina is able to do somewhat similar. He is very interested in taking down these Hardys as quickly as possible, forcing out these ultimates. GG Sha taking a lot of damage, forced to use that F2 combo breaker, trying to disengage. But he was Wang Liang a little love tap there. Oh no, I'm not trying to hit you. GG Sha is the target. The staff lunging away, trying to disengage, goes for the overhold into the cancel with the hold dodge, but Verse catches him with that grapple LMB, and now the ultimate's coming online for the Justina. Verse is going to look to try and chase him down, but not able to immediately do so, and has now turned his attention over to T225 and Wang Liang there alongside him, essentially making it very hard for anyone to get fully focused down and taken out for the moment. Verse saving a lot of his ultimate's charge along with Sha, and is somewhat of a stalemate, Rune.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. This kind of devolved into a little bit of a 2v2. When we actually started this fight, it was Sha giving chase to T225, the 2 hotties trading blows, but Verse and Wolves, Wang Liang here, deciding that they want the hotties out of this lobby. Like you said, going to those sort of heal-off situations, that ultimate being exceptionally crucial when it's that V2, being able to put that burn tick and anti-heal onto these players. Verse trying to come in here, trying to land this Cav Bloom. There we go. He's going to catch it, but every single time the hottie has got that F2 back up online. Sha going to have it yet again. Wolves Wang Liang now being aggressed onto, and Verse, if he wants to have a chance to actually like win this lobby, he has to come and help Wang Liang out here because of the way that target aggression comes up. If it's 2 hotties and him left in the lobby, Verse is going to be the first one targeted out here. So you see him come in and kind of save Wang Liang just a little bit. Verse trying to catch the freeze here, misses out on Sha, needs to be careful using that ult. We're going to see the ult invested on the other side. The fire tick actually going to be applied to Sha by T225. Verse going to take a little bit of fire tick damage as well. T225, no ultimate left remaining. The freeze going to come through, not quite able to connect all no to the freeze and capitalize on it. Verse still wants to keep the pressure up. Nobody wants this fight to end. He's going to walk into those dual Hallies, though, take quite a bit of damage. Wang Liang trying to set something up here. He does have a meter, so he can go for the meter dump there if need be. Verse coming to the edge here with the pistol, looking to trade some shots. T225 going to walk into a little bit of damage. Wang Liang coming in on to Shaw. Massive parry going on to T225. The follow-up, the F2 invested yet again. These hotties always with that F2 up. Shaw going to get the parry, but Wang Liang with the F on Liam, able to get away from it. Verse going to get sent airborne here, as now he continues to try to pressure T225. T225 with no ult, very, very low. Shaw trying to cover, going to pop the ult here just to try to keep the double hotties alive here, but he's got to be careful how he goes in. No, Shaw picks up the elimination. He decides, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take it. I'm in the ult. Might as well. Now, Verse down below, trying to demech the hottie here with those pistol shots, sending them flying. We're going to see Wang Liang doing the same. Shaw able to get most of a reset, unfortunately with no ultimate, going to be very vulnerable to these two players who want to eliminate him from the lobby. Legendary Chucks coming in. We'll see a little bit of the trigger action coming through. Shaw not able to find control of the neutral the way he wants to. Those nunnies providing a lot of support here for the cannon from Verse. They want this hottie out of the lobby. Goes in, misreads the parry here. Shaw misreads the parry, gets punished, but has the F2 to break away. Turns back around with the RB on the dual Hallies. The Cab Bloom coming in, doing a lot of work here. Wang Liang picks up the elimination, but now he's extremely vulnerable here at the hands of Verse. No place to go. No ultimate online. He needs a single tick if he can get the freeze here, though, beforehand. That's all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna go down to Funk plus Phoenix's Verse with 8 eliminations.
Good lordy! Good googly mooglies! 8 eliminations from Verse. And although we would have liked to see a few more, he had 5 in the first 2 minutes. There wasn't really all that much need to get too aggressive, as securing that first place finish with that many kills already from 5. He could have literally sat in a bush the entire game, and as long as he secured that first place finish, would have likely come out on top as the MVP. But he was still gaming. He was still looking for a few extra. Unfortunately, not able to find too many more, but still 3 more, taking him all the way up to 8 kills. That is going to be a big game. That is going to be quite a lot of points. I think. Wait, we had didn't DRG's Fong also have 8 in the previous game?
It's the first.
So that's going to be another 12.6
time. Yes, it will be. And
so
not only that,
12.6.
we got to see duos on the pro stage. I love the way that this final fight devolved out, right? Because very easily the other hottie could have turned in T225 onto GG Shaw and really turned this into a 3v1 scenario. But he knew his only chance of staying alive post that was fighting it out, working with the other hotties. So you literally see like teams form and it being a very interesting 2v2. We haven't seen that on the professional stage, I believe, ever. And it works out really well for us as viewers, right? You get to see it go, but finally we do see GG Shaw, C2225 go low. He's forced into the ultimate and he goes, you know what? I've got to take what I can get. He sends the other hottie out of the lobby and sure enough, he is immediately turned on to the next target and eliminated. But speaking of turning on to something, you don't want to miss out on this question, so turn your attention this way. How many kills did OUG Mike get in game number 4? Is it A0, B1, C2, or D3? You really had to be paying attention to this one if you want to figure this one out, and make sure you get your answers in quickly because you don't want to miss out on the chance to get yourself that summer split random gift box.
Indeed, you do not. And make sure to stick around. There is, if you are the winner, you will be added in chat and likely whispered on Twitch. So keep an eye on that as well. But we said it, you know, first one's a freebie. As they get, as the day goes on, you know, they get a lot harder. It becomes a lot more difficult to get these answers correct. But hey, back to the NARAKA talk and the duos that essentially that took place in that end zone. And I've talked about this quite extensively in the past. And although it seems rather ridiculous, you know, it is simply the way that solos will typically end up going if you're talking about a battle royale that has characters. You know, in a different battle royale where there's no characters and it's just whatever you find in the world, it doesn't work like that. However, as soon as you do have characters incorporated into the battle royale design, this somewhat becomes an eventuality, as certain characters will do better, certain characters will do worse in end game situations, and they end up being forced to do this sort of thing to survive. It becomes the more optimal choice to do things like what we just saw, so that you can actually give yourself the best chance of winning or doing the best that you can. But here we are taking a look at the board. If you didn't know what the answer to that question was, it was in fact A, 0. Unfortunately, Mike, although he played extremely well, unfortunately was not able to secure a single elimination in that game. However, on the other hand, Verse able to pick up those 8 eliminations, taking him up to 12.6. A absolutely massive game from him. Very good to see from him, and I'm betting he's very happy with that one. Taking a look at the total standings for the day, Fat Milk and Unique unfortunately aren't playing today, and unfortunately did not put up enough points on the board to qualify. However, Paste, Wang Liang, Frostivus, and Xshin are still all in contention to qualify for these bi-weekly finals. Taking a look in the top 12 right now, Chuzeng, Star, Juanyuan, Sha, T25, and Verse, all in that sort of middle 6 threshold, that middle 6 area. All 6 of them are playing today as well, so everything can change. We've still got a decent amount of NARAKA left to be played, 2 more games in fact, as that was only our 4th game of the day. Mike, although he didn't have the best game, although it's only the only real the game that he's likely going to be happy about was his first game of the day, he's still in top 6, sitting in that 6th spot with 37.7. WBG Spider still sitting at the top. Fong looking to try and take the top of the mountain for himself, as it having the most points is going to give you the most advantage going into that bi-weekly finals, as you do take a percentage of those points. And I believe it's not 10% and it's not 15%. I'm pretty sure it's 12.5% or something like that of the points that you accumulate in the group stages that you take forwards into the bi-weekly finals. We're taking a look here at these replays sponsored by Thunderbolt. We've got a lot of oogliness taking place. Frostivus taking that Realm of Yang win. It looks as though he did. Was that his? I'm not sure if that was the second Realm of Yang replay or if that was off of the first Realm of Yang. But Frostivus also finding this elimination onto Xuanyuan outside of the Realm of Yang. It is still very sad that unfortunately I don't know who necessarily aggressed the fight initially. However, both Paste and Frostivus ended up getting taken down here, and that's not what you want to be doing. Although Paste was desperately looking for as many kills as he could, as he'd only managed to get 1 going into that endgame. You know, it's not the best idea to let yourself die in that situation. You don't want to be going down just for the chance of getting 1 more kill. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all, as we very well saw. He did end up going down. Mike, that irritated expression. Frostivus as well. That's... It's like, what is this? What are you guys doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we fighting? You know, those are the thoughts going through his head right now.
Yeah, very, very interesting way this game ended out, but it will be Verse who comes out on top here in the end. 28,000 damage, his 4th MVP of the season, 8 eliminations, and 23,000 of that damage coming in from melee weapons, most of it being those dual blades. He's got the Hefted Detach, the Octaslash, the Desperation, but most importantly, he's got that Cavalry Bloom. You would think with all of those legendary Soul Jades, right, that he would be leaning more towards those. He'd pull the longsword out, go for that Hefted Detach, maybe the Octaslash there instead, and going on a pair of dual Hallies. But that Cav Bloom, even though it's only a purple Soul Jade, it's one of those Soul Jades of Destiny we talk about. Not only are you able to catch people out because you can change the spacing on how that that charged LB is coming off of those dual blades. But in end zone scenarios like this, if you're able to catch somebody with that Cav Bloom, you can physically push them into the zone and force them to take that zone tick, and it also sends them flying off the end of it. It's an absolutely huge soul jade that allows you to buy so much space and play very aggressively, Duncan.
Yeah, absolutely. Cavalry Bloom, it's one of those J's that is extremely hard to parry. You know, as you can just, with dual blades and dual halberds, it has that mechanic where you hold the horizontal focus and you can move around with it and then release it at any moment. However, obviously, while you're running around, you're not protected by blue focus in terms of, you're not protected from light attack stagger as you are when you normally hold blue focus. So it is a little bit dangerous, but it creates the situation within neutral that you can run around, hold with it, and as long as your reactions are on point, if someone like looks to try and sort of cover that distance and break the bubble and look to try and fade in to catch the stagger, you can release the focus attack and just catch them slipping. And when it comes to Cavalry Bloom, because the animation startup for that hold is no different from the usual one, it becomes a guessing game. You know, it's a surprise factor when someone just randomly throws out Cavalry Bloom and you're not ready for it with the spacing that you set for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And then again, it's so utility heavy, right? Being able to force players into other positions. When you take a look at this game, a lot of players come in and look at this game and go, "Oh, this is a fighting game." It's very similar to those style of mechanics and stuff, and they think about those 1v1s, but it is still at its core and heart a BR game, and positioning is extremely crucial in winning games. So being able to physically force your opponent into a position that is poor for them is such a huge advantage and utility to have in your kit.
Absolutely. I mean, even in fighting games, there is, of course, like spacing and positioning within the fighting game. You know, the footsies, so to speak. But yeah, it is taken to a very different level in NARAKA as a battle royale, as you said. You being able to push your opponent into the place that you want them to be. You know, you can push them into a corner or off a cliff. You know, in an end zone situation, you can throw them out of the zone perhaps with that knockback, and just get far more value out of the focus attack that you normally would if you didn't have that Jade, or if you didn't look to try and force them into that position in the first place. So yeah, absolutely, I do agree. And it's, I mean, Cavalry Bloom, one of the Jades of Destiny, as a reason for it. It's one of those Jades that I'm not really sure whether or not it should become a golden Jade. I don't think it should, but yeah, at the same time, it doesn't feel as though it's an epic Jade. Perhaps, you know what, Rune? You know what? There's a lot of Jades like this. Perhaps we create a new rarity of Soul Jade. Perhaps NARAKA can look into creating an entirely new rarity, or we keep the old rarities and just make all the gold Jades that we have currently into red rarity Jades, and then turn a bunch of those purple Jades that are a little bit too strong to be purple Jades, but not necessarily strong enough to be legendary Jades, and make them into legendary Jades. I think that would actually... That's big brain.
Dunk out here in the kitchen cooking, ladies and gentlemen.
Why have I never thought of this?
As we head into game number 4 here, though, or sorry, game number 5 here, no surprises. We're going to see double Liam picks coming in from Verse and Chu Zhang, followed by the double Kylan picks, expecting double Hottie to come in now. Of course, TE Star going to come right in and drop it in. DRG's Fong thinking about it, though. Fong's like, am I going to do it? I am going to do it. The double Hottie going to come in, so we're going to see triple bans from our first 3 phases. Now, heading into our round 4 selection, T225, GG Shah. T225 going to be taking the Matari, but Shah wants to come in on that Justina pick and freeze up the lobby as we get ready to head into our round 5 of hero selections. The choices are getting slimmer and slimmer, but Justina and Matari is still available. Frostivus got to make the decision here. Frostivus, of course, a big Justina enjoyer. When we went to Worlds, his Justina was one of the talks of the town, if you will. And sure enough, he's looking to lock that Justina pick in. And there it is. It's going to be a 3 Justina lobby. Mike and Wang Liang on that round 6 selection. No surprise to see Mike go for Temmie here. A lot of Mike's MVPs this season actually come in on this Temmie pick, so it's going to be interesting to see how it goes for him. And then the Matari still open for Wang Liang, and he's going to lock that in as we head into our game number 5. We're heading back to Hollow Roth here, and it's going to be very interesting to see how things play out. If you were coming into Hollow Roth on this game 5, and you're one of those players in the bottom of the barrel trying to climb your way up right now, Duncan, do you go and contest podium this early on?
Well, it depends on the character, I would say. It is somewhat character dependent, as a lot of characters, as some of you at home may know, scale, their abilities scale depending on the weapon rarity that you have. So, for example, for Kylin's damage when he's in his ultimate form is scaled depending on the weapon that he has in his hands when he activates his ultimate. So, having a golden weapon, having a very high tier weapon early on would be extremely good for them. It would be a very big power spike for a Kylin and for characters that have this interaction. Same thing can be said for Hardy. The same thing can be said for Zai, although there are no Zais in this lobby. Zai, as we saw at J-Cup, the players who were opting to play Zai, I always remember Zeldinkt was one of the ones who did this in one of the, I can't remember if it was, I don't think he made it to the finals at J-Cup. I can't remember exactly. It's been a long time at this point. But one of the things that he did do was he started going to this podium on the Zai pick every time he was on Zai and trying to secure that golden weapon. And it worked very well for him. And it's something that was picked up by a lot of players, that if you're able to secure yourself a golden weapon early on characters such as Zai, Hardy, Kylin, you're going to have a very big advantage going forwards. However, as a lot of players have now caught on to this, it becomes a lot more of a contested drop at times if there are a lot of characters like that in the lobby. As we can see now, Wolves, Wang Liang, I didn't manage to catch the other 2 players in the vicinity, are looking to contest this drop. But looking here, we've got the 4-way split camera of these players who I believe are all in that bottom 6 and are going to be needing to have a big game in this game at number 5 to try and secure their qualification into that bi-weekly final.
Yeah, Wolves, like you said, Wang Liang dropping there on that podium as he wants to secure as much advantage for himself as possible in this match, like we were just discussing. Mike over here as well. You know, Mike off of a 0-point game here on to Temmie. This is one of those picks, again, that he's found a lot of MVPs on, opening a huge salvo onto GG Shaw here with that R&B there off of the staff. They're going to find a clank there, but Mike needs to be very careful here. Shaw with those purple dual blades, a huge weapon advantage for himself here into the fight with Mike. He will finally find a clean intro into the fight there, tries to go for the slap. Mike punishes, so he's forced to go ahead and pop the F here. Mike goes for the jump parry, but completely mistimes it here. Is going to take a lot of damage into an armor swap to get more shredded. Goes for the wisp there. Unfortunately, catches the top of the train. The parry is huge for Mike here. He's going for the follow-up damage. Needs to go back. There we go. Those purple dual blades going to put him in a much better situation, and then finds a blue armor swap as well. The aggression about to come out heavy here for Mike as the advantage shifts heavily into his favor. He walks into the LMB there from the white dagger, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. Shaw looking for the reset. Mike going to take the opportunity to take one as well. Shaw onto the backside of the building here. Mike not going to give any chances. He's going to take the full reset. He says, I want every little bit of HP and armor that I can get here. Walks in to the LMB there, taking a little bit of damage, but will return the favor. And Shaw, again, that weapon advantage being heavily in Mike's favor now. Unfortunately, Mike gets the misread, will clank off the ice, but still in a great place. The wisp through the window denies Shaw the option to go through. Shaw will find an armor swap, but immediately sees it shredded. Gets the freeze onto Mike, but Mike has an opportunity here if he can get to the edge of his wall here. There it is. He gets sent through. Shaw, no place to go, but he needs to take this reset before he goes for the wisp. Backs up, goes for the wisp, back to the neutral yet again. Both of them gonna have to find resets here. Unfortunately, Mike, no pots. He doesn't even have small ones here, so Shaw gonna find a huge advantage for himself, and Mike wants nothing to do with it, going for the scale rush, trying to break the ankles here, looking for that armor swap. Unfortunately, the RNG gods not on his side this time around. He's gonna lose those purple dual blades that he took from Shaw to begin with, and Shaw keeping the pressure up here. There's not much space for Mike to go. He's trying to hold on to everything he can, gets parried again, and ladies and gentlemen, GG Shaw flips the script back onto OUG's Mike and secures his first elimination of the game.
You can see the frustration on Mike's face as that parry came through. He knew he shouldn't have sent that one, or at the very least, sent it in the opposite direction so that there was no chance of it getting parried, unless a jump parry came through and had and he lucked out on the melee aim assist coming in and tracking it for him. Unfortunate indeed for Mike, as he didn't have those armor pots, wasn't able to heal himself up. Whereas GG Shaw did indeed have those armor pots, and also that last armor swap, that white armor swap just before the ult situation came out there, was very unfortunate for Mike. But hey, he's definitely been one to fully utilize armor swaps in the past. A little bit of a taste of his own medicine, perhaps. But we're heading on over to the podium, Salvation podium. DRG's Fong is currently being targeted by all of these players, and I believe that may be simply because he does have that golden star if he got put in a bad spot and had his ultimate forced out now, as we have 3 players circling around him, setting out those grapples, trying to create the opening, trying to knock him down and disrupt this kiting path that he set up for himself. However, saying that, this is one of those areas on the map that is extremely good for kiting away. However, unfortunately, it looks as though Fong has made a bit of a mistake, and Verse able to catch him and punish that mistake, finding that scale rush away and picking up that golden star for himself, taking him up to 3 eliminations as well. Verse is gaming right now off the back of that 8-kill game. He's not looking to slow down. 3 eliminations already in this lobby. Chu Zhang now getting this power to Zhuan Yuan. Zhuan Yuan does have that ultimate available, but not looking to use it just yet, as he recognizes he is very likely going to be taken down here regardless, not wanting to waste that ultimate, as it wouldn't really be all that worth it for him in his eyes. Chu Zhang and Verse now scrapping it out. Chu Zhang does have ult advantage, 2 charges on the Auric Sword, having picked up a Soul Bloom during his ultimate, has regenerated some of that charge and now had full agency to take care of this fight. However, Verse recognizing that, immediately fading back, looking to ice off the pressure and disengage. Able to do so, going to be heading on over to the shop and picking himself up a purple armor from the Darktide Rift dealer. Very happy as now the Realms of Yang are going to be coming through, and he's preparing himself to try and accelerate this lead that he's gotten himself, considering that he's found himself that golden weapon and is going to be having a significant advantage moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Now over to Chu Zhang here, doing just a little bit of shopping before these Realms of Yang come forward. We see Verse sit in the middle here, likely the player with the ticket looking to head in, as we pop over to Wolves. Wang Liang. Wang Liang here needs to make something happen for himself, so he's going to head into this Realm of Yang. This is the best opportunity he has to take a good, clean 1v1, get himself an elimination, get himself some score on the board to potentially start to carry him later into the game. As we see Verse here, just using this kite path to move around here. The scale rush is going to buy him a lot of leniency while he waits for this 40 seconds to pop so he can head into the Realm of Yang. And 40 seconds doesn't sound like a lot of time, but it is a long time having to kite away from some of these other players if you want to make yourself into this Realm of Yang. Unfortunately for our other player there, Verse just spends so much of that time moving away that they decide they don't even want to bother trying to fight for it. It looks like maybe they're going to head towards another Realm of Yang. Paste here looking to head in as well. SS1 Paste, 2 eliminations to his name, already off to a bit of a good start for himself here. And Paste has got a lot of work to do. He would need like 2 10-point games if he wants to qualify to head into the bi-weekly final. And it's not undoable. We've seen at Paste do it before, but it looks like it's going to be Wang Liang versus SS1's Paste. Here, two players, again, duking it out, trying to climb up so they can get that qualification spot here in the realm of Yang as things kick off, Duncan.
They do indeed kick off, and we have Wang Liang Paste. Two of these players, both of them need to qualify or are looking to do so and need to get the ball rolling in this game. Wang Liang on the Matari up against this Kylan pick from Paste, avoiding that cleave there. And unfortunately not able to find the stagger there with that F2 as Paste does avoid it, but does find quite a bit of damage now. Teleport comes through, but Wang Liang gets punished for it. The slash comes in. Paste doing a little bit of damage to that health bar, but Wang Liang does have one more dash. Unfortunately goes wide. Paste now no longer does have that immunity from the ultimate. The clank comes through, it does a little bit of damage, and the quick chase down with that Hang Sword RMB is going to finish him off. Wang Liang able to secure the Realm of Yang victory here, and now heading on over to OUG's Mike and FPX verse up against each other, the Tumulk against the Liam. Both of these players have now fully utilized their ultimates. Mike catches that half charge off of that LMB entry. Verse sends the blue focus into the horizontal block. Mike sends the release. No mix-up, just sends that focus attack. Goes to the jump parry, catches him with it. Verse does get... Oh my god, no. Mike, stop it! Stop it! This is illegal! Stop doing 2-on-1, please, stop it! Look, he went and then practiced it afterwards, after he won the round. Stop doing it. You just stop it. Stop. Bad, Mike. Stop doing the 2-on-1. And also, another thing, Verse, I saw him practicing the 2-on-1 as he was waiting for that 40 seconds before the Realm of Yang as he went in. Guys, just stop. It's not worth it. Please. Just do the normal combo, and it will be better in the long run. This is something that I've had gripes with for a very long time. The idea of doing fancy combos, although the 2-on-1 has become very commonplace at this point, it is still a combo that has it allows for the possibility of dropping it. Optimal combos, optimal things in games, in NARAKA especially, are things that have lower chance of failure. If there is less room for error, you are inherently going to be doing more, or you're going to be having less situations where it does fail, and that is always going to be the more optimal decision. It's just there's no argument there. I don't think that, quite frankly, if something gives you less room for mistake, then yeah, it's the better option. However, Mike here does find that 2-on-1. He does get it, but again, he would have done it because he didn't get the whole or the mid dodge RMB afterwards. Again, he would have done more damage if he'd simply done the light set combo. He does go for that F into the sky there, tries to find the wisp onto Wang Liang. Unfortunately, doesn't find the connection as Wang Liang's able to immediately scale rush away. He does have F2 available, but this terrain is not beneficial. But it is not beneficial for Mike either on this chase down. He's trying to find it. It's very, very difficult to catch a Matari with a fan or a dagger on these towers, but Mike is making it work. He sends the blue. Wolves Wang Liang, he's not ready for it. He does get taken down. However, with that Vermilion Bird's Might, it's not the end of the world. He is not down for the count just yet.
You're giving Mike a lot of grief for the 2-on-1, but as much as I am an optimal player, speaking of optimal, Zhang Yuan here with a really good grapple extension there into the RMB. Unfortunately, oh my goodness, the jump parry onto Fong as well. Fong looked like he was in a really good position there, but Zhang Yuan turns it around on him with the flip. The ult coming through, though. Zhang's got to be really careful here. He does have that ult in the back pocket if things turn sideways. There it is. He's going to go up. Can he find the dash for the DMAC? He's not going to find it quite yet. He's going to go for the grapple re-follow up here. Can he find it? No, he misses it yet again. Fong doing his best just to stay away. He will find the hit there. Gets the DMAC. Fong away here. The ult going to be ended as well. Comes back in for another one. Zhang Yuan trying to keep the pressure up. The armor swap going to come through. Yeah, he just goes down below. Now back to the neutral game between these two players. John trying to find the LMB there. Unfortunately, oh my goodness, the dagger for dagger not going to be in his favor as we see the legendary Soul Jade come through. Zhang Yuan with the scale rush topside wants to come up, trying to keep Fong away from that purple set of armor. Will be able to get a little bit of the pot off there, I do believe. No, he actually cancels it. As we cut over, it's going to be KLA's T225 and Fun Plus Phoenix's verse. Versa going to be taking the teleport there, a little bit of damage straight away from T225. T225 trying to break away from this, though. Will catch another one onto Versa. Versa with that old activation is why T225 is trying to create the distance there. Versa going to decide it's time to just go ahead and take the reset. Throws the F out there, is not going to find the connection. We're going to see Wolves, Wang Liang heading over to that realm of Yang as T225 comes back in. You can hear the squeaky chicken nunchucks come through. The parry going to come through. One ult charge left there for Verse. Verse taking a little bit of damage. They're going to be forced to pop the F now, trying to turn on the T25. And Verse in a bad situation. Wolves Wang Liang gives up the Yang potentially to come over. He wants this elimination onto Verse. He knows he needs the points if he's going to make something happen here. Verse trying to turn it onto T225, but the fan is too much as it comes in and catches him with two of the fan RBs. Wolves will find his third elimination of the game, looking to make it 4 onto T225. T225 over commits to this fight a little bit with Wolves being here. Doesn't have the ultimate, forced to run here. Wolves now coming in. He gets a little bit of damage there, but not enough to stop T225 from making the move. He's going to come in. He says, I'm going to invest the ultimate. This is my opportunity to get a fourth elimination. Goes for the teleport just a tick onto him, but not quite enough. He needs to figure out where he's gone to. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the overhold there. He needs one more hit, and Wolves Wang Liang will find 4 eliminations. He goes to 24.5. He's still got his work cut out for him, though, if he wants to qualify as we head to the realm of Yang. It's OUG's Mike versus SS1 Paste.
It is indeed, and Mike is gaming. He's doing the 2-on-1. He's getting the damage off. So the thing is, he said that I've given him a lot of grief. It's Mike. He knows it. If him and I were in a room and we're having this conversation, I'd be like, dude, you know that there's no need to do combo you're gonna risk failing. It's better to just do the basic combo that has 0 chance of failing, and that you're going to secure a kill. In the previous game, it really meant the difference. He lost the realm of Yang when he had the kill in the bag because he did that combo and it dropped. It was the suboptimal choice. It is what it is. And as competitors, you have to recognize this fact. You have to look to try and do the most consistent thing to secure victory and to secure points. And Mike, speaking of securing victory, certainly does just that, finding the kill onto Paste. He ran the neutral engagement at the beginning there. He had full agency at the start to fully dictate the pace of the fight, and comes out on top. But now Alliance Frostivus up against Chu Zheng, having gotten quite a lot of damage onto Chu Zheng on the pillar with those jump LMBs. Frostivus now coming online with that ultimate, pulling the trigger. Chu Zheng is going to be using that combo breaker to try and break away and put a little bit of a space between him and Frostivus. Frostivus holding onto those dashes, not looking to try and send one out without securing that focus afterwards. He sends it out. Unfortunately, though, because of the multi-hit from this blue focus attack, he was able to reactivate that Oryx sword, and now the second one does come out, but it times out, and Frostivus looks for the second dash, doesn't manage to get the confirmation, but he's still in the driver's seat. He's still running this Yang. He's got the full agency to chase down Chu Zheng, carefully, patiently waiting for the opportunity to jump in and do that damage, not getting too greedy. Frostivus with the crouch into the parry. Very nice. Chu Zheng now with that combo breaker is going to be breaking out, taking no damage whatsoever, but there's only 6 seconds left on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, take him down now, or it's going. Oh no! It's so sad to see. This is pain. If you've ever had this happen to you, you know how painful that is. Is bound to be feeling that pain right now.
As we move over to OUG's Mike, going head-to-head here with the SS1's Paste. Mike, the legendary armor and staff putting in work. Already a good intro into the fight here. Is going to go for the ult immediately. Going to make it pretty hard for Kai Lin to maximize the efficiency of that ult. He is able to slip through here, though, and turn things back around as Mike goes for the follow-up here. Mike going to head back in, look for the Wisp reset. It's going to go in for the heal while he has the opportunity. Paste slowly, that ult going to be timing out here. So Mike has the ability to re-aggress onto this fight if he wants to, just needs to find another good intro into the fight, and sure enough, he's going to find some good damage. Pace already forced to burn the F there with the follow-up here. Now Mike has a massive advantage into this fight here. Pace going to take more damage, stuck in the zone as well. With the follow-up, jump LMB is all he needs. Mike making it look easy here versus SS1's Pace as he finds his 4th elimination of the game. As we head towards later into this game, 7 players left remaining alive. Mike with 2 legendary daggers in the back pocket to back that up here. We are zone 3 collapsing on to zone 4, which means we're going to see that first set of late game's Bane's Breath get ready to come through as we cut back to Alliance's Frostivus versus JDG's Chu Zhang here. Both of them with the Yang depletion because Chu Zhang baited the fight out for so long versus Frostivus, and Frostivus, you can tell, is not happy about this situation whatsoever. He's looking to send him back to the lobby and keep his game alive, Duncan.
Indeed he is, and is he going to be able to manage it? Because on this sort of terrain, it is not going to be easy to hold a player down, especially when they have a fan in hand. It is going to make it extremely difficult. Frostivus still on the chase down, though. The longsword does have extremely good mobility, and he is still chasing him. The pressure is immense. The pulse sword swap to be able to scale rush and get all that much extra damage if need be, and at the same time, if he finds that freeze, he's going to be able to chunk him down immediately. The Oryx sword comes out. Frostivus takes a little bit of damage. He is not in all that much danger yet. However, he only has a few seconds left on that ultimate, and in fact, instead of chasing this down, he's instead going to be taking a moment to get that full reset and potentially recharge some of that ultimate, as it's not the best idea to try and overcommit in this situation, as there are plenty of players out there and waiting for people to do exactly that, looking for that third-party opportunity. Chu Zhang now getting caught in the zone. The LMB into the delayed R&B focus. Frostivus finds the kill, finds the Soul Bloom, and he's going to be cleansing that Yang depletion and making it out with his life. However, as I say that, there are plenty of players lurking around. They might look to try and focus down Frostivus, assuming that he doesn't have his ultimate available. However, he does in fact do have his ultimate. That was English. He does in fact have his ultimate available, so he's not in that much danger for the moment, and things are starting to settle down.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for Frostivus. He is right there on that threshold. If he can secure 1 or 2 more eliminations, make it to late game here, it could be huge for him in terms of making that qualification happen. Wolves Wang Liang in a very similar situation, still a little bit of a higher mountain to climb here, and Frostivus plays this really well. You know, you talked about him taking the opportunity to back away there, and you made a really good point. As soon as the rest of the lobby turn their attention onto Chu Zhang, Frostivus can let the lobby do the work for him, right? He can take this opportunity. He can reset. If he stays out in the open with his armor so low and them seeing that his ult deactivates, he runs the risk of the attention turning onto him, the lobby turning to him. Instead, what he does is he backs up. He plays patiently. He knows that Chu Zhang is not going to give up without a fight. He knows he has plenty of time to get a heal, let the lobby do some of that work for him before he comes in to clutch it up. And that's exactly what he does. He plays it really smart. And this is something I talk about all the time with it. You know, you see players run away very often in this game when they get low, but it's the players who are able to successfully turn the attention of the lobby onto somebody else by being aggressive and getting them low when they least expect it that are typically really able to break away from those scenarios. You have some players who are very quickly able to just, you know, get away from fights, but very rarely does it happen where it's just one player chasing another and the player running away is able to escape, right? You have to get the lobby to turn their attention to somebody else so that you are not the target. You cannot be the little fish in the big pond.
Absolutely right. It is, some people refer to it as just simply having aura, you know. It's, you know, when it comes to these kind of situations where you're looking to not get lobbied yourself and to try and get somebody else focused down by the rest of the players in the lobby, you know, you have to play as though you have full advantage. You have to give off that vibe, the aura, if you will, that you are the stronger player, that you are the player with the advantage, so that you yourself do not then get focused. And Mike is one of those players who is very, very good at doing exactly that. Just now, we saw that Mike got hit by a focus, lost about 500 of his armor, got knocked down right next to Wang Liang on the Matari, and Wang Liang just completely ignored him because he was under the impression that Feng, the person that was being chased by Mike, was the one in you know, immediate danger, was in the sort of kill threshold, potentially killable threshold. So again, he was the one being focused, and Mike goes unnoticed, just the no aggression onto Mike, as he's just giving off this vibe where if you go for him, it's not worth going for him. It's worth going for the player that this guy is chasing. Mike now forcing out this ultimate from the Hardy, immediately using his own ultimate to try and catch Star as he climbs into the sky, going higher and higher. Now the ultimate does expire extremely quickly, as when you go too high in the sky with this ult, you start consuming much more rage very quickly. The Star losing his ultimate, not able to keep it going, does end up going down on this cliffside to DRG's Fong. Unfortunately for Mike, he's not able to pick up the kill himself, as well as the fact that both of them get hit by the Moonbane. No, not like this! Oh my god!
Oh, poor Mike gets done in by the
grief.
Moonbane. I mean, we do see the Hottie fly off into the Moonbane trying to break away there. Both Fong and Mike dive in. That's the risk you take. But unfortunately for Mike, it is Fong who comes out on top this time. And that does come down to complete RNG. That is one of those situations where it is just feels bad, bro. Wolves, Wang Liang coming up top here. Both him and Frostivus getting closer and closer to that threshold. 4 players left remaining alive. Frostivus, if he can clean up the rest of this lobby, might actually finally break in and be able to move into that top 12 to qualify for the bi-weekly this season. John Yuan, Wolves, Wang Liang down below. Wang Liang still a big climb to make, but because he has 4 eliminations already, he does have the potential, if he picks up 3 more eliminations here, cleans up the rest of this lobby with that multiplier on top of it, to actually skyrocket as well and make it happen. But it's going to come down to the next kill here. Will it go to Frostivus? Will it go to Wang Liang? Or does it go to somebody else in the lobby? We're going to cut back and take a look at the replay here. You can see the Bane hitting both of them out here. Fong trying to come in and look at this. There it is.
He was
the
right
very
at the
tippity
edge.
toe. Poor Mike's face there. The Bane comes in and tickles his big toe for the cleanup. And again, that is truly a feels bad. That is where the Bane suffers the most. Wolves, Wang Liang down here, breaking away, able to get a couple of resources off of the body here, using that legendary Soul Jade just to buy some space here on the side of these buttery rocks. This is a very interesting final circle, by the way. We talk about the buttery rocks all the time, and these are some of the most buttery of rocks when it comes to NARAKA, Duncan.
They certainly are, and I'm thinking now that as it's going to be a cliffside endgame, that whether or not these players have a pulse sword or a greatsword in their inventory, as quick tip, if you're on this kind of terrain, pulse sword and greatsword, although it's not necessarily the fastest scale rush, as that title goes over to Dagger and Fan, it is by far the most damaging, and if you do catch someone with it, you are going to be chunking them out significantly, as well as it also knocks the person back very, very far. And I do believe that Frostivus, who is currently still alive, does have a golden pulse sword in his inventory. Yuan, oh my goodness, going for the heal, immediate 180 jump parry onto that focus attack. Very, very nicely done, negating some of that pressure that is being put onto him, but not for very much longer. Fong takes up the mantle, looking to re-aggress. Yuan in a dangerous position, no stamina, trying to disengage, goes to the side of the cliff, trying to use these Dagger LMB focuses to stay airborne, but it's not working for him. It's extremely hard to stay alive here. Yuan does take a hit, but Frostivus coming in with that pulse sword scale rush. Didn't I say it, Rude? I said it. The scale rush comes in, but Frostivus, in fact, opting to swap over to the dagger to try and use it to scale rush upwards as quickly as possible and get this reset off. He might drop down and try and grab that pulse sword in a moment, but we'll have to wait and see, especially considering that we're going to have to see where this zone goes. Does it go up the cliff or does it go down to the flat? Because that is going to make the biggest difference moving forwards. Frostivus, now with that purple armor, the odd one out, so if you will, is definitely going to be the one focused potentially here. However, Wang Liang has a different idea. He's heading over to the Hardy, as he knows the Hardy is going to be a menace in that end zone with that ultimate. Frostivus immediately jumping onto the Matari, forcing out that ultimate, not looking to play favorites and go for this Hardy, as he knows that he actually doesn't have a problem with Hardy going into this endgame.
Yeah, absolutely not. Wolves airborne here, trying to use the grapples just to stay up as much as possible. We're going to see Fong turn his attention over to Frostivus because of it. Frostivus doing his best to stay alive, but that purple armor being a little bit of a detriment here. The final zone is collapsing here on the top side of the cliff. There we go. Absolutely huge damage for Fong. They're off that legendary Jade. Frostivus tried to get the ult off, but unfortunately he dashes in there and he falls victim to DRG's Fong. Wang Liang here trying to break away, but he gets his toes tickled. Doesn't matter where he goes down. No, he holds on for dear life. He actually will come in, get that multiplier, but the game is gonna go to DRG's Fong. He's gonna be walking away for your, no, wait, hold on, maybe I lied. No, it does. It goes to Wolves. Wang Liang. He does find that 5th elimination. Oh my goodness, Wang Liang here with the first place finish. The question is it Frostivus or is it Wang Liang who move into the 12th place position? We're going to have to wait and see based on the multiplier, because I do believe that's 5 eliminations for Wolves Wang Liang, and that puts him dangerously close, and so is Alliance's Frostivus.
He is indeed. I don't want to say anything just yet, as it's not decided. However, I do believe that Frostivus may not have made it in off the back of that. He's extremely close. Extremely close. But I don't think that was enough points to get himself into that top 12. The camera just going to him. He looks right into the lens and just smiles.
Oh my goodness, you love to see it. You know,
indeed.
We talk about Wang Liang. We're talking about one of the original Ooglers, right? His season 1, the very first season of Pro League, Wang Liang just wanted to fight, man. I remember him playing Takeda Nunchucks. This dude took every fight. He did not care. It was all gas, no breaks, and you love to see it. It's really been a return to old Wang Liang, if you will. I feel like post that first season, heading into Worlds and stuff, Wang Liang kind of disappears out of that conversation, even a little bit at the beginning of the year here. But coming into the season, Wang Liang back to being that demon who is just like, I will take fights. I do not care. And he does it really well too. He doesn't do it to his own detriment like we see some of these other players do. He's just able to keep the aggression going and making things happen. And speaking of keeping things going, we're going to move right on into our next answer for treasure. How many players chose Hottie in game number 5? Is it A, 0, B, number 1, C, 2, or D, number 3? I'm going to give you a hint. We talked about this during the hero selection phase, so I hope you had your ears open, because that will give you your answer here and your chance to win that Summer Split random gift box.
Indeed, and make sure to keep an eye out on the whispers and the ads within the chat so you don't miss out if you do happen to be that lucky winner. But back to the games, the games that we've had. What a series so far! Honestly, it's game number 5. It's flown by. It's so much you know, hey, time flies when you're having fun, and we certainly are having fun here, aren't we, Rune? It's been an excellent series, a pleasure to watch and cast. And hey, it's not over just yet. We've got one more game coming through, and it's going to be the decider. Will Frostivus be able to make it into that top 12? Has Wang Liang, in fact, already made it into that top 12? We will be taking a look at those standings very shortly, I imagine, as we're all dying to know. We're all dying to find out who has made it in. And hey, I want to know. We'll give it to me. Give me the seconds.
We need to know 100%. Speaking of it, it is an absolute pleasure to have you back on the caster desk with me on solos. You know, at heart, I'm always the trios player. That's where I shined, and it still continue to play. But it's always great to have your insight here in solos as well, Duncan. And here we go. We're going to take a look. Wang Liang, with those 5 eliminations in the first place finish, is going to get himself a game score of 9. This is crucial for him. They're bleeding us dry here. By the way, Duncan, this scoreboard, great. We need to see the overall scoreboard. We need to see, did Wang Liang climb the impossible wall? He was at the bottom just before last game. He has absolutely been putting in the work. He is hungry. He wants to qualify. And I mean, man, he has had an impossible task to do today. I hate to gripe on one of our other players because Kai Bao, a phenomenal player. He's been with Wolves for so long, but he did not leave Wang Liang an easy task today. 6 points over 6 games has made it very hard for Wang Liang to climb this leaderboard and qualify for Team Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, as you said, it's nothing against Kai Bao. He's been an OG for a very long time, but yeah, it did not make it easy. But look at that. Wang Liang doesn't make it in. Literally, we're gonna cut to the middle 6
like
in a moment.
2 points or something.
So close. Frostivus also extremely close, going up to 28. Action on 24. Paced on 21.5. All 4 of these players are fighting to the very last, scraping their way. Wait, 29? Wait, wasn't Wang Liang on 29 as well?
Yes, so they're both tied, but Chu Zhang will be in the position above because he's done more damage, Duncan, which means if you are tied on points,
kills?
It's either kills or damage. I can't remember.
It's both.
Which
Yeah,
one.
I think kills take priority and then it's damage though, I think. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to find out, but yeah, no, you're right. It
is so tight. Now the thing is Chu Zhang is still playing today, right? So for him to come through, he has got to fight for his life in this next game. Star though on the chopping block as well. Star needs to be very careful. These other 2 players are only 2 points behind him. Those 2 players being Frostivus and of course our boy Wang Liang. So these 4 players here right around the qualification line are going to be coming in and have got to be very careful. There it is, by the way, DRG's Fong finally overtaking WBG Spider for that first place with a total points of 60.1.
God damn. He is he's certainly having a good day. 28.6 so far. And you know, his first day, 31.5. An absolutely immense performance coming out from him. This second day that he's playing, you know, hey, depending on how this game 6 goes, could potentially break his record from the previous day and take him even higher. And that's definitely what he wants. It's going to give him another maybe a point or 2 moving forwards into the bi-weekly finals. But here we are taking a look at these replays from the game. Verse able to catch Fong on his escape, not allowing for the escape here and taking him down into this realm of Yang as well. Wolves, I was about to say Wolves, Kai Bao. Wolves Wang Liang taking down that Kailin and chasing him with that Hang Sword RMB. Very nicely done. And here coming in for this third party with those fan RMBs, eliminating that player. Heading on over to Mike in the realm of Yang. This was I will say this was a very dominant performance from Mike in that realm of Yang. And then here we have somewhat of a rematch, catching him with this R&B focus and just dictating the pace of this fight. He definitely did a very good job of mitigating the ultimate entirely from that Kailin as he was able to catch him in the ultimate. Unfortunately not able to finish him off immediately, but still coming out on top. And then here Wang Liang in the very last moments able to stay alive, having had just a little bit more health. And there's the smile I was talking about. You know, It reminds me of that sort of cat emote that everyone has on their 7TV. I swear to God, it looks exactly like it. But here we are looking at the stats for Wang Liang from that game at number 5. 13.8 thousand damage coming through, 3k from the spear, almost 3 from the fan, and then a little bit from the cannon. Not too much damage, but then again, you know, as long as you are killing people and taking them down with precision and taking them down quickly, you know, you're not going to be accumulating all that much damage. A person with full purple armor and full health is only around 2,000 HP. So, you know, it's not that much as long as you're taking them down quickly and decisively. And that was certainly the case for Wang Liang here, able to pick up 5 eliminations in that game and get all that much closer to a qualification for the bi-weekly final. It's very, very close. This is one of the closer game number 6s that we're gonna be having here. But for the moment, we are gonna be going over to a short break before game number 6. So go get your snacks. We will be right back for our final game of the day. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that very short break, we're going to be jumping into our final game of the day very soon, and it's all or nothing, go hard or go home for these 4 players sitting in that bottom 6 bracket for the moment. They're going to be fighting their hearts out to make sure that they get their seat in the bi-weekly finals at on Saturday, in fact, in 2 days. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final day of trios group stages, and then after that we've got the solo bi-weekly finals for this bi-weekly, and then the day after is trios. It's solo trios. But hey, I'm very excited to see what we're gonna be blessed with in this final game. Perhaps if there was ever a time to pick Taka, Morrisal Fireflies is that game. It's not horrendous at the moment, to be fair. But it's not the most optimal.
No, I think Tarka is one of those heroes right now. You could come in. I think Tarka would be just like a consistency game, right? You come in, you go hot and heavy out of the gate on a Firefly map. You look to secure like 3 or 4 kills early, and then just make the most out of the rest of the game that you possibly can. Because early on, it's pretty easy for you to find those solos engagements that Tarka really wants, especially when Yang is up and available for you as well. But once you get past Yang, the game just gets exponentially harder for Tarka going forward. So I wouldn't hate to see a Tarka at all. I love me some Tarka coming in. I don't think it would necessarily be a bad pick. Now, if you're in those 4 range where you're like 2 points between those 4 players, whether you qualify or not, I don't know if you pick Tarka this particular game, but for some of the other players, absolutely.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I think that although Taka is on those Firefly maps, especially, you can make something happen early on with Fireflies. However, even with your ultimate, you can still get very effectively kited by a lot of characters, and by simply simply the existence of terrain can just mitigate your pressure considerably. So, although yes, I do agree, you should try and get at least one, maybe 2 kills early. Looking to go for that Realm of Yang fight is actually, I feel like, more of the priority, as in the Realm of Yang, you have the opportunity to have your isolated 1 versus 1 fight, and against quite a few of the characters that are being picked up at the moment, you can do pretty well. Taka, in fact, he only has a few problem matchups at the moment, and then the rest of them are either only slightly Taka favored or a bit of 50-50. It can go both ways, and those being, Taka does have slight advantage against Tessa, for example, especially in the Realm of Yang. Outside of the Realm of Yang, not so much, because Tessa can kite very effectively, especially if they've got their hands on a dagger or a fan and they have a building to work with. Matari, within the Realm of Yang, as long as you don't hard lose the initial neutral, you can very easily just completely 100-0 her with an infinite potentially, or even not. You can somewhat play a little bit of the neutral, but it is a bit dangerous considering depends on the weapon that they have at their disposal. However, things like Hardy, Kylin are certainly problem matchups for Taka. Hardy just negates almost all of the pressure. Unless you completely win neutral early, it's going to be tough. Kylin as well, even if you do win neutral initially, actually just taking him down and finishing the kill off because of Kylin's immunity during his ultimate becomes extremely difficult, and finding that opening, even when he's in his ultimate, can be extremely hard. So I don't know, but getting the ball rolling with Taka, although you call it a consistency game, I would say that it can, of course, be a consistency game if you're able to get a few kills early. However, Taka, if he gets the ball rolling and he gets extremely stacked, he can pick up quite a few kills in early mid-game and somewhat in the transition to endgame, as long as he wins the Realm of Yang. If he loses, then he's completely cooked. But if he wins, then it's certainly quite a good accelerant for Taka. But
our boy is happy. Jean Yuan gonna be locking in the Tarka pick here, and Jean Yuan, one of those players in contention to fall out of favor here and potentially not qualify. He is one of those 4 players, so the Tarka pick does come through. Our boy Duncan comes in on solos and wills it into existence, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see it. Frostivus, pick it as well. Come on, big dog. I want to see it. I want to see it, buddy.
You know what would be an interesting pick to see? I would honestly love to see like a Wu Chen pick come through. It's been so long since I've seen a good Wu Chen in solos. Frostivus, though, going to be locking in the Hottie because it is available, and I can't blame him. If you're round 6 selection and Hottie's available, you absolutely take this pick, especially because Frostivus was the player who went to CN last year during Worlds and showed the CN pros, hey, Hottie is a viable hero.
I remember everyone in China didn't seem to think that Hardy was good. All of us from outside of China who went to China for J-Cup, we were all of the opinion that Hardy was extremely good. And then when we got there, all of the CN pros were of the opinion that he wasn't all that good at all. And Frostivus made them aware that was not the case.
He took the old flyboy to scrims, and CN changed their mind very quickly. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be taking a look at the abilities. I don't see any surprises realistically across the board here. Some F2 V2s on the Justinas, F1 V2 on the Akos here. I think Akos really, like, the F1's really nice. I'm kind of moving in favor of that F2. I've seen a lot of things happening with it, and players just really being able to extend some good combos out and find a lot of value off of it. And we're going to see Mike clearly agrees with me, as he's going to be running the F2 into this lobby on his Akos pick as well, Duncan.
I'm excited for this game. I'm very, very excited. The thing is, we've seen Juan Yuan pick up Taka quite a few times. Unfortunately, though, as we can see right here, his average points being a 1.8, they have not gone all that well for him. However, that being said, I do believe that he's picked Taka on quite a few different maps other than Morris Isle Firefly. And if you're going to pick Taka, Morris Isle Firefly is the one to go for. Perdoria Firefly is also all right. It's decent, but Morris Isle is typically the better choice. As you, it's just the way the map is, the terrain situations, the open space, and also the POIs being, not too far away from each other, so that in certain situations where you have to disengage and you have to run away, you can do so if you make it to those POIs. You make it to Celestra, you're kiting for days if you've got something like a dagger or a fan to scale rush away with. It's going to be hard to hold you down, as it would be for any character. So definitely the map to pick up Taka on, but we will have to wait and see how things go moving forwards. For the moment, we're taking a look at Wang Liang's loot path off the start of the game. Over to JDG, Chuzeng, and T225 in close proximity to each other, along with Verse as well. Actually, as I was about to say, that no one's managed to get their hands on anything too oogly. T225 has found himself a pair of purple fist blades. That's what you want off the rip if you're in a solo game. You want some purple fist blades, as they are going to be netting you potentially the most value early on. However, T225, having said that he's going to be getting a lot of value out of these fist blades, does take quite a bit of damage initially from Verse. Verse having used that F1 to give himself that damage reduction, negating quite a bit of this incoming damage. T225 now on the run. We use that F1 to keep hold of those purple fist blades and not take all that much damage. Does get grappled after, but no immediate follow-up just yet.
Oh, here we go as we move over to Wolves. Wang Liang, OUG's Mike on the receiving end of some big pain here. He is able to find the armor swap. Going to take some more damage here. Wolves wants this elimination desperately. This one elimination would go ahead and bring him into qualification. He's not going to find it, though. It's going to be Shaw. He's hungry, though. Going to come in, trying to turn it on to Shaw. He throws that fan RB just a little too much. We saw in the last game, he threw it back-to-back 3 times, or he's finally going to get punished for it here from GG. Shaw might be over-punished as the Liam commits the ultimate, and now Wolves super low, doesn't have the ult charge yet. There it is, the Kylin ult gonna pick up that elimination, and now Wolves Wang Liang doesn't have the safety net of that early game resurrection under his belt here, so he's got to be very careful. He knows he needs some eliminations here to get onto the board and stay on the board, but he also has to play around TE Star, JDG's Chu Zhang. Shaw here, really, really low, though. May have overcommitted with the ultimate here.
Huge.
Now, though, he finds a huge combo onto Pace with the downhill. There's nothing Pace can do, and Shaw secures his 3rd elimination of the game.
What a catch, though. He takes the ever so slight little bit of damage from that half charge, and he takes a prio in the fight, juggling him down the hill. Very, very nicely done. He redirects the combo as well, I believe. He goes behind him deliberately to make sure that he can juggle him down the hill and catch the full combo. And we got the fight between Frostivus, Juan Yuan, and Xshin. Frostivus being the target in this situation. Does get the parry onto Juan Yuan, but Juan Yuan immediately using that ultimate and looking to try and chase him down. On top of that, he immediately ran over to the Firefly, grabbed it, and now has plenty of time on his ultimate to play with. Interestingly, Frostivus is actually on V1 Hardy with the cube as opposed to V2, which we typically see in solos, and drops down the cube outside of that building and then goes on through, creating a situation where Juan Yuan was going to struggle to chase him down, as if he chases through the building, Frostivus will simply be able to use the cube to get to the other side, and it will prevent him from being able to chase him down fully. Now we've got an engagement between Wolves, Chu Zheng, and T225, Rune. Who's coming out of this one alive, as it's looking pretty dangerous for T225.
Yeah, Chu Zhang on the hunt here with that Hade ultimate activated. He's just got to get the read. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the read on TT5. This is what we talked about, players coming into Celestia. There's so many ways, so many different paths that you can take while breaking line of sight. Sometimes it can be extremely hard to chase these players down, but Wolves Wang Liang is still on it, and Wolves here getting really aggressive considering the white armor here and the fact that he doesn't have the safety net, but he knows he has got to put points on the board to make something happen here, to qualify. Frostive is going to get froze out here by Bad Odds action. Frostive is still in it, still does have the resurrection. Frostive is likewise, though, going to get parried here, unfortunately. That said, he is able to get his sword back up, but Wolves Wang Liang going to come in looking for a huge combo here. Is going to ult and look for the freeze here. Frostive is 3% away from ult. Unfortunately, Wolves not able to catch him just yet. He does get the freeze, though, before Frostivus can get the ult up, and Wolves will secure the elimination. Frostivus, though, Hope's still alive. He does have his early game resurrection. Now, Wolves, though, did he overcommit? Does he sell himself short here? Because he is qualified right now, but only by a single point. If he gets eliminated here, it opens the door very easily for Chu Zhang or Frostivus to re-eliminate him from qualification. So Wang Liang got a lot of schmoovin to do here inside Celestia, using this temple to break some ankles as much as humanly possible. Players lose line of sight of him, and it looks like he's going to get the reset he wants. Verse in the kill feed here, going to pick up the elimination on to Paste, and that's going to send Paste completely out of the lobby, which means Paste does not qualify for the grand finals.
That's so sad to see. Paste, having been the bi-weekly solo champion in the previous bi-weekly, does not qualify into this bi-weekly finals. Very sad to see, and is bound to be weighing heavily on his mind and his mental now that off the back of that, it can be really rough. However, it happens very regularly. Someone who ends up succeeding in a very to a great extent, by either winning a bi-weekly final or just by doing extremely well in a game. It can get to your head. It can be you can be one of those people who it helps you once you've done well. You start feeling yourself. You start, the adrenaline's pumping. You're feeling really good. You're feeling confident. However, there are a lot of people who also, when they get to that state, they're in a very bad spot as the pressure just gets to them, and they feel as though they need to perform to try and represent the fact that they didn't just get lucky or something, for example. But in this situation right now, we're in a very, very dire position. Wang Liang is literally 1 HP. The ult comes through, the dash comes through, uses both immediately to try and disengage. He's going to look to try and get a reset off, try and heal up his health, but this is not looking good for him. He is in a position to kite extremely well and effectively, as there are so many little nooks and crannies within this temple. Makes it extremely hard to find players if they cut noise. And it looks as though Wang Liang may have lucked out, and he may have bought himself the time that he needed to get that reset. Frostivus grappling in, goes for the hold dodge past him. Verse eats the parry from the nunchucks, doing all the damage in one hit. Verse now in a bad spot, no armor to speak of, less than a full HP. Frostivus is on the chase. He needs these kills if he wants to qualify. This is looking pretty scary for Verse, as he does not want to get taken down here. He wants to get as many points as he can. Frostivus, though, he needs this elimination rune, and it looks as though he's not going to be able to find it.
Yeah, this is what we talk about with Celestia as we head into the realm of Yang. TE Star versus KLA's T225. T225 getting absolutely blitzed through here by the Kylin. The ult on Liam active, but unfortunately doesn't look like he's going to have the blades available to keep it going. Star taking a lot of damage here, but he is going to actually go down as the ult times out at the perfect time for T225 to pick up the elimination here with those purple fist blades. He's going to take the armor swap from the box as well, and secure himself a legendary dagger as we get ready to head into Zone 2, collapsing onto Zone 3 in the next minute and 45 seconds. We're going to pop back over to Frostivus and Verse going head-to-head yet again. Verse, a little bit of an advantage into the fight here. Frostivus able to find the armor swap into the blue here, trying to break away. Doesn't want to overcommit to this fight here. He knows he has to keep his game alive at the bare minimum if he is going to end up qualifying here for the bi-weekly. Is Verse now trading blows with T225, giving chase here with the grapples. Verse on the backside here with the fan, using it for the movement here. as we see T225 very aggressively taking a line here at Verse. He is not slowing down for anything. This purple fist blades really strong for him. He's able to come in. He avoids the fan here. He will miss time the parry, though. Verse going to find some good cleanup. The parry comes through there from Verse. T225 with the F, though, on Liam, able to just break away from that, keep his weapon in hand as well. Scale Rush coming in. The fist blades in with the grapple into the jumping LB as well. Verse now topside trying to break away as he's the one on the back foot here, using this building to break line of sight here. Not a lot of places you can cut noise, though, but a armor swap will do him a little bit of good till most of that armor completely stripped away. Now stripping the armor from T225. Both of them looking for another control of the neutral here. F invested on the side of T225. We're going to see F coming in from Verse. He will land it, getting some of that damage reduction, looking to come in ult in the back pocket if he really wants to pressure this kill, but he's going to decide to come back, pick up that purple armor so he's not at a disadvantage in terms of armor before he looks to continue the fight. As we head over to GG Shah, OUG's Mike trying to find an entry into this fight with that F2 onto Shah. Not quite going to get there. Shah, though, with the ult still ticking up. Mike looking to make something happen. We're going to see one of the charges coming through there. Mike with these legendary dual blades here with that really cool Tomb Raider skin, still continuing the chase here. Shah's going to find his ult ending here. Mike trying to come in, will find a huge R&B there off of the dual blades. They're doing a ton of damage there onto Shah. Shah gets juggled downhill, and OUG's Mike finds his third elimination of the game as he goes head-to-head now with DRG's Fong.
He does indeed, and Mike is just the GOAT on his ACOS. It's his anchor pick. We see him do this all the time. He just always finds the ability to perform extremely well on his ACOS pick every single time. However, as I say that, it's not looking too good. He's up against DRG's Fong, who's just sent 2 back-to-back focus RMBs, and he is going to be taken down with that Kylin ultimate. But hey, OUG's Mike, he did have that Vermilion Birds Might. He's not going to be going down just yet. He still has that spirit form that he's going to be going over and resurrecting himself relatively soon, potentially preparing himself to go into the next set of realms of Yang. Wang Liang now finds this opportunity to try and engage onto DRG's Fong, as Fong does not have his ultimate available. Definitely an optimal moment to try and take a fight. Wang Liang recognizing that Fong's trying to make it over to where the Firefly spawns, and he does in fact get it. Fong now does have ultimate. Wang Liang, having sacrificed all of his armor to try and get this kill and try and take advantage of this ultimate not being online, is now in a very bad position, trying to disengage, trying to find somewhere to reset, forcing out that combo breaker from Fong. Wang Liang now finding the moment, finding the chance to heal up, is immediately going to be looking to grapple away, heading right on over to where Frostivus is waiting at this realm of Yang. Going to try and run right past him and hope that DRG's Fong does not look to chase him down, as he might be enticed by the realm of Yang.
And certainly is here as he's trying to get Frostivus out of here. But Frostivus, 37 seconds here with those nunchucks. This is a favorite weapon of Frostivus. You know, we talked to him in an interview at Worlds, and he felt like the weapon was kind of underrated. And we do see very often now many of these players who have turned favor towards the nunchucks here in the solo play for professional play. Frostivus able to get a little bit of a reset here. He doesn't have to fully reset here. He just has to keep it alive for another 14 seconds so he can go inside. He will burn the ultimate here as well, so he can just chill out inside this Yang portal. All he has to do is go touch the very middle here in the next 4 seconds. He'll get his ult reset, full heal, everything. And sure enough, Frostivus is going to do exactly that. More than happy to deny it there and get himself into the realm of Yang. It looks like it's going to be OUG's Mike versus Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse in one realm of Yang, T225 and Frostivus in the other, as we get ready to head in. Frostivus on the blue nunchucks, blue musket here. T225, though, with, I do believe that's a legendary dagger there in his back pocket. Frostivus is going to be pretty behind in terms of the weapon here, but he does have those nunnies. Again, this is one of his very favorite weapons, the F2 being invested immediately as we see the LMB trying to come in from T225. We're going to see the trigger come through with the immediate follow-up. This is one of the things that we talk about being so good with the nunchucks, being able to get that follow-up off of the trigger. Unfortunately, that's all he gets. He gets a parry, but it is Liam, though, so that parry not going to do him a lot of good here. Feeling forced to to burn the ultimate already, looking for the reset as we see so many range shots coming in from downtown. Frostivus trying to get a reset before he goes in here. He is not on that V2, so he does not have that burn tick available to him. He's got to make the most of this reset as he can. Gonna throw the cube down as well before he starts to come in and make something out of this here. He's gonna get a little bit of tick damage there onto T225, but T225, that ult burning now. This is smart plays here by Frostivus, using the cube to get away. The parry coming in here. Frostivus gonna be forced to use the F to get away. Now Frostivus with the parry as well, but T225 with the Liam F as well. T225 doing his best just to chunk down Frostivus, but Frostivus finds 2-3 RMBs off of the fan here. T225 gonna find himself in the same boat that Frostivus is. Frostivus coming in hot here. They have 30 seconds before this Realm of Yang times out, and Frostivus desperately needs this. His F coming in, mistimes the parry, but he's able to avoid the LMB there from the dagger with the skin of his teeth. He needs one more. It goes in. The next control of neutral. It goes to whoever can fight it. Frostivus. Oh my God! 2-5 takes it.
Oh my God, that was one of the most... Oh, that was one of the most awesome fights to watch. Truly. That was top tier NARAKA right there. Truly. There's just nothing left to say. It speaks for itself. You saw how close, how intense fight was. The mix-ups, the no mix-ups, the multiple fan R&Bs being sent out there. It's T225 not believing that he's going to send that focus attack. It just, oh my goodness. Truly a spectacle.
Yeah, peak NARAKA is what that is when it comes to solos, man. That was such a great fight. That one's for the record books for sure. Over to UG's mic now. Trading blows here with TE Star. The F2 coming through here. Not going to find the intro he wants into the fight off of it, but he's able to find some damage here off of these dual blades. Oh my goodness, and there it is. RKO out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. The man comes in with the dagger, picks him up, and sends Mike flying.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's getting so oogly, Rune. This is getting extremely close. Frostivus with Yang depletion at 0 eliminations needs to find quite a few kills if he wants to fully secure his qualification into this bi-weekly final here. But for the moment, we're taking a look at this engagement between Mike, Star, Verse. I think there's one other person lurking around. T225, there he is, with that golden armor and the buff. TE Star trying his best to stay alive. It's not being made easy at all by all of these players trying desperately to find those extra eliminations that they want. Oh my goodness. We cut away just as that potential situation happened. The dagger LMB focus could very well have clipped Star on that scale rush when he was looking to disengage. But fortunately, he is able to make it out in time before it comes through and stays alive. It does find a moment to heal up. It is still alive and kicking, although he is... Oh, wait, no. As I say that, he's immediately getting aggressed on. But again, manages to break line of sight. Not looking to cut noise and heal. Just he's going to be healing. It's very, very intense. There's so many players lurking around. If he opts to heal, he immediately reveals where he is to a player close by. T225 now taking it upon himself to try and chase him down. Star scale rushing upwards, trying to use the building to his advantage. The terrain is making it easier for him to kite, but considering the number of players in the vicinity, it is not very easy overall. He is still being chased down. Frostivus finds him, going to be looking to try and catch up to Star, as he's also been found by Verse. Star up against the buttery rocks. It's not going to be good if he stays down there. He does manage to break away. He's going up. He does find the white armor swap, armoring through. He's still alive. Frostivus now using his ultimate to try and confirm this elimination. He's going to look to try and claim this kill. Star scale rushes up, makes it to the building, tries to scale rush again, but not able to do so. The F comes out, the combo break. Frostivus loses his ultimate immediately by the third party. Chuzeng coming in with that Halbert's R&B focus, making it extremely difficult for Frostivus to stay on the chase down. And now the cube comes out, and he's going to be forced to disengage. This is ridiculous, Rune. This is rough. This is so unbelievably rough.
Frost trying to make it happen here. Everybody overstaying here as we go into Zane 4 as well, meaning that first late game Bane's Breath going to come through and drop right on the head of all of these players. And it takes T's first. Everybody overstays the fight. Chu Zhang gets hit as well. This is what we're talking about with these Bane's Breath. Sometimes when these players get locked in on that fight, locked in on that elimination, the Bane's Breath can come in. This is the decision made by the lobby star. Now, in such a tight position, if Frostivus can find elimination, if he can go in and get one of the Soul Blooms that just went down inside the Bane's Breath, he can keep his game alive. Oh my goodness, we watch 1-2 pop and Frostivus here, 28 seconds. There's still a Soul Bloom available out there. Frostivus needs to find it. Instead, he's going to try to turn onto one of these fights here, and it can spell disaster. Frostivus, you need to go look for that Soul Bloom. It's on the field, baby. Unfortunately, he's got 40 seconds left remaining. He's looking for anything he can. Frostivus fighting to keep the game alive, and he decides he's going to go out on his own terms, looks like, ladies and gentlemen. No, he's going back in. 30 seconds left. Frostivus said, we don't go out that way. We go out fighting, boys and girls. Looking to come in here on the Kylan. This is going to be a hard fight for him to take here, but he's going to go out fighting if he goes out at all, Duncan.
Oh my god, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. He's sending all the RMBs. He knows it's over. He knows it's cooked. He's not killing Fong here. There is no chance. The Yang depletion's ticking down, and Frostivus is going to go down. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. Again, just barely falling short of bi-weekly final qualification. Literally 2 points away. 2 points is all that he needed to be in that top 12 spot. But he just can't manage it. It's just not in his favor. And he gets taken down by the Yang depletion, especially after the fact that for him to have had that Yang depletion in that Yang fight, it was such a close fought fight between him and T225. So unbelievably well played from both of these players, but unfortunately just barely gets eliminated. And it is what it is. Frostivus, hey, it is what it is, buddy.
Wang Liang in a difficult situation right now, though. Speaking of which, Wang Liang, he is tied with Chu Zhang, but because Chu Zhang just got an extra elimination there, even though they're one elimination each in this game, I do believe Chu Zhang has more eliminations overall for this bi-weekly. So Wolves, Wang Liang is not currently within qualifier range. There's no way he lets this stick out on himself, right? Oh my goodness, I thought Wolves was going to let that happen there. Now in a worse position as OUG's Mike comes down on the Akos pick, and Wolves doesn't have ult available. He used it to get away from this earlier fight, and Mike knows it, so he's going to keep the aggression rolling here. And yet again, the late game Bane's Breath is going to come in and cut off most of the space that Wang Liang has here to escape, unless he wants to go surfing. Mike trying to come through the F2. No, and Wang Liang also doesn't qualify. Oh, the pain. Oh, these two players, Wang Liang and Frostivus, is trying so hard. They get so close yet so far, Duncan.
I'm depressed. I'm very sad right now. This is truly heartbreaking for these players. They fought their hearts out, and it just wasn't to be. It wasn't to be. Frostivus and Wang Liang, Xshin and Paste are all fully eliminated. None of them are going to be making it to the bi-weekly final. Thankfully for Chu Zhang, he is safe now. There is no way that any of the players who've been eliminated could get any more points. So he is, in fact, safe for the bi-weekly finals. He is in. And now we're just playing for the points. Going to see if we can get as many points as possible to carry forwards into the bi-weekly finals, as I think about 12.5% of the points you accumulate in group phase carries forwards, and every little helps. Every point can make the difference, especially with this match point rule set that we now have being implemented in these final settings. It looks as though Mike has been aggressing onto this Kylin, forcing out that ultimate, and now is trying to disengage somewhat. Struggling, though. He's taking a lot of damage. The rest of the lobby recognizing it as well. Mike fading in, looking to try and catch this parry, not able to do so. Responds with an RMB focus on those dual blades. icing off this pressure. DRG's Fong, though, on 5 kills, trying to stay alive, but not able to do so. Does go down to Mike. Mike gonna pick up another elimination, taking himself up to 5 as well. And now we're left with 3 players alive. T225, Mike, and Chu Zhang.
Oh my goodness, what a game this has been. This has been heart-wrenching, Duncan. Oh my goodness. Chu Zhang here caught in the RMB there off the staff, forced to use the F2 to break away. Goes for the scale rush, trying to get away here. Mike goes in with the F2 though. Chu Zhang still holding on to the ult here. Needs to look for a reset before Mike comes through and stops. And sure enough, Mike is going to come through. Chu Zhang going to be forced to pop the ult here in a very difficult position, trying to break away here. Doesn't want to drag T225 into the fight as well, knowing how low he is here, but needs to get the attention away from himself. Speaking of which, there's T225. Chu Zhang coming through here with the V2, opting to go for that fire tick damage, just trying to turn the attention onto anybody. Unfortunately, he is going to demech here as the ult comes to an end, and T225 going to keep the pressure up. A huge parry, though, but it doesn't matter. T225 with the F, but he finds immediate recontrol of the neutral and makes it matter as he does a ton of damage on to T225, and Mike sees it, wants to come in. The ult going to be sending Mike flying here as he looks to go for the reset. Topside, it is Chu Zhang who is without ult. Mike knows it, so he's going to come in and look to turn things his direction. T225 with the bow shots from the top as well, knowing the player is vulnerable. Mike trying to get control onto Chu Zhang, will catch the scale rush into the F2. The F2 going to be invested on Chu Zhang. Now the uppercut coming through, but Mike going to get canceled out here by T225. T225 finds the uppercut onto Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang sent flying. Mike comes in, finds control with the RMB. The huge parry from Chu Zhang, but the follow-up from T225. The RKO comes in and keeps Chu Zhang from getting the follow-up of his own. Now T225 looking to come in with that uppercut, does catch him off of the ceiling, and there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Chu Zhang's down. It's T225 versus OUG's Mike.
It is indeed, and both of these players want to take this dub for themselves. T225 getting caught by the LMB into the uppercut. No huge follow-up due to that little signpost getting in the way. Mike now popping that ultimate, pulling the trigger on this cooldown, looking to try and confirm this kill as fast as possible. T225 did not have ultimate to begin with, but will soon have it. Catches him on the end of his combo break with the tiger grab. I'm not sure if he intended that or if he predicted the combo break coming through, but still catching that there. That was a magnificent play from Mike, and it looks as though it's just a formality at this point. The Storm Stride is going to come through and eliminate him, and Mike is going to be coming in with game number 6 MVP to end off the day. The book ended the day with MVPs. First game MVP, final game MVP.
Bro, what an emotional game of NARAKA that was. That was a roller coaster, my friend.
It really was. You see the look on Chu Zhang's face here. I think he was.
Yeah, he's breathing a sigh of relief right
I'm
now.
not okay. I'm not
like
okay.
0.5 points. 0.5 points is all that separates me. I'm in. I'm good.
I think it's at the very end. I think he wasn't. He didn't know if he qualified or anything like that.
Yeah.
You can see the look on his face that he was so sad, or he was not looking very happy. But hey, the realization as the camera panned over to him, he knew that he did in fact manage to make it in. But it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, we haven't seen a qualifying round like this in a long time. Usually going into game 6, we kind of know who is qualified, and there's people who they have a shot, right? But it's pretty drastic how far away they are from it. They have to have one of the most amazing games they've ever had in their career to make it happen. So the odds are very, very low. Going into this game, we had 4 players. We had 2 that were qualified above the 12 mark and 2 under, and all 4 of those players were within 2 points of each other, meaning this last game was so crucial for all of them. And man, they were put through the ringer in this one, from Frostivus's incredible fight in the realm of Yang that literally just comes down to an instant between him and T225. Wang Liang gets the kill that he needs to bump up, but then Chu Zhang gets the kill, and because of Chu Zhang having more eliminations during the bi-weekly, slipping in front of him, and all he has to do is out-survive Chu Zhang, but unfortunately he gets targeted down by the lobby, and it's Mike who comes in and eliminates him right there. I'm sure when he goes and looks at the scoreboard after this, he is screaming if you're Wang Liang right now. He had such a crazy hill to climb because of only being at 6 points from Kai Bao's earlier performance this week. The fact that he gets so close has got to be so heart-wrenching. And then Chu Zhang, like you said, in the end, the look on his face is just one of defeat. He's like, there's no way I didn't make it in. And then his coach comes over and tells him, hey, you made it in 0.5 points. And he's just, the relief washes over the man's face. Just, he gives himself one of them goose frabas. You know what I'm saying? He just brings it in, locks it down. Chu Zhang does qualify, but man, this is when you see some of the best NARAKA. It's absolutely insane, and that's why we see that crazy fight between T225 and Frostivus inside the realm of Yang, right? Frostivus playing his heart out, but here you go. OUG's Mike going to be your MVP this game. Secures a first place finish, 7 eliminations for game score of 11.4.
Oh my goodness, what? It's crazy to me that Frostivus didn't get a kill in that game as well. You know, he tried so hard from start to finish. You know, at the beginning he was caught between Xuan Yuan and another player. I can't remember who it was. Out just outside of Celestra, forced to try and go into Celestra to use it as a kiting position. He manages to make it away, and then there's a fight between him. It was Xshin and Xuan Yuan, and then Xuan Yuan goes down to Xshin, but Frostivus had been involved in the fight. I'm not sure if he was the initial aggressor or not, but Xshin picks up the kill. Frostivus couldn't get it, and then he gets focused down. Wang Liang turns up, commits his ultimate, takes him down in a really bad spot. The scale rush into weapon pickup that had been dropped by Frostivus into the combo, it was just rough. It was such a hard situation. And then the Yang, a very hard fought fight that both of them deserved to win, but unfortunately only one could. Or neither, in fact, if it had gone down to no time. But regardless, we are taking a look at the total standings for the day. DRG Fong is going to be atop the tower with his 66.6 total points, taking forwards 8.6 points into the bi-weekly final. Spider 7.6, Wu Fong 7.2, Mike with 7, Arano with 5.8, and Verse with 5.7 moving forwards. Oh my goodness. I'm emotionally
drained. That was
drained.
Emotional. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I'm
it
right
really
there with
was.
you. We're going to take a look back,
goodness.
though, to some replays here from game number 6, brought to you by Thunderbolt. Fong coming in here, picking up multiple eliminations early on here with this Kylan ult. Now Shaw turning things around here on to Paste in this early game. Things looked pretty desperate here for Shaw, but this right here, look at this. He tanks the damage to go in, gets that combo down the hill, and once you lock somebody into that, if they don't have a gold focus to get out, that is all she wrote. You clean up the elimination. Taking a look back there on to Frosty Boy. Super sad to see him eliminated the way it was as we go into the realm of Yang. Mike versus Jean Yuron. Mike super low here. Mike, though, able to get that
we never
F2.
saw this.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
What is
Absolutely
that?
Crazy. This is what I talked about. You know, when we were talking about the hero selection, the Akko's picks, Mike agreeing with me on the F2. I really have become an F2 believer, Duncan.
Oh, I agree. I think the F2 is extremely good for ACOS. I talked to Raven and I asked him, do you think which one do you think is objectively better? And he was of the opinion that F1, as long as your neutral is very good, then F1 is the better option. However, if your neutral is somewhat lacking in any department, really, F2 can be better, as it essentially, I mean, a lot of people refer to them as neutral skips, as they essentially hand you the opening on your opponent if you use it and it lands, you know? So, yeah. But the thing is, at the same time, I think that if your neutral is already very good, then you're likely going to be able to use the F2 to your advantage much more and push advantages. I think it does largely depend on your playstyle and somewhat the characters that you're going up against in terms of matchups. But hey, it's I don't think there's necessarily one that's better than the other. I think it just depends. But hey, Mike puts it to good use and gets a 7-kill game, 23,000 damage. absolutely gaming with those door blades as well. 11,000 damage on those with the Storm Stride in the back pocket too. Ooh, what a game! What an emotional roller coaster we've just been through. I am emotionally drained. I am. You know.
Oh man, we also got to talk about, you talked about Mike bookending the day with MVPs as well, but that was his 6th MVP of the season, which is extremely uncharacteristic for Mike. You're usually talking about, a single bi-weekly, the man will put up 6 MVPs. So 6 MVPs for the entirety of the season, Mike needed today. He realistically, for his mental, heading into the bi-weekly, heading into bi-weekly 4, after this bi-weekly finals later this week, he really needs to catch some momentum to get himself back into the headspace. Because after this, it is time to look to qualifications and time to go to Worlds. So Mike can't be out of his top shape. Mike can't be in a bad mental state as we prep to head into Worlds. That's the worst possible space for him to be, being our reigning champion. So he needed today to get himself to that proper headspace to kick things back in and go, hey, I'm OUG's Mike. You ain't stopping me.
Yeah, absolutely. He certainly needs the re-up on his mental, as I mean, even not only in the bi-weeklies, but also I believe I just watching his VODs and from his streams and things like that. He was definitely off his game for a while after the blunders early on, and I think it definitely put a strain on his mental going into these series. However, hopefully he's recovering. Spider certainly seems to have recovered considering his performance on his 2 days of solos. But only time will tell. We will have to be waiting until the solo bi-weekly finals, which is taking place not tomorrow, but the day after, right here on the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Twitch channel. But oof, oh my goodness, it is. I mean, Paste isn't in it, so he can't win now. I wonder if it's going to go back to either Mike or Spider, as they're coming back up from their sort of not so good, at least in their eyes. Considering their performance in the past, they certainly will not are not happy with their performance. So for them, they're annoyed and they want to get that crown back for themselves. But we will have to wait and see. There's still plenty of players who are going to be playing in the bi-weekly finals who certainly have a chance moving forwards.
I mean, I was going to say, you have to look at EWG's Arano. He's up for my most improved player this year. He's absolutely come in at the start of this season. I don't know what happened in the off season. We had Koi Cup, right? And he absolutely pops off during that and then comes into this season. He's been absolutely killing it. His consistency has bar none been better than everybody else's consistency this season, which says a lot, because you typically have a player like OUG's Mike who's just always consistent. So Arano is somebody you can't count out. Usually, I would also be talking about Zhang Yuan. Unfortunately, he's going into this bi-weekly at the very bottom. He struggled this week, but he is a very good player who came in this season, really popped off and showed us a lot. And then we got to talk about DRG's Fong, right? Fong, he has shifted gears, man. He is away from griefing players, and he is just playing his NARAKA. And because of that, right now, he's sitting at the tippity top, 66.6 points for this bi-weekly, absolutely crushing it again. We talk about 5 points per game being a really strong game. The man has got more than 5 points every single game for this season or for this bi-weekly. And again, Fong's done really well this season all the way across the board. I feel like he has shifted that mentality. He has shifted gear. He has said, look, I'm done griefing Mike. I'm done worrying about what other people are doing in this game. I'm worried about me and mine and taking home the dub. And that mentality shift has served him really, really well. So he is going to be the man to beat, I think, heading into our bi-weekly 3.
Ooh. Well, I struggle to disagree with you. He's definitely been putting work in. I remember the old Fong where I remember it sticks out in my memory where he had a whole bunch of golden weapons in his inventory, and then he went and sat on top of the gate of the
just
temple in
dropped them all.
Celestia and dropped them all there, and then held on to his daggers in his inventory and just dropped a bunch of golden weapons. There's a gold, great sword, gold, whatever, and he just dropped them there because he wasn't going to use them, and I think he did it to send a message. And he certainly did. It's stuck in a lot of our memories for a very long time.
There's very little BM between the players here in NARAKA. We talked about it a little earlier at the end of Game 2, where we see the camaraderie between these players. There's a lot of really good sportsmanship that goes on here inside the Nbpl between these players. When we were over in China last year, we got to see a lot of it. Again, when they're on the stage, they're locked in the game. All bets are off. There's no friendships on that stage. But as soon as the game is over, these guys are right there for each other, man. And again, very rarely do you see BM like that, but Fong comes in, he breaks the mold a little bit as a player and says, look, I am here to mess for everybody, which is why we see him grief players for so long. But he is finally starting to learn that, hey, maybe what I'm missing out on is this camaraderie. Maybe I need to stop trying to grief other players and just worry about what the heck I'm doing. And it is certainly working out for him. I mean, I'll never forget, T225 last year was right there. He could have walked away the world champion there. Unfortunately, Mike eliminates him from the lobby, and then Spider finds that next elimination to bump T225 down. And then we see Mike yet again come in. He clutches up another elimination, and Mike skyrockets himself to the top of the leaderboard off of that by killing Spider, walks away your world champion. But when he's announced world champion, rather than immediately walk off stage to go take that huge title for himself, what do you see him do? He runs across the stage to KLA's T225 and he gives that man a massive hug and lets him know, hey man, you did an incredible job. And that is a level of sportsmanship you just don't see in esports, man.
Yeah, you really don't. I will say though, I think Fong, although he's certainly a little bit of a troll, I think that he does it in good
with
spirits.
Yeah.
It's like your friend who will just grief you like a troll and then just laugh and just be like and then you just can't help but laugh with him even though he's just annoyed you. It's just it's a little bit of banter back and forth. But here we are taking a look at the players that are going to be playing in the bi-weekly finals. Here we've got DRG's Fong, WBG Spider, X1 Wu Feng, OUG's Mike, EWG Arano, FPX ZQ Verse, KLA225 GG Shah, JLAIS, ASE Zhuan Yuan, TE Star, and JDG Chu Zheng. I want to see more Fire Dog from you, Zhuan Yuan. We didn't really see very much of it in that game, but I want to see some more, perhaps in the finals. Who knows? I mean, it is different from the group stages. There is the possibility that it could be an 8-game series as opposed to 6 games, which we usually have, or it could potentially even be less. It could be 4, as we've seen that happen. But we're going to be going over to a quick interview to end off the day, and we'll be back afterwards for closing statements.
Hi guys, thanks for waiting and welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Frostivus. So please say hello to our audience first.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team Alliance.
Okay, it's such a long time. Haven't saw you onto our interview. Well, it's like I'm so sorry you didn't get into this time's bi-weekly final. But for us, for all the audience, we thought like Frostivus didn't get into the bi-weekly final is kind of impossible. So also for the first and second bi-weekly competition, so we may be curious about, is there anything happened to you, or it's just because of the patch or something else?
First of all, I don't really like the current state of the game, and also the new scoring format is also pretty brutal. So it's very hard. Basically only top 1 matters. Even if you get maybe 4 kills, it doesn't really matter if you don't get first place. So it's pretty hard.
Okay, just because of that? Anything else? That's it.
What is there supposed to be?
No, I don't know. I just want to say like we all want you to have a good performance and good grade in the competitions. So maybe there's still like one bi-weekly competition, which is the fourth bi-week. And I think any planned for it or for the qualifying competition?
Well, right now I will focus on LCQ first. But so like for the fourth bi-weekly, it's more for me to experiment and maybe try other things.
Okay.
So I will focus on LCQ first.
Okay, so I just want to say like we all waiting for you always. Okay.
Thank you.
And for the end of the interview, please move on to our answer for treasure. Okay, and this time our question is: which hero did Alliance Frostivus use in the game 6? A. Hattie, B. Justina, C. Liam, D. Akos. So please count on time.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone and thank Frostivus come to our interview and thank you for your 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, thank you also.
Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Thank you so much for the interview, Frostibus and Leah there. Man, what a day, Duncan. I don't think there's any other way we can cap this out besides saying that, because it has been quite the emotional day. And you know what? I think that's all we need to say from us here at the Nbpl and NARAKA team. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much. Make sure you show up for trios and don't miss finals.